Good afternoon, Internet, or morning, or night, or tomorrow morning. Those of you on the other side of the time lines on planet Earth. Many, many hours ago, I was all set. I was ready. In spite of the jaw having popped out of socket last night, making the voice worse today. I slept a lot. I had a lot of ideas. I was going to try to be in good spirits and good humor. I got bell thingies. I got an email notifying me about bell thingies. It made me laugh. And then life. I'm frustrated more. I'm even more inarticulate. Any followers, any chit chatters, anythings will be known as my fellow inarticulates, the other inarticulates. I made myself a whole list. It's down below in the description. I thought about trying to figure out how to put the skull and bones into the text and copy paste it and see if it would go into OBS to be allowed as a description, or maybe even in a title. Beware all ye who enter here. I'm floating the pirate skull face at Disneyland. Dead men tell no tales.
What are you upset about today?
I wasn't upset about anything. I'm just frustrated.
About
Hello, George.
stuff you can't say online?
Well, number one, I was trying to see when. Now it shows up live. It says two watching. So one of them is not me. Yay. Besides George. Oh, and I realized I've always meant to put in the descriptions when I knew George would be here. And I haven't put in the descriptions yet. So far, there's the two of us who have set up the Discord and done all the stuff. Administrative housekeeping for the viewer world in general. Way up here at the top left is a yin yang with the thespians. That's what the title of the original art of those comedy tragedy. One laughing, one looking almost like it's sad face or crying. Hello to mother. The yin yang with the thespians in it is moi. Dean. Is that a bear, George? Is that what you said?
It's a bear.
Okay. The bear. The bears. Go back and look it up. The bear. Here's Mr. George. Until someone else gets on the Discord. That's the two of us. Well, hi. Good morning. Here to listen. And working around. Can't hear you. And new people. Elizabeth Wiley said hi to all the new people. It's in the chat. When you sign in, it'll be above your welcome to chat notification. I made a list. I went through, I thought about some things. Instead of just scribbling notes, here's where I started making notes. Not even the appearance of. I wanted to yap about that. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Twice more. Since yesterday. I've had that kicking me in the arse or slushing my brain. I am on the Discord, but need guiding to get to the next space. Yes, I'm aware. And I got the message last night. It sends me email that you type messages when I'm off the Discord, in the Discord. Yeah, a cutie pie little face thing. I can't show it on the screen because it shows all my stuff on the screen, and then the robots from .ru would be bombing my Discord and my friendly name account at Discord. I don't know enough, except don't show that stuff on the screen. Not even the appearance of. And what that always comes back to, I've given long lessons, even to government people. Free. Try to get it through their thick skulls, but behind the thick skulls isn't even smoke or sludge. It's just empty. Empty, empty, empty. Not being ugly about it, but being funny about it. Because I got a reminder last night. Do you believe in destiny? I put it up here somewhere. Oh, from Destiny last night. Reminded. In the Federalist paper, number 15. The founder, the father, there's another F word. Makes me laugh that we always call them. The supposed smart guys who didn't know what people were. By Federalist paper number 15, to the people of New York. He/they/all, anybody involved, we're going to look it up in a minute, said, the government is imbecilic, I believe. Let's go ahead and get the receipts. And if they can say it, I can say it. We're getting there. And I'm absolutely going to call people stupid when that's the word I know. Oh, framer. Framer. That's the third F. Press F for framer. Federalist. 15. So you guys get to watch this in real time. I don't have a bunch of tabs open ready. I'm not that good. Or maybe I was, but I really started setting this up and having a good mood about it many hours ago. And then life. And now I'm jaw hurting far worse than it was when I awoke and when I went to sleep. Imbecilic. From the leadership. What was to follow? The imbecilic government under the Articles of Confederation. And I don't know why. Why did Google turn white? Are you racist? Google said, we don't care about your dark mode setting. Thank you, Google. We all know what's right. Where is Federalist number 15? Direct. Show me direct. Library of Congress. Why does it go to number 21? Oh, look. A system. I didn't even say that word. Make it mainstream zoom on. Forgive me. I have to read like the guy on Sesame Street. When I was a little kid, I read the little guy on Sesame Street style. And I know my mammy remembers it, and my brother remembers it, and my uncle remembers it. Because I thought a sign on the fence across the street was the name of the dog. But because I learned to read from the guy that letters it together on Sesame Street, I used to call the dog across the street Beware the dog. The sign said beware the dog. And it had a big picture of a bulldog with a spiky collar on it. But hey, I was like 3 and 4. Kind of advanced reading. They said, wow, does he have a great big IQ? No, I had an older brother. Anybody out there on earth that thinks they're smart and they're the younger sibling, it's because your older siblings don't credit you for being young. They just drag you right up to their level. Thanks, bro. Beware the dog. Imbecility in the union. If the framers, the founders, the Hamiltons see the thumbnail of this exciting episode, it's a picture of Mr. Hamilton saying imbeciles. It says it again between numbers 20 and 30, 21 and 30. Well, Alexander called the whole thing imbecilic, let alone the government themselves. And he called them weak. And he called them other names that we say, oh, you can't say that. Ha! If that was the case in 1881 or 1781, 1781, definitely not 1881, or 8 or 7. The ink was not yet dry on the Declaration. The war was still being fought. And the framer, founders, signers of the Declaration were calling everybody involved stupid. And it's not name calling, it's objectively labeling something as what it is scientifically. I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying every single thing you do in your life is that. That's all. Dash Alexander Hamilton. One day you ask, why does everyone name their dog Beware? Yep, the dog. I said, what? You pointed at the sign and said, it's on lock and case. I said, it means be careful. The dog is here. Yep, not the smart. But I thought I was pretty smart. And to this day, when I meet dorgs, I either call them dorg or I say, oh, Beware. And dogs look at me funny. But it doesn't take long. Dogs like me. I like dogs. I beat their nose. That's the one finger thing. Just like, I'm going to let it hover again. The mouse cursor that I can't zoom to show you. Only around an animal, you might want to keep that thumb tucked in a little bit. Just the index finger. Just the tip of your finger. And the big, wet nose of the dog. Beep, 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 beep.
Ooh.
So, if the framers, the founders, and everybody else can say this back then, and they couldn't even define person. Remember that excluded define. Ha! Do you believe in destiny? Yes, Google. Why weren't you there, Google Bar? For those fools back then who said people with a capital P, as in we the people. Person does not mean born, not man. And no tans. If you can tan, let alone have some natural pigmentation, that ain't you. Doesn't apply. Go write your own amendments. And I know it's incorrect, but it's how I heard it all the way growing up. Especially because even though my band, which is what California imbecile, it's a name for tribes. California imbeciles, tribes, are called bands, not tribes. Use your words. They didn't give us our papers, our AKC papers, and our cards until they got it squared away that they might get some gamble money when they gambled bad on that. Last I heard, it was like 300 million with a capital M in debt to Secret Squirrel, private whatevers. Maybe a New Jersey mafia, I guess. Probably not. And they got no way out of there. We could write a whole thing. We could do a whole long thing about the imbecility of welfare states, which is what individual little reservations are. And then making them feel so proud because they can vote each other based on a corporate charter document. Yes, but those, all my life growing up, I was one, but most people, I have spent my whole life listening to, what is you? A mutt. That's what I call myself. Even though I have AKC papers, which is what I've always called my tribal papers. I call it AKC papers for the mutt registry, which I tried to have way back in the day with my horse book and my horse place that I ran for a friend, and everyone called it Horse Farm, and I'd say, shut your mouth, it's an equestrian center. Show me the place where you plant some seeds and horsies grow hanging dangling from the trees. Speak something to what it's supposed to be. It ended up, I went and bought some wood letters and wrote Dude Ranch in wooden letters screwed to the wooden fence, and then sprayed it with a light gray so it looked like it was aged. And then I took the E off so it said Dud Ranch. Because life treats you that way sometimes. I saw the humor in it. Oh, the declaration. Godless. Sorry, Uden. I said the G word with the O in it. Godless, heathen, savage is how it has always been said all of my life. And that's what my grandfather called himself. Even though he was very professed, self-professed, proclaimed Christian. And he loved the guy from the Crystal Cathedral. Can't remember his name right now. And he loved to watch the lady with the long, it was kind of salt and peppery in the later times, but the one that Benny, not Hill, no, that was good TV. Benny Hinn, Hinn, he's a very famous televangelizer. The one he stole all of his shtick or stage show from. Long haired lady. My grandfather watched her religiously or listened to her. Grandfather had a radio, audio only, that tuned television stations. So he would listen to TV. My Mama said, I am cleaning the oven. But one day we will talk about native and casinos and the debt. We got rid of it. I somehow doubt that. Then why did they cut our monies? I don't want to go in there. You talk about making me pissed. Eat a bucket of shaving cream. All of you. I'll say something horribly ugly. Surface, emergency blow. That's a naval submariner's term. It means get that thing out of the water so fast and at such an acceleration it might almost appear to jump. It takes a special kind of submarine, and they never do get airborne like a jumping shark. But they do get a mighty whole bunch of themselves out of the water. Declaration of Independence. Text, please. Give it to me, Google. Thank you. See how that time it was dark theme. War loving. I remember the war loving part. Savages. Here's another one. Here's another reason. They didn't appreciate their joint in the leg growing. If you catch my drift, those were not we the people. You women folk, mammy, you forget yourself. Bar fought and pregnant in that kitchen. Preggers. Yeah, 'cause you women folk didn't apply. And
At that
these,
time.
the
At that time.
merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. I am one of they, you racists who wrote this trash. How dare you? See yesterday's thumbnail. Full weight, but I'm not a full one of they. Approximately half. Some from the Nebraska on my bio dude's side. Sorry, mammy. I call him the certain type of donor. Sorry, bro. You remember him more than I do. Possibly. A little trickle trickle. A little wood pile stuff. Southern people know what I'm talking about. Out behind the shed, you know. Doing the bad things with the not peoples. And then 1/3 or more, however they count that. And that's another thing about your AKC papers. Silly, merciless Indian savages. Notice how I read it verbatim. I didn't say Injun. Because that's not us. Oh my gosh. Stop using that word. Well, go back and cancel culture it from the damn document. I'll stop saying it. Get over yourself. I'm still being funny. My jaw really hurts. I'm getting better. Talking it out. Thanks, George. Thanks, Mimi. Thanks, internet webs. It helps to catharsis it. The merciless Indian savage. That's me. All I know is rule of warfare. Quit talking to me about your weird, big rule of law. You no follow 'em. Me no follow 'em. Me DNA, rule of warfare. And fire water. Love the fire water. Haven't had any. Had a half a beer in 2007, not naming the brand. Before that, drunk and stupid. Destruction of all my ages as sexes and conditions level in 1995. Year of our Lord. Ha! I said it. I snuck it in there. Be common era. Let's take a look. She typed it. I'm gonna platform it. We're platforming these racists, sexist, misogynist patriarchies. Without them, we couldn't say this stuff on TubeTube. We do enjoy, as a trickle-down effect, a freedom of speech, even though we have to be careful. That is why I laughed when John Dett said yes on Savage Jim. He's always hated being called a savage. Name of perfumer, not natives, but it was funny. It's Dior that makes parfum. Your aunts all did college level research and papers on the actual no war of natives until the gun-toting Spanish arrived. A friend is part of DNA Viking. said the same. Yep. Remember, the Spanish got here. I don't remember when the first British got here. Do we have to ask? No. I have a list. Let's go back to the list. I don't even know how I got here. Oh, imbecilic. We're discussing the thumbnail and the themes. Look, Mahler, please pay me to fix your CCs. I was watching a You and Moodle, a You and Metal, having some engine firewater and playing Vidjas games. But I had to turn it way down because you guys used the bad words, the F words, and stuff like that that upsets my whammons. So I have to turn it way down where I can't hear it and put the CCs on. And though it is very entertaining, you probably need to pay somebody to fix it and then make a note that originally TubeTube, the Autobot, said, and I know it's not a transformer, but an automatic bot or an AI, of course, is going to get called Autobot. I have a list. I have some notes. I have recorded some of my thinking, starting at 0922. Remember, I got on at 14. That's 5 hours later. I had planned to go long. Okay, so I got the backstory, the history. I brought the receipts. Here's me on Big Savages. But that's not what they call them. They don't call them merciless Indian savages. I don't know where it came from. They call them godless heathen savages. That's what I've heard since I was a child. That's what my grandfather, so many people called him that, he called himself that. I'm not going to search it. Google might kick me off the internet if I type that in their search bar. Known rule of warfare, destruction of all ages. The problem is, when did the English get to America? The first settlement was 1607.
Wrong. First settlement that didn't work was 1584, Roanoke. I just typed it in chat.
Very good. Thanks. You move faster than me, and chat lag didn't put it up till after you said. After you said, I just typed it in chat. It popped up in chat. It says
The
right there.
next one, which was Jamestown, was 1604. Because the first colony was under Queen Elizabeth I, the second one was under James I.
Okay, but here's what's important about it. When a certain, let me get this straight. When a certain Italian, wholly funded and paid for by the Spanish on behalf of Roma, bumped into what we assume now is the islands, was in 1492, 108 years prior.
And the first European colony in what we think of as the New World was about between 1450 in Greenland and 1000. So time before the Crusades. The first designated we can find settlement, first Norse settlement in Greenland was 986.
The important part to our stuff. And it's easier for left coast Indians or northern Mexicans or whatever we need to call ourselves.
First was colonized in the they started heading that direction in the 1500s from one direction, and I want to say in the 1700s from the other direction. First you had the Spanish, then you had the Russians. Russians mostly fish and hunted seals.
Well, they've already solved through historical documentations and rereading, and they do have up there in like even at Berkeley, they don't just take MK Ultra LSDs and be modern modernistic hippies at Berkeley. Some stuff
Yeah.
happens there. They've
And
done
as well,
huge historical digs and studies and figured out, oh, for probably a couple thousand years, the .RUs and the engines where my band is from is called Up the Russian River Way. Why would they call it the Russian River? I don't know. Because it was all those freaking white Britons that did everything.
no, in fact, New York was originally not called New York. It was called New Amsterdam. It was a Dutch colony. And the Brits, through threat of war and with a few £1,000 in gold, bought New York.
So anyhow, all that. Who was it for 90 plus years that was doing all the bad?
It,
And
okay,
then
from when
for
to when?
from 1492, when the Spanish and Italians, meaning the Roman Catholic Church, the Spanish was their private army.
Okay, you
The
asked a
whole reason
specific.
Christopher
I'll give you a
Columbus was out and about was because he was trying to intercept the Dutch
yes.
because
You
they
asked a
had
specific.
protesteth
You
and decided not to ship the gold and silver ties back to Rome. And Rome said, "Oh, H no. Go get them and get our gold. That's God gave us that money."
well, to put it another way, first it was the Dutch and came from the north. The Spanish came from the south, and the English or British, they weren't British at that time, kind of came into the middle, such a la Jamestown, Roanoke. Uh, the the Dutch originally went from Scandinavian papers, and so they first found Newfoundland and Labrador. The Spanish they hit Florida in 1513. They conquered Cuba in 1511. They started exploring the inland around the Spanish, that is, 1517. They founded Panama City, 1519. I'm skipping a lot of dates because we don't need to go that.
Well, yes, we do.
Well, I can
Shoot,
go year by year.
I don't know. I put some Dutch stuff up on the screen. More of what is really chapping my hide.
Ponce de Leon founded
Fill the air,
Capria,
George. I'll be right back.
which is now Puerto Rico. 1511, they conquered Cuba. 1513, Ponce de Leon in Florida. Nueve de Balma claimed the Pacific Ocean and the shores for Spain. San Francisco, hence Cordillera lands in the Yucatan Peninsula. Founded the Via Raza de la Via Cruz. So they're on the west coast in 1519. Okay, then they exploring the Gulf Coast. Hoping that's on the East Coast. The upper New York Bay, reaching Nova Scotia, which they found. Oops, someone here. Go down here. 1535, they reached Quebec. 1536, they conquered Mexico City yet again.
I am returned. Thank you.
And they were definitely exploring the west coast of Mexico and the Baja region of California in 1539. They reached the Grand Canyon in 1540. French failed to settlement of Charlesbourg Royal, Quebec. Hold down. Failed settlement in Pensacola, Florida, by the Spanish, 1559. Their first true mission fort in Florida, what we all know as St. Augustine, in 1565. So the Spanish were getting well established in the mid-1500s. The Roanoke colony was founded in 1585. We all know by 1587 it was failed, and there was nobody found on his return. In 1507, okay, let's go back. 1604, St. Croix Island was French. Port Royal was French. And Jamestown in the middle, 1607, which was a well-established, well-funded colony to bring back hope. They were hoping on gold. There's not a lot of gold in Virginia, but what they did find was rich growing soil for things that the English wanted, like tobacco, something the early Indians traded for. And that's one reason Jamestown, let's see. And 1610, another English colony was founded in Virginia along the Croatan. And it just kind of snowballed in the 1600s. Both the Dutch in Fort Nassau, along with the English. Nova Scotia was mostly majority of Scots, leaving Scotland because they got chased out. That's the reason why it's called Nova Scotia, which is also stands for New Scotland, because Scotia is the Gaelic word for Scotland.
Oh my gosh. See, you will learn something every day. I'm not going to doubt it. How far in are we?
As in
39.
How far do you? Well, let's jump to the 1700s.
Nova Scotia. I don't even know how to spell it. Scotia. As in Nova, Scotia is ancient
N-O-V,
Gaelic for Scot
New
or
Scotland.
Scottish / land. I learned it.
That's one reason Nova Scotia's flag is a reverse St. Andrew's cross, which is St. Andrew's cross is a white X on a blue background. Nova Scotia's is a blue X on a white background, but in the center is not really a flag. It's a heraldic device for Robert the Bruce, also known as one of the royal emblems of Scotland, which is a rampant line on a yellow field with a border of split fleur-de-lis at your major points.
And that's one of those. 2 days ago. See how the lightning strikes? Thanks, George. Mood
No problem.
plus, because the lightning strikes and you say, for those old people like us, we slap our foreheads and say, I could have had a V8. Not a sponsor. Not an engine. Go look it up yourself.
Santa Cruz,
Santa Cruz.
California, wasn't established till 1791. So the Spanish were still colonizing that we know of in the 1700s, late 1700s. But then the Spanish got their butt whooped in the 1800s by Napoleon. And Napoleon needed money. So the Americans bought the Louisiana Purchase, which basically goes from the Mississippi west.
I brought all the receipts. But here's the lightning bolt or the smack your forehead. All the rest of you who just know this stuff, George, don't pick on me.
I'm not.
That you'd think, especially after Catholic education, and I know what Nova means. It means new. Comes from novus, novus. Novus is new. And the first 4 letters of Scotia is Scot. Well, that makes that kind of easy and clear, doesn't it? Because that's how the modern Latin languages, like French and all the versions of Spanish and Portuguese, if they add IA on the end, regardless of how they say IA on the end, it means a place. And now I think back to Frida, a famous socialist, communist, something. I don't remember exactly everything that Frida did, and I'm probably misquoting her. We'll look her up in a while. What she did, besides being some kind of artist and book writer and in cahoots with them, either the one or other side of crazy Russian history, is that she named America Gringolandia, the land of the gringos. Can we say that? Is
Now,
that racist?
I'm going to put a shout out to my father-in-law, who is from San Diego, which was established in 1769.
Gringolandia.
And north of where you're from, San Francisco, was established in 1776. Los Angeles was the colony there. I guess that would affect you and your ancestors. I had it here just a second. 1781.
But I'm a mutt man. Johnny Cash and who's I think wrote it. I'm not sure. Dolly Parton. They've been everywhere. I'm from everywhere, man. Because I'm a mutt. Who was the Rus? Who was the Rus Louver? Leon Trotsky. Very famous. But who was Frida? Who was Phone? Oh, sweet Anita. Please let me. Please acknowledge me, sweet Anita. Let me play and review that one video. Tell you how you. I'll say a secret phrase, and I'm not even going to write a note. Somebody get over to Sweet Anita's people and convince her to let me play through it. I have a saying. I have many. You guys know this. Ancient Chinese sayings that I just made up. To break my heart, you must first make my heart. But sometimes, in the yin and yang, I laughed, I cried. My friend Dave used to say, I stuffed my face on the end of that. I don't know why. He's a very sage man. He says many things.
I still think the reason the Spanish didn't go north of San Francisco really is because, they met the Russians. And then the Russians go, no, this is ours.
Which takes us back.
But
Take it back. Do, 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 do. I hope those few
around
notes don't cause a copyright strike.
though people not knowing their own people type routine, in the 1300s, I believe it was the 10th, I think it was the 10th Crusade, was Christians versus Christians. The difference being Roman versus Greek Orthodox or Russian Orthodox.
Yeah, it's just how us people do. I can tie that always back to a
Because
movie too. And I have before.
because they didn't worship Christ the same way. And it was Germanic knights that met up with them, trying to find a new way to the Holy Land by way of the northern route. The Pope says, bring them up underneath our banner by words or sword. The words didn't work, so they tried the swords. Well, it didn't really work either. The old Ruski leaders, czars, is Russian for Caesar. When
Yes,
Constantinople fell,
the correct pronunciation in Latin of C apostrophe S funny letters R is very much closer to the German version, which is Kaiser. It's not a S, it's a K. See the huge argument throughout America over the basketball team. I don't know where they are anymore. I'm not going to look it up.
you talking about the Celtics that is
Yes,
actually
is it
pronounced Celtics?
Celtics or is it Celtics? Nobody knows. Everybody fights.
The original spelling is with a K from the Gaelic, Irish Gaelic, and it was Latinized with the C.
I stood there
And
face to face, real world. Nope, don't have proof. Didn't take pictures. Didn't have cell phones back in the day. With someone wearing a Larry Bird, I do believe that's where he played. Am I
yes, it
correct?
is. Boston, yes.
Thanks. I'm not going to look it up then. They were
And
wearing a Larry Bird jersey and wearing on one of their oversized knuckles a certain type of emblem on a ring. I had this real. No, it's not an iron cross. It's not nasty. without the T. Standing there, real
It
world, saying, "What's the team that shirt, that jersey?" And the guy says, "The Celtics." And I said, "And what's that ring called on your finger?" "That's a Celtic cross." I said, "Okay, man," and walked
the
away.
difference one of the big difference is the Irish were Romanized to religion before the Scots were. That's the reason if you want to get closer to the original Gaelic, you either go to Wales and speak Welsh, or you go to the Highlands in the universities and go study Gaelic, is what the language is called, in Scotland. The Irish Gaelic has a bit more Catholic Church influence for Latin. And the reason, okay,
I did not.
another prime example of people changing things in the early 1700s. Rob Roy McGregor, son of Gregor, was made an outlaw, and the name McGregor was outlawed by the English King George the First, I believe. No, might have been William and Mary. But anyhow, so a lot of McGregors took up the more not Latin spelling, but Gaelic spelling of McGregor, which was Peterson.
Sorry, world. I know the screen went dark. I'm taking screenshots. Ba-ding. I would turn that
And
off,
that's
but it also lets you
that's
know when you hear the
that's one reason.
sound. That means Dean took another screenshot because he lives life by the screenshot.
That's
Screen
the
should
reason
be
you had
caught
so
up
many.
by now, George.
Okay, that's the reason you had so many Petersons in Scotland.
Because this whole thing about Julius just say apostrophe, pause, Tsar. And then the Huns or the Germans called it Kaiser because they don't have a pause, Tsar. They say Kaiser. And then as that drifted even further north, all the way across certain other lingo places like
The
Siam.
Frenchland. Siam's not north.
All the way into Rus. When it finally got to Rus, the Rus said Tsar or Tizar.
But the reason they call themselves Tsar is because I can't remember his name. One of the first czars married the last surviving daughter of the Kaiser or Caesar of Constantinople after it fell, and took up the title because he said he was one of the last Caesars
It's the
or
same thing. It's the
czar.
same word. But they say it different. And the reason I took a screenshot, the screen should be caught up. I wrapped foo in quotes. I'm gonna do back in just a second, George,
All right.
because we discussed the other day about my ma gung fu, not with a K. K is a Western way of trying to say, or different dialects in China. They have Southern people too. They talk different. Yeah, I like the way you talk. But in traditional or Mandarin or what is acceptable to real Chinese people, and they are very regionally hateful and racist.
Oh yeah,
So,
everybody is.
yeah, you were just talking about, and I made a note. Let's put a note up. Back and forth, back and forth. I made a note to talk later, maybe. Maybe I won't. About what you said about XVX. And sorry, I'm supposed to do plus V plus. But then it offends either way. I'm supposed to type it out all the way. About the professor proclaimed. Hypocrites. Just
But
tease. Just funning. Anyway,
pasta as
yeah, the Chinese
pasta,
engage in that.
yeah,
Go ask the Uyghurs how they feel about it. The
pasta,
egalitarianism. Yeah, say sorry.
pa, pasta as we know it comes from northern China, whereas the southern Chinese were more rice oriented. The northern Chinese couldn't get rice except for through donkey trail, burro caravans. That's the reason when you have a dish with lots and lots of rice in it, it's mostly southern Chinese, not northern Chinese.
And here's why I am such a racist, racist. I made it big on screen. Master Ree calls it himself Gung Fu with a G. And he's right. Everybody else on planet Earth is wrong. You know why? Because he's half American. All right. But check this out. And then probably when I click back, it won't say it again. So I asked originally for Gung Fu on a wiki page. And it said, did you mean? And didn't give me the daggone wiki page and all that other stuff. Hey, it didn't give me an AI sparkle either. AI summary. Why? Why that? You see, you have to be
Yes,
careful how you search things in your all-knowing oracle of the internet schwebs.
my beautiful wife just reminded me of something my grandmother used to say. Southerners in the U.S. are like Chinese. We eat lots of rice and worship our ancestors.
True that. And then there's
Because one of the
California
reasons,
people who hate our elders because we're better than them. We bounced all the way back across the other side of the continent and took it over and taught your young on the Cherokee Reservation. I'm just being a smarmy. All that stuff bounced through my brain real quick about we always say that the problem these days, especially today, is that the chillins are spoiled rotten and they all know so much better than even their own parents.
they think they do anyhow.
All right. We got through the declared. Where that all started and came from is it before they declared. From 1492 until 1776, I'm not mathing it. It's been a minute. For that whole minute between the writing of this, the Spaniards were busy taking care of business over here on the whole continent and the South American continent and everything else. Yet, us merciless Indian savages had Indian Savage ADDs. Because the last one to hurt our feelings was the white ones, so let's blame them. Man, they just came in and mopped up because, here, let me say something about the all-knowing, the all-wise. And I'm not going to bring the receipts. Somebody prove me wrong in the comments. Some white guy wandering around what the Spaniards lovingly call a mission. Go look all up and down the left coast of America, particularly California. called that because that's where cauliflower comes from. Yeah. I'm being a smarmy. Don't comment me about that. Go see why the names of everything in Califa is named Spanish. San this, Los that, including the rancherias, because reservations out there aren't called reservations. They're called Spanish ranches. What did they have on these horse farms? Oh, indios. And then some white guy, I don't know who it was, after the Hispanics, the Spaniards, all of the other conquistadors. Go look that up. What does that mean? Couldn't find enough silver in them Nar Hills, so they bailed out.
Conquered.
And they were like, there ain't nothing here for us. And we have to feed these indios. Who is it? It's the plumber. I've come to fix the sink. Some guy stumbled upon a very large yellowish rock. Very big yellowish rock in one of those cricks or creeks up the Russian River way around San Fran. Now all of a sudden, all the white men rushed to pretty much abandoned by the Spaniards because there wasn't no silver in our hills. Khalifa missions took it over. That was in the 1850s. Well, 1840s. Go research it yourself. It's called
You talking about the California Gold
California
Rush?
Gold
1849.
Rush. Yes, 1848, when gold was discovered in California. Okay, it wasn't discovered. There it is right here. Discovery. It's not like the dude put his divining rod on the hillside and said, I sensed the gold. Where's the gold, divining rod? If you don't know what that is, go look it up. Educate yourself. And dug himself a deep hole with a pick and an axe. In the tail race, which is the water.
Well, the reason
He found,
49
Mr. Marshall found a very large lump of gold that everybody else in California had tossed into the trash can. That's what a tail race is. The downstream version of a sawmill is the trash can. They had to put sawmills on streams because they used water wheels to turn the saws.
I'll
He's
set
like,
Miss Mill.
what the heck is that? Big old rock clogging up my stream, and it was gold, and it was on. Why did gold lay in the down tray, in the tail race or the trash can? Because the Spaniards were like, man, we're all about silver. Go study history. You'll find out. It's a true story.
Talking about studying history, here's a little trivia fact for you. There's been more gold pulled out of the mountains and still being pulled out of the mountains of North Carolina than there ever was in California. The reason the Great California Gold Rush happened is all the gold that they were finding was to the surface. It had already been washed away from them.
It was laying in the streams.
Yeah.
Because the Spaniards were mining the silver. And they didn't want any of that yellow stuff. They weren't interested. True story. Go study it. Go see what sunk in all the Spanish galleons. Silver, not gold. Those clothes. My mammy said those clothes.
They were looking for processed gold, not raw gold, which looks a little different.
My grandmother said the native CA people pretended to be mission peons and worked at a big unnamed denim company. Made a mint from the miners. The few left from 1880 Termination Act in CA wore those clothes. Even today, them savages wear them denims. Oh, the denims. I said them. Shirts and jackets. No leather and no feathers out here. Yup. True story. So now I was getting back to, I was about to call all of approximately 348 years of Spaniards. Exactly what? So in 1776, who exactly were they Indian savage or were they Spaniards that they were too scared to name in this? I'm just kidding. Because I promise you, I have direct knowledge. The Indians way out west weren't doing nothing. They were called diggers. And it is the guy that had my peoples, my mother's fathers and his father, peoples, on the rancheria. The Spaniards, you can go look it up yourselves, would come out one fine day and just to stir up, to prove that they were still powerful, they would tell one of the guys, you pick 2 people to go work in those mines without food or water or anything else until death, or we'll take you, your wife, and children. So choose. And that's how much it takes for people to turn on each other. Divide the house and they will conquer. The nasties did it real good with the Uden, the Catholics, and others a time ago. More fresh. I'm not gonna type it. I don't. We've already infringed upon the rules, even though we're just saying it like it is, like it says here. The Spanish were a hell of a lot worse to the left coast Indians or Indians than the British ever were. So let's get back out of that. Define imbecile. And define imbecile, me. Here we go. How do I know? Because no matter how many times he'd give me a good punch, especially in the guts. My grandfather knew how to breadbasket a kid. Take your wind away. Something in me, and I wrote somewhere earlier. Where is it? Where is it? Find the letter. That's what happens when you write too many notes. Press F, press F, press F. I love you, sweet Anita. Let me do your video. Let me explain the thespian masks and sweet Anita and her bananas. Find tick. Go. Articles. There. Oh, it's in the description. Description down below. I said every time. Me. Every time. Tick. Or mental misfires. Maybe I got me an electrical problem. Or am I just an imbecile in all caps? And then I put a winky face on it. Because I'm cool like that. See below. It's in the description. I promise. Not fibbing. And I remember where I left off. Talking about my grandfather. Every time he'd bring up stuff and bitch about the white men. I think I can say that word when I'm talking about wine. I'd say, well, then you should have won the war, and I'd get punched in the guts. Because I'm an imbecile. You would think. How many times you get punched in the guts by your grandfather for saying something as dumb as that to him? Many as it takes. Stubborn. I was a stubborn child. Those clothes. Okay. Already read that one. Got the chat into the...
Where are you going?
Me?
Oh, no.
Hello? Hello? We have to get... Well, not. Because it might activate something. Today's show. Number 11. This is our 11th. Bad Doge. I intend to rag some more on Vivek Ramaswamy, however you say it. Elon Musk. I am not going to dare call you guys that other word, even though the fearless founder, neither one of you's ancestry is from here, so you're not the imbeciles that the founder, the framer, the Fatah called
You calling me
imbeciles.
an imbecile? Sir, are you calling me an imbecile?
I don't know. Were you who Madison and Hamilton called imbeciles in the Federalist Papers?
I
I don't think so. You weren't made then.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't make them. I'm their descendant.
Yes, but remember, I just said we're all better than our parents.
Okay. Because about to say my ancestors got here when Jamestown was the only colony, and the other batch came with the Mayflower. Not counting my German half, which didn't get here till after the Civil War. Well, some pre.
So let's call them Doge. Current incarnation. Stop reusing the words and the letters, Elon Musk. Just stop. And then you get up there and bitch because you claim the other side tries to take the meaning away from words. Well, you just want everything called the same things, Doge or X. I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with him and hit him with the old. So the X was X and the Doge X'd their way X and Doge. Decode for me what I just said, genius. Stop it. Stop it. And what that all stems and ties to, in particular, I got check boxes. Let's see. Did I cover any of my check boxes yet?
I
Intermittent
don't know, but
movies.
I'm gonna add a few here.
Intermittent movies are not going to get. That won't
Whether
get
you
check
call your
box till it's done. Mark
wh-
Robinson.
whether you call yourself Native American, Indian, or your language name such as Sioux's the language, or your tribal name such as Navajo or Comanche or whatever, the U.S. did not recognize you as peoples, as you put it, until 1870. And they were all considered American peoples. Now, as far as the right to vote, that didn't come about till the 19th Amendment. Whereas your former not indigenous people of Africa got the right to vote in 1868 with the 13th and 14th Amendment. Women didn't get it till the 19th Amendment.
The 19th Amendment only had to do with sex.
And the right to vote. No, and the right to vote. That was suffrage. The suffrage movement brought about the 19th Amendment.
Yep.
Or what we now know as the 19th Amendment.
Yeah, that had
Technically,
nothing
it's
to do with the tan people, the dark-eyed
no.
ones.
It also put all U.S. born citizens and naturalized the right to vote, regardless of sex or ethnicity.
The writer's citizens. Is that it? Is that the whole text? They didn't use any Oxford commas to drive us insane? See the second? I don't know that those are Oxford commas in the Second Amendment. I know that they spent months fighting over to comma or not to comma. The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Oh my God, we gotta amend the amendment, or gender identity, or blah blah blah, and all the new terms. Congress shall have no power to enforce this article by. Congress shall have power, not no. Sorry, I misread you, law. I mean amendment. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. But had citizens been defined to include, I know it had for the Negro or the black man, those historical terms, I mean no offense.
That's the
Don't,
ninth
don't
grade.
make me take my video down and edit it. I already showed you.
But
When you go after me for my video, go after the United States government and make them put a big black Sharpie, not a sponsor, just the most common one I know of. I want you to scrub the hell out of that godless heathen savage stuff. And I know I just misquoted it. Tear it off of there. Don't cancel culture me without cancel culturing everything.
what I was saying was the people on the reservations were recognized as U.S. citizens or Americans or U.S. people of the U.S. in 1870, and part of that was to abolish slavery on the reservations.
1924. Long after the others.
And that was 1870.
Even the women became people. I always wanted to joke because I learned whammon from the EFAP, every frame of pause. Go watch their videos. They're probably live now. They go live on Saturdays. Yeah. Great, great stuff. All about movies. They don't touch politics. They make a joke now and then. And if you're into the lore and the memes, go back and see how much they pimped for Jeb Bush back in the day. He's their hero. Knowing that he was going nowhere with it. Poor Jeb. It's not your fault, Jeb. It's all the rest of us imbeciles. We're not worthy. EFAT calls all whatever whammon. Until I got thinking about it, and I probably, here's another reason. Holy cow, how many tens of thousands of reasons could I have for getting permabanned for the Facebook? I was so busy doing other things, I didn't notice that my Elizabeth Wiley had been typing some chats. I'm gonna pull them over there in just a second, Mammy. Where was I? Oh, the women folk. Got theirs a long time after the black man or the whatever you call it, African Americans, which is always gonna make me giggle and go back to that ding danging Cheech and Chong movie, song, musical, where Cheech says, Mexican Americans go to night school, take Spanish, and get a B. Hyphenated Americans. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I don't know if I'll speak it. I don't want the bot to misunderstand me. Dear OCR bot, understand. I'm saying something that I don't say anymore Because people will say, what? And then I'd explain where it came from, and then they'd really step back from me. Famously. And they don't know if it's a code or just a him thing. There was a certain bad guy up around the Russian River way, where my whole family and everybody's from, once upon a time, near San Fran, into California, in wine country. W-E, Weemon, maybe plural. Did I mean? No, I did not mean. Part of, see, and here's other ones. Did they mimic each other? Because I don't think Berkowitz, I thought he was, well, okay. Wasn't Berkowitz the one with the talking dog? This, Weemon or Weemon with a S on it. Weemons. Weemons. Zodiac. California. Go look it up. And so that's how, used to was how I would say for the better, the, what can we even call anybody anymore? Don't know. Which breakfast food on a liver had the talking dog? Yeah, Berkowitz. It was a black lab, I think. These things will go everywhere. I said we were going on. Back to the title. A free-form jazz odyssey. Thinking out loud. We have a script. We have check boxes. We're romping down memory lane. Just trying to figure out, what can I call anybody? Don't call him Sam. A black dog, I think it was a Labrador, belonging to his neighbor. Is that a Weemon, that demon? That gave him orders to commit shootings. Or shootings. Say that S like a C. C Celtic Celtic. We'll hide our lingos in plain sight. Got you. AI overview. He had a talking dog. He did the Weemon thing too. All right, let's catch up on the super chats. Solid missions. Those close. We are Milkawana, and there's a bunch of apostrophes in there because you got to do throat gulp noises with all its strange marks. And in California, the people who owned and had treaties were not allowed to be people until 1978. There you go. Because we had, which most of the other tribes don't have. There's very few. Public Law 280. See, Google knew what I was going to ask for. Federal law gives some criminal and civil jurisdiction over injun lands and people to certain states. Now, the states and the feds had to sign on to it. Guess who was not involved in, well, is our band, tribe, rancheria, reservation, lands? Guess who didn't get a vote in this democracy? Oh, the people who got all their lands stolen. That's who didn't. And their jurisdiction over themselves. Until, and we still don't have any. We still have to make compacts with the county and compacts with the state. That doesn't include reparations. In my lifetime, that daggone reservation went from like 1,800 something something acres or 18,000, I don't remember. I can look it up. 275. Sorry if that salts a wound. Dry Creek Rancheria, Mammy. Reduced to 75 acres. Uh, there's more of this casino crap. Press Democrat. Good newspaper. I like them. I used to. Many moons ago, especially when dealing with serious stuff with our tribe my mother mentioned earlier. Infighting, making enemies of ourselves that will last forever, hating each other at the top, hiring a Vietnamese woman who had no relations to tell us all threats. Not too long ago, 20 years. You ain't got nothing on how much we'll hurt each other ourselves, white man. Sorry if that offended anybody's whiteness. In the trust. Here's them complaining. Was once 86,400 acres. In 2017, no, it didn't happen in 2017. It happened in my lifetime. At some time in my 55 years, we lost whatever that is. 86,325 acres. Maybe it was 78, like my mother said. But that's all because of Public Law 280. They lost their own jurisdiction over their lands. And then those monkeys went and voted. I can say that. I'm one of they. They don't have any inclusiveness. The little clique that's in charge. I'm gonna say something ugly. I can't say something ugly. Even though they who each other and vote each other off the island, we'll go back down that road one day. How stupid it is. Imbecilic. Imbecilic. Don't call people stupid. Call them imbecilic. It's in the documents. That they throw a pickup truck out there at the edge of the lands and we'll kill each other for it. In the meantime, they're over there putting stakes on our lands. Gold geniuses. A house divided shall not stand, will not stand, can not stand. That's all right. They're just people. Public Law 280. The state's got power. The power. Guess what none of the tribes or bands or rancherias in California have? Anything held in trust by the United States. California is a public law 280 state. There's very few of them. What? Oh, the PL 280. Sorry, I typoed. States. The mandatory states: Alaska, California, Minnesota, Nebraska, Oregon, and Wisconsin. Enacted in 53. Yeah. But I'm still going to blame the Spaniards. And my grandpa for not winning the wars. Ha ha, he can't punch me in the guts anymore. If I get a bellyache tonight, I don't know it was grandpa's big spirit. Or that I finally got to that pie because I still haven't got to it. I have a whole apple pie from Thanksgiving. Now I'm going to eat the whole thing. It's always my plan. All right, so we covered the title of the thing, the bad doge. It all ties together. Bad doge. This is from the notes. Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy or Ramaswamy. Not sure. Don't be working off the clock. Bill Hughes, if you're hearing this on your radio, even if you're not typing in the chat, quit it. I hate it. Talk about her later. Don't do it. It's not allowed. And this is some BS headline over the course they put and used to be on my Facebook. Can't prove it anymore. Lovingly called with the most affection by former dash elect dash future POTUS Trump. I'm going to start yelling that. And then the microphone will just cut the audio out so I won't have said it anyway. Protecting the earth's ears from that word. Pocahontas, he calls her, with the utmost love. I offered back in the day when he called her that in 16 and 17 and all that, and then they finally, I think his daughter convinced him, please stop. Especially after she embarrassed herself with that DNA thing. I said up on my face space, it's all I got. I'm the world's most, I don't have the ear of the other Elizabeth Warren. I used to have an employee married named Elizabeth Warren. So I would always have to point out, no, not that one. Not my one. Elizabeth Warren, we'll adopt you. We'll make you whole. And then you can tell him to STFU. Because you're an engine. We'll have to poke a little hole like we're testing for diabetes. And we'll be blood brothers. You and I. Big white women. But some crap that she brought up and squawking real loud about that Trump's breaking the own law he signed. We're going to talk about that. And there's always here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Which leads me down the, just that fast I forgot her name again. And I've never liked Rain Man as an actor. Dustin Hoffman. Sorry, Dustin Hoffman, I don't know. You don't do it for me. But Mrs. Robinson. Yowza. I got a screenshot of one of the IMDb. I had to. There she is. In her brassiere. I mean swimsuit. Because I don't know if we're allowed to show women in brassieres. But back then, back in the good old days, you can go to IMDb, look at the photos, you'll see it. And she, just a couple decades older, she was rather youngish. I don't know. I've never had an ageism. But I didn't mean that, Mrs. Robinson. I mean both of the Robinsons, who is, well, there she is. There's her name. Anne Bancroft. Every time I see or hear of her, the Scorpion song, Still Loving You, pops in my head. And can't think of the name of the movie. Would she fine? Fonda that's not related to Jane. Maybe
Which
distantly,
came
but I
out?
don't think so.
Which came out first, the movie or the song?
The song was written for the movie. Simon and
Okay.
Garfunkel were contracted to write music for that movie. I think. I said it. I better find out. Here's to you, Mrs. Yeah, it was Simon and Garfunkel. I knew that much. D D D D D D D D D D D. I want the computer. You know, the computer voices I talked about the other day. Do you ever hear those things, George? Or watch any of those videos where
I
people
remember the computer supposedly computer voices.
dump their, let's do a text to speech synthesizer. Amazon Web Services has text to voice for free. Let's check it out. Do you have to be you gotta do dang it. You gotta do a thing. Don't call it free if I have to string attach it. Amazon, you made me sad. With realistic AI voices. Should we try it? Should we click it?
Click it
If this, ooh,
or ticket.
here's one on the Google Cloud. Can we trust Google Cloud? Is this really them? Is this really you, Google? Let's try it free. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of monies. But let's try it free. No, you will not. No, thank you. I don't think I'm gonna find one. Put it on the to-do list, Dean. Rip that stuff. Python it real quick. Put it on a web page. Call it a programming resume. But just pass it through your old Windows XP computer. It just has it built in. Anyway, I'm going to get off that tangent. All I can think of is computer voice saying D D D D D D D D D D D D D, and here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. D D D D D D D D. Sorry. Yes, they wrote it for the movie. They did a lot of the music in the movie. Which goes back to all this stuff ties together. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's little fires, there's big fires. Muskin Nobody must be working off the docks, off documented, which is what the problem about this law is. And the incoming administration is blaming these two. If you refuse to write things down, then it's their word against yours. And when it's the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, and he says those are the bad guys, we're going to believe him. Promise you. Because they know they can't impeach him. The Republicans got both chambers or sides now. That's hopeless. I got it down here. It's in the list. Discuss it. It might be on the checklist. Impeach him or shut those two letters that go in between that makes it very ugly, up. All has to do with not even the appearance of impropriety. All these things. And the Mark Robinson thing, not even the appearance of. And Anne Bancroft, still loving you. RIP 2005. I hate it. I would have said she fine until she was 129. And she said in the Fonda Girl movie, Bridget Fonda, the American remake of La Femme Nikita. Still can't remember the name. Codename Simone. She tried to teach the little bad attitude young girl as the more mature good girl, woman. Smile a little smile and tell yourself I never did much mind the little things. Yay, Anne Bancroft. Hearty, heart, 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 heart. Especially standing around in your skirt and your bra. You do. Can't help it. Where I stole the thumbnail image from. Mark Robinson. All those others. Not even the appearance of. I know it's got to be in here because it's been boiling in me since the summer. Anyway, maybe it's down here in the checklist. Search for Fowney Willis and Company. Working off the clock. No, no. Bad. Bad lawyer. No, no. Bad lawyer. Smack him with a rolled up paper item. Back in my day, that's what we did. We'd shove their nose in it. Now, PETA'd have you nailed to a board. I say yes. Those two words. Up. The fighting is tired and going to lead to something. He has taken over forever. And WW3 as in the movie. Yes. Which I have memorized. Pretty sure. Ali Sheedy. Matthew Broderick. All the other famous people. W period O period P period R is Whopper. And it said, I can't mimic that computer voice either. It was a real voice, made to sound like a computer voice. Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of global thermal nuclear warfare? Quoting the movie. WOPR lines, quotes. A strange game. The only winning move is not to play. Don't play the wah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. So says the machine. Whether you call it the machine or the guy's son's name. Joshua. Global thermal nuclear war. Hello, Joshua. A strange game. Yep. I do know it, Meme. Awesome movie. Cool stuff. The AI learned from tic-tac-toe. There is no winner. Anyway, Fawny. I want to call you the other thing that everybody else on Earth calls you, ma'am. But I won't. UNT and I used to visit W. It had some other name. It was the basement of Caltech. They moved it. I got stuck in a huge empty basement once. Were sent to get something while working. And then the phone lit up again. Shut up, phone. Who was phone? Somebody who I've been bugging the hell out of to send me some necessary papers for several months. When I finally said this morning, part of what frustrated me, George, dragging people kicking and streaming through it. Streaming. If only they would, because this one has chest bumps that would make them instantly famous. 10 million followers. How'd that happen? White shirt, no brassiere. Just kidding, YouTube. I know you don't sponsor that. We would do that over on the T-Witch one. I finally found a staircase door, propped open, and got up to the top. No doors unlocked, but finally found one propped open again and got out. Get out. Sneak out of the steam tunnels. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Trinity, help. Remember we talked about amicus and amicus filings and amicus briefs the other day, George?
Yes.
I've been bubbling over something. And even though everybody else is getting paid millions, many, many millions of dollars to buy themselves giant fake implant chesticles, I would give it happily free. I just can't get time to sit down and write up the thing and put a couple clicker links together. So somebody who knows the husband and wife lawyers in Georgia, who seem to be the only ones with brains in their head at all, not to be considered by Mr. Hamilton imbecilic, Mr. President, former, elect, and future Trump, his children. Somebody go get Ivanka over here, lend me her ear. She's an angel. I do believe, but I need lawyer helps for somebody to conk their forehead and go, "Oh, really? For really? We could have had a V8." I was very nice. I wrote in my text and in my description, Donald Trump, and I forgot to write your. Incompetent, ignorant, imbecile. We've discussed how that's not that derogatory. It just means they're average. Lawyers. Sir, even though you've done nothing to get out of that mess in Georgia, and they can't pardon you. Kemp cannot. They have a special something, 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 and in order to get the pardon, you have to plead guilty. And I wouldn't trust them if I was you, sir. And you're not worthy. This poor husband and wife team who keep getting their butts kicked from every angle that uncovered the appearance of impropriety that turned out to be smoke and fire of Miss Fawny and that dude, Nathan Wade, instead of putting together a proper and well did case with no appearance of impropriety, where I'm too busy bumping, horizontal
Ugly.
mamboing. Yeah, what all the nicknames. I mean, holding hands and staring off into the sunset. And I understand they went on a cruise. He probably cuddled her and hugged her from behind, and she put her arms out and did whatever the hell. Because I have seen Titanic all the way through once.
Sorry.
Never again. I suffered it, and I usually say, put yourself through something twice before you fire it. Like if you go try to eat octopus at the Chinese place because they served it to you. 2 bites before you say no mas. Shut your eyes, pretend it's steak, give it a go, then excuse yourself and go find a steak. Unless you like the octopus.
Or as my mother-in-law called octopus for the first time when she saw it, onion rings.
I think I have something every frame of pause that I missed the first time. And Mammy's a lawyer. When we get back into this one, trying to put an Xbox in the Fawny Willis and Company thing. And I don't care. Somebody find them people. I know they have a website, and I will look up during the stream. I already informed Madam Wiferoo that this was going to be a long one. And my poor notes. Many F's. Press F. Just like that. My mother, when I was a teenager, she'd say, "You sound like," and my poor mother. Mother, put your fingers in your ears. Go to the restroom. Don't listen to this. Because it's one of those paradoxical things in life. I'm not sure what you call it. Here, let me tell the story my way. And then she'll type what really happened in the text chatter. My mother has a foul mouth. I got mine honest. Or I'll blame my grandpa. There. Her father did it to me. Maybe her brother. Somebody. Except they did it to her too. Because, I don't know, back around 10, 11, 12, 13. I said so many FF words like that machine said, dee, 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 dee. No, I said it. The lyrics to Mrs. Robinson. I pretty much walked around my whole life saying F, 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 F. I didn't learn to press F until Sweet Anita came along. And my mother would get so fed up with my F, 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 F mouth, she would say, "You're an F duck. Instead of quacking, you F. You're a effing duck." Something along those lines. And she'd say, yell at me, of course. So stop being an effing duck. She wasn't using, she was high IQ mixing that up. See what she did there? She was really cussing and telling me to stop being a duck at the same time. Made me giggle. But don't giggle at your parents when they're scolding you, especially when they're right. She was right. I've
Wifey
not.
unit said to say bye, Dean.
Why? Are you? She's making you
She's
leave?
no,
Oh,
she's
she's
going
leaving.
to work. Yeah,
Be safe. Have fun. You know the two rules of life. Have a good time.
it's
Told her I
work, so
said,
I don't know about good time.
yeah, man, make the most of it, no matter what you're doing.
But
My mom says she did not swear. Right. I I misremembered. Remember, I told you I fell down and bumped my crown once. UNT and I used to visit W. I finally found it, got out. Yes, I do. Did not swear, but in law school, the professors even write it on the boards at the ER, the doctors, and cops. God, the cops. Cops speak, let's call it knees.
crudely,
F apostrophe KK, unease. Yes. And they just do it because they want to be cool like the military guys. At the ER, the doctors and the cops, the paramedics all feel darned or shoot does not get it. Your aunt was even worse. Yes, I got mine honest, I promise. I mean, it was all you guys from that expensive private school coming down the street from the bus stop, FDF, and I said, it sounds like a bunch of ducks quacking coming down the street. Yes, she did. And it stuck. See? Sling it so it sticks, folks. Parents having a trouble with your children's whose father is a cop, tell them, you sound just like a effing duck. But instead of quack, you say F, F, F. Duck. Don't be a duck. Or drinking your juice in the hood. Yes, something going on and on about. I've been at this for a long time today. I wanted to go on, do the long stream. Get some of this off my chest, get it clear. I gotta get it out in the world. Somebody helps me. Cause then that was at 11:04. Just before 11. I didn't put notes. I said I'm gonna go online at 11. My poor mammy probably won't be ready to go online at 8 a.m. her time, but okay. And I'll probably be on there till 7 o'clock tonight. And then the next thing I know, it's 3 minutes to 1 p.m. Which, of course, she asked me something. Something. find the letter. Check the door. Here, I made a maybe checklist. Even the lovely princess one day was saying, even the lovely princess one day was saying dumb, as in her 2-year-old way. I said, what is she saying? Your aunt grew red. She had not realized her daughter paid attention to how she drove. Yep. Yup. Yup. From a TV show, I think. Maybe a movie and a TV show. Anyway. Yep. There was a lot of things. Mood minus by a little after 1 p.m. because I was ready to go online at 11 a.m. 2 hours later. Don't waste my ever-ing time. And just the gift that keeps on living in this world. And that keeps on happening. Because then look what happened there. I was still being talked at. It's another thing. Hamster in the wheel, spinning around and around, 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 around. Think. Talk away from the truth. And then I never got on till I said at 14:05, F it, mainstream turn on. That would be 3 hours and 5 minutes after I had planned to go on. So I lost those 3 hours, which had me rolling in the deep because I lost 3 hours last week to some silliness. And we can't bring back the time. It's the only thing we have in our life. And what I really have been trying since sometime in the summer, I'm going to look up the dates, is to say, they're all missing this. And whether they're missing it or not, I've heard no one point it out, and it hasn't been ruled out as could this just get the whole thing tossed out. They all have combat lock, what we call combat lock or target focus. There's so much that they're dug into and they have to worry about the margins and all this other stuff. Somebody get the ear of all the swamis and the muskies and any one of those many Trumplicans. Listen to this when we get to it. Fannie Willis and Company. It's important. It has the appearance of impropriety. So, does it also have, if there's the appearance of, maybe there is impropriety. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's little fires, there's big fires. And everybody's missing it. And they all tie together. But now, somebody, George, tell a history story. Tell a fun fact. Don't say anything that could be misconstrued and get me permabanned from my YouTube. But I must go pee.
Okay.
Talk about the good
Trying
old
to think of
days. Talk about
good old days.
I don't know. Tell some more of them factoids like, hey, conk your head. You could have had a V8. Scott IA means Scotland. Scottish. Think of something, sir. I'll be right back.
Oh, nothing like being put on the spot. Holy mackerel. Well, the gold fields of North Carolina, which are not really gold fields, or designated spots in the mountains, produced more gold, but harder to get to, than California, as well as the gold in Georgia, which is still being dug up today. But today in North Carolina, your gold and emerald fields make more off of tourists digging for gold and emeralds than the emeralds and gold comes out. There's a little theme park up near Blowing Rock called Tweety Railroad, where for I don't know what it was. When I was little, it was like $1 for a cup and $10 for a bucket of dirt that you could pan for gold. They had a little water sleuth, and they had someone to teach you how to pan, and you could collect small fragments of gold. And if you're lucky, you made your money back, but it didn't cost them anything but a shovel full of dirt. Same thing with the emerald stuff. I think it's like, it used to be $10 for a bucket. And you go through there and you start washing the dirt out and see if you got any emeralds. And then if you got a big enough one, they'd appraise it for you. As well as, oh, you can have it cut, and this is how much it costs to cut it. And we can put it into a necklace so you can carry it around and have your permanent bling. North Carolina is the home of the world. Used to be the home of the world's largest emerald. I think it still is. The big difference between, we're going to talk geology. Difference between the Rockies and the Appalachian is their age. The Appalachians aren't as tall as the Rockies, but they're a lot older. Because the fault line in that neck of the woods is a lot older. I mean, there's a fault line that goes right through Durham, North Carolina. It's very old, mostly inactive. You can see its results by cracking in concrete, not concrete, but brick masonry work. And occasionally you can feel it. Not very often. Not like California, where it's, you might as well call it the land that shake and bake. Not a sponsor. Yuck. But we don't want to say anything to get Dean banned, and he's back. But he's not on his mic yet.
I just put it up in the chat. It'll be there in a second. You did good, George. Thank you, sir. I was not enjoying that tingly feeling. And so both of you know, it doesn't show up for me because I'm the one who typed it. Did your name show up in that last thing as special?
Yes.
Okay. If you put
Mm.
at and start typing somebody's name in your chats, let me know when you're seeing it on screen, George.
It's already been there.
No, I started a new one.
Oh, okay.
See how I typed at GE? Bring good things to life. Not a sponsor. Could be.
Wish.
And then your name popped up above it with your little icon. Are you seeing that?
Not yet. Not my little icon, no.
Where I had typed in my chat box and it's on the screen.
Okay, now it just showed up.
Okay. When you type at and some letters of somebody that's in the chat, their name will pop up. I know that if you just roll up there and click on it, it ats them and it will highlight on their screen. You forgot the space bar. Elizabeth Wiley tagged herself, but she didn't put the space bar in there. So now let's try another one. Tab key. Yep. So if you do at GE and it starts to write George. And That's the only one up there, and the highlight is automatically upon it. You can just tab and it'll finish out. You don't even have to take your hands off the keyboard. But I'm not going to send another one. I'm going to let it go. Yes, please. And thank you. I heard that piece about let's not say anything. Because again, that goes back to we can't be thinking when we're doing these things, blah, 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 about is this a today problem? We have to be thinking 3 steps ahead, like I should have been doing with my face space. And what I mean by that with my face space is I know damn well how to back up your own Facebook. It's an option that everybody on Facebook has. It backs up a lot of data. You can't do anything with the backup, and it's not even really designed to restore onto Facebook. I'm sure if you had the right many's monies, you could convince them to restore your Facebook from your backup instead of theirs. When you're one of the inarticulates and little people like me, that ain't gonna happen. But knowing just that I was using stuff about the G words from the beginning, I got on Facebook because a friend of mine who ran the G word program at the North Carolina Justice Academy, who also doesn't do a lot of online stuff, said, "Hey, I'm putting together a charity match for veterans and wounded warriors, but not the Wounded Warrior Project." He didn't like them. I don't remember the name of it right now. Another
You just
outfit.
said it. You just said it.
No, he doesn't like them. Nobody likes them, especially back in 2012. That's when they were having, man, they're going to parties, they're paying for prostitutes. They were NRAing the Wounded Warrior Project.
Yeah.
Hope for the Warriors. That's it. That's what it's called. Let me kick it back up here. How long does the tail end have? Oh, and this is a sponsor. See, they even pay to try to get pumped up on Google Bar. I don't endorse them. I don't know anything. I'm just saying. A lot of people did a lot of work, including the Department of Justice, not of the U.S., of the state of North Carolina. Did their digging before they were going to put not the DOJ's direct name, before they were going to put the name of the state of North Carolina behind some charity. They did a little bit of investigating to not embarrass or give the appearance of impropriety to the great state of North Carolina, the old North State, right? Due diligence, they call it. And that's how we found out that, hey, there's some questions. It's questionable about the more famous one, but hope I know nothing of it lately. 12 years ago, without writing, without whatever, other than some emails back and forth between the guy that ran the program at the academy. He got it in writing that, okay, use these ones for the Warriors. I don't know what they do anymore. Wounded Warrior Project. Now, see, it's the second one down. I'm getting really tired of this AI overview stuff. See, way back in 19, they were still having trouble, and Wounded Warrior Project is back. Claims of waste, lavish spending, all kinds of other things. In 2016, top execs were fired. So that was the difference. That was going. It was 12 years ago, man. I don't know anything going on today. I don't pimp either one. Not not promoting, endorsing, sanctioning anything. Giving to charity goes more to your good intentions than how they deal with. Please get, if you're gonna give to either one. There's a chance if you give money there, if you're gonna gamble, it's gonna get some effect to some kind of veteran. But if you gamble your thing in a one-armed bandit in the big cities that have them, even in the engine casinos, okay, go to the tent casino in California that my imbeciles put together, or imbecilics, not sure how we're supposed to say it, and throw your money into that, because some of it will eventually trickle down to me. There. And it ain't going to help no veterans. Not at all. Not a chance. Zero chance. So give to either one. But anyway, back then doing that charity match for Hope for the Warriors, my friend, knowing that I had my own servers and do web pages and do everything else, said, "Hey man, if we do this match, the it was a couple, but primarily the lady, the female part of the couple. That's how she identified. Woman, female, she, her, was doing every single other thing else, including creating logos and doing all this. He said, she wants to know, could you do a web page for us? And I said, yes. He said, good, I'll give her your contact information. So she emails me, friend me on Facebook, and I'll send you administrator privileges to the Facebook page. He didn't know. He didn't set me up. He didn't trick me. So I had to make a Facebook account, and that's how that happened. And 12-ish, almost exactly years later, 2 weeks short of 12 years, it started with the G words. So I always knew at any time this bad boy could go away. So when I used to have time and care and concerns, and people weren't putting junk off till the last minute and then making it my problem or my emergency that they cannot plan. I don't remember the last time I backed up my entire Facebook. And I was a Mac developer. It's Facebook backups going to some kind of Macintosh database language or Apple, which is Linux. There's nothing special about it. I am a developer in that. I developed my own app all by myself and had it published in the Apple many versions of the names of the store.
I have a question for this. Has nothing to do with what you're talking about, but you're the only person I know that might know.
Go ahead.
Can a horse lose its outer hardened horse of the hoof?
Yes, it's called
To
foundering.
review, huh?
Yes, it's called foundering.
Can it recover from that? Can it regrow the horse, the hoof, or the under part get hard?
Yes. It is extremely expensive. You have to find a veterinarian and a farrier, shoer, combination who have experience in it.
Uh-huh.
And they will put a fake one on there, a prosthetic, that protects the inside of the horse hoof is called the toes.
Yeah.
It looks like a deer foot. You can go, everybody go, I'm not going to bring those receipts. Type horse hoof in your Google bar. And yeah, I'm that old. I still call it that.
Well, what I was looking at a short video on the place you've been banned. and
Yep.
it shows an outer part, and it still looks like a hoof underneath it. It's just it's fiberish and red. And then they show the horse crying. I guess it's crying in pain.
See, foundering, they call slipper foot and other things like that.
Okay.
The end result, and I've got it up on the screen. That comes
It
from
will be
not
up here in a
letting,
minute.
not letting your horses get near rocks or sand or gravel, or not paying the person every 6 to 8 weeks if your average horse owner waits every 90 days. That's too long.
Well, this one looked like it hadn't been shoed, and it was a heavy horse, so it splayed out and then came off.
And I'm sure there's a more correct veterinary name, and my mom typed in chat, but it's on the small screen. I can't read it. We'll research it in just a second.
I know. Yeah.
9 times out of 10, besides all of the tendonitis and other things, and they call it laminitis, which is the tendons and muscles up the front becoming rubber band like and not structural because everything's leaned back too far. And you can
Yeah.
break these ankles by having this slipper foot, which is called foundering. But
Yeah.
sometimes, nature being what nature is, and this usually being, see how ugly that is on the bottom?
Yeah.
That's from a horse who's never had its feet trimmed, standing around in wet, which tells me that foot rot right there is called thrush.
Yeah.
Usually that's from not standing around in a moist area like Oregon on grass. That's from standing around in
Okay.
their own crap in an unclean stall. A lot of horse places, which is why when people would say, "Oh, you work at the horse ranch or you run the horse farm for your friend," I'd say no, and don't ever say it again. It's an equestrian center because all those other places I call them the mud and the blood holes. You'll see this all the time for horses that
Well,
live in the mud and their own blood. But
well,
that
what I
hoof
was
will
getting.
crack right off of there and expose the toes.
Okay. Well, like I wish I could send this to you, so you could see it,
Yeah, my
but I
mom
don't.
says yes on regrowing, but it is extremely expensive. That's what I said. It is extremely expensive to protect the hoof. They make special, they call it a shoe or a boot. And you got to find a veterinarian and a farrier or horseshoer who both have experienced it. And the problem with North Carolina is we don't have those veterinarians here. Those kind of veterinarians get paid for by the gambling. You know, a horse that's
Well,
worth $10 million that runs for $1 million a race can
yeah.
afford to have its hoof repaired over a year to 18 months.
I guess the reason they led off with that gruesome sight of the hoof I mean, it just sort of fell off. What
Yep.
it looks like. And then they show a guy doing a proper shoeing because the one that lost its hoof, it doesn't look like it had been shoed in a couple of years because versus turned up like what you're seeing, it splayed out, as in like it went flat like a pancake all the way around, and then it just kind of flaked off. And it, like I said, it showed the horse crying, I guess in pain, but wasn't rearing up against the people.
Well, blown out. That's what they call it. I just saw it on the thing. Horse hoof blown out. A tiny little, what starts as an abscess or a bump. When that
Okay.
abscess or bump, and I'll wait a minute so you can see it on the screen where someone drew a black circle around it. When that abscess or bump pops and oozes its mess, they call that blowing out. When the whole outer wrapper tears off, you look at the one on screen, I'm putting my mouse cursor. I just got the cursor under a vertical deep. I'm not sure what you call it, fissure, groove. It again results from improper hoof care. Are you seeing it?
Sort of like, what's that difference in that and hoof rot? Yeah, I see that one. Yeah.
That, not this little horizontal one. The vertical line right in the front, that if you
Uh-huh.
follow all these vertical lines up and in the bulging blowout, means that this whole hoof is going to crack off. Let's do it this way.
But what I'm saying, the best description is, imagine if you lost your fingernail,
Oh,
okay?
yeah, I've dealt
But
with
it's
it
for the
many,
horse.
many times.
The horse. It just kind of fluffed off, but in one big piece.
We're going to do that high-speed professional stuff.
Like I said, if you weren't banned, you could watch it and better utilize. It's hard to say what I'm seeing when I'm not a horse person.
Yeah, I know you went far enough, and I was just about to open my thing, but then I got into my screenshots folder that has Anne Bancroft in her brassiere, and I was like, what was I here for? It happens. And yep, we're still on top. It doesn't matter. Using my high speed, amazing computer software that costs nothing.
Now, there is supposedly a furrier school here in North Carolina up there.
Must.
Hillsboro and Pittsboro.
Oh yeah, we
'Cause
got all kinds of
before,
them. They might have some down there at FTCCCC.
I just know that my adopted brother, Brett, got out of working on computers and went to furrier school and started a farrier business. And he much preferred that to working in an office on computers.
And it's good outdoor work and makes you strong.
Well,
Let me,
until cancer finally got him.
yeah, let me take care of the chat. A Mustang at one of the
Sorry.
sanctuary ranches saw a horse with this. No, I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss, and I hate that he went out. Cancer's a hard way for people to go out of this world. Ranchers saw a
Well,
horse with this. It disappeared. They thought it had been killed by lions or wolves. It showed up over a year later, somehow healed in the wild. Nature is amazing. She wants to know what is that stuff we used to use on horse legs for ourselves when we got leg pain. Remember, we even used leg wraps or vet wrap. Okay, number
it's
one is 70% rubbing alcohol. Just use 70% rubbing alcohol, and you got to use about a quarter bottle, like for one leg. You got to use a lot of it and because it'll keep evaporating.
Isn't that where icy hot comes from?
Sort of. Oh my gosh, Anne Bancroft, get off
Wintergreen.
my screen, women. Did you see her trying to distract me? You will in a minute.
He was an adopted brother. You know what we used to call brother from another mother. He got medically retired in the late 80s due to leukemia, but he only died about a few years ago because leukemia was in remission, but then it came back. They got rid of the first bed of cancer, and then it came back, and it was in his mouth and throat and got to his lymph nodes, and that was all it took.
I think what we used was Absorbine and Absorbine Junior, but we would never
Yeah.
use that directly. We would always take a little bit of that, pour it into I don't know, 90%.
And it had a minty type smell.
Yeah, that's what I think Absorbine is.
Junior, icy hot, all of them, except for those are severely watered down. They used to also call it liquid heat.
Yeah, but especially Nobody cares about the expensive racehorses. You can just give them painkillers, whether it hurts or not. But for the humans, because we'd all do it, we work ourselves stupid and almost immobile every day at the racetrack. So we often rub down with the rubbing alcohol and the absorbing.
My
You mix
grandmother,
about, I don't know, 90%, 70%, not 90%, 70% rubbing alcohol, pour a little squirt out, and then put 2 or 3 caps of the absorbing junior in your bottle of rubbing alcohol and go for it. And remember, you got to
my
wrap it up or cover it up to make it sweat or.
yeah, when I was growing up, my grandmother used to have this stuff that looked like a very minty, pale green as a salve, which had that stuff in it, and she used it on my knees when I had growing pains when I was about 10.
Mm-hmm.
I, and it would heat up, make the pain go away. That's all I cared about because the pain was so. I mean, I was screaming in pain. My knees hurt so bad. It didn't help that I was also diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis at age 7. So between the arthritis and the growing pains, oh man.
Soon your screen will start to catch up.
Yeah. I see the hoof with the circle drawn around it.
Are you starting to see the red lines on it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm drawing the red lines on what I see as serious, leading
Is
up
that the
to
reason
a
farriers
total. Yeah, is that the
yeah.
reason farriers what?
Um hold on a second. Phone call.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah.
Um
Very
they
good.
they they file the outside of the hoof, not just the bottom, but the outside, and then they kind of buff it up. And I've seen them also put like a hoof polish versus fingernail polish on that
Yes.
outside, help
Yep.
protect versus a cracking.
Yep. I drew a
When you were
lot of red, and now
yeah,
I'm drawing some green. What the green is, and you can tell just by looking at it, and it's hard on the white side of the hoof. Normally, horses that have a dark side or a dark piece of hoof will have dark hair directly above it.
uh-huh,
This horse has a light or white side way over here on the left side without a change in the hair color. So that's kind of odd. The green is because of improper hoof care and shaping, and probably too much filing on the outside. Somebody worried about the outer surface. If you
uh-huh.
file too much on the outside, you thin the wall.
Well,
And
I saw
that
one
allows all the vertical red lines and even this loop and whirl on the right on our screen.
yeah,
It's the left side of the horse hoof. This loopy whirl is another one of these giant bulges, but it's internal, not external. And
I
what
saw
that
one
comes
farrier
from is not making a rounded bottom enough.
okay.
So
I
all
saw
the
one farrier
power of the ground is stressing. Every time the horse sets its foot down, it's stressing the outer, causing all these stress lines and crevices and fractures. And these
Uh-huh.
huge green lines are where that thing is going to peel back, like if you jammed your fingernail on something and it rolls backwards and bends backwards.
Yeah.
So the combination of all of the above and the fact that in the big circle that they black circled, there's nothing but rotten abscess in there.
Okay.
This is a hoof that I found on the screen that absolutely could, the whole outer section could peel off it.
Now, like I was attempting to say, I saw a farrier use a buffing wheel, like what you'd buff your car with,
Yeah.
polish the outside versus filing it. Is one better than the other?
No. And I've seen many people do it, go out, especially since the invention of so many battery operated tools.
Yeah.
And especially when you talk about farriers that don't charge enough, or you'll find them. How do I get to my stuff? It's over here.
In fact,
My
brother
vidges.
Brett
When you
has a
get to the
farrier one.
draft horses,
Uh-huh.
if you found you a farrier that says, "Oh yeah, I charge $20 a horse for trimming their hooves," get them out there if you own the big kids, because it's gonna break their back, and it is infinity of work.
Yeah.
The
What
big ones,
the
they
weirdest
have
job
giant feet.
the weirdest job Brett said he had is he got called out to do a pig's hoofs to trim them and buff them down, and then versus putting this polishing agent that protective like he does on horses, they gave him pink fingernail polish because the pig was a pet to this little girl and she wanted her pig with pink toenail polish.
I
And
can
then
believe it.
he was out wandering around and they were having a parade in Pittsburgh. There was that pig with that pink toenail polish in the parade.
Right. Not
Sorry.
even the appearance of. No, don't be sorry. Stop saying that. Don't apologize for yourself. We're
Well,
having
I
fun.
interrupted your original train of thought, but that was so not involve the name of the new cat, Icky. Uh, it was so worse. I would hate to see any animal in that kind of pain. Um, I just had to ask.
That's what makes these things good. They go where they go. It's all organic. Question mark? Sorry. I had to get all the quay on you for a second. That's the cutie pie nickname that the current inhabitants of Fuquay Verena call it. The quay. But you gotta say it way up high at the end. Is it a question or are you just weird in how you talk?
I
Strange.
also know just on the outer edges of Durham, where it's still some of it's still county versus city. There are some equestrian places that specialize in fox hunting horses.
And there's probably a good deal. They will always outnumber because people are cheap. And cheaper is better. That's why it's very difficult for me to deal with the horse people, and especially in a place that doesn't have some. We don't have steeplechasing. We have some quarter horse barrel. It's more like a show garbage to me. I got
Well,
used to
there's
the
also
sport of
some
kings, including working for the Queen of England in her Red Baron barns.
there's some places that specialize in those. I don't remember what they're called. They're the two-wheel carts that they use for racing.
Yeah, they call them carts.
Where
It's
you
called
do
cart
where
racing or
you
carriage racing.
where they use trotters.
Yep, gated horses. Yep,
I just always heard them called trotters.
that's what they're called. But they take some of those, and because of inbreeding and all this other stuff, now they're naturally gated. Somehow, they claim, we used to have one down at my friend's horse place that I ran. And we called her the Wobble Wobble. Because when she walked, it was a horrifying thing with them long front legs and short, stumpy back legs. But when she went into her trot, everything smoothed out. It was like sitting up there on an airplane. And my checklist, I was trying to order it during one of the interruptions that made me frustrated and other F words. What was supposed to be up on top, and it's been sitting on the screen for a while, highlighted in blue, and too small, no one can read it. Zoom. Main zoom. Deal with the fish. I said the other day, I'll have to keep explaining myself. Sorry, George, you'll have to hear this stuff over and over and over. My, by way of China, but jumped through all the rings of fire and is now a U.S. citizen, friend, does not say fish. She and her husband and her son say fish with a hard wish on it when they mean fish. But I meant fish like the way the internet kids write it these days. Deal with my fish comment, my fish. Little fishes. It's a line out of a movie and two songs that just ties together in my brain. I'm not going to subject anybody to that, did I? I don't know what the other two bell thingies are. I got an email about one that is one of those. I don't remember all the details. I just made me giggle, that, oh, I love your content. I'm glad you're uploading because I found you and I have connections to the King and Queen of Sheba. And if you just give me your credit card number or your bank account routers, I got swished. What? Okay, this is on that other guy's video. NDA should be flat out illegal. Who wrote that? Why would you wrote that? And here's another thing. Somebody put a thumb on it. And God, this is a long time ago. An episode you've all been asking for is from Audit the Audit. Hey, everybody. Here's another tangent. Hope you enjoyed this as much as the first update. Thumb. If you do enjoy anything at all about just even if you only watched 1 minute of their 7-hour video, scroll the daggone screen down, put a thumb on a couple comments, maybe even type a reply. It helps content creators. If you won't like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications, give them a couple reactions, especially, and give people, man, it's sad when you go look at, there's 30,000 comments and one of them has some thumbs and all the rest are empty. Give them a minute. Reward people for speaking out on the internet and let them go, man, I got 2 thumbs on mine. What is an NDA? And admire this. Facebook's had it for a decade or more. YouTube just picked it up this year. Translators based on the AI bots. Hey, AI bot, that is perfectly English. Let's translate it to English. There's nothing changed. And don't get up there and tell people search Google, reply, and say non-disclosure agreement. Let the spell checker fix your bad spelling and say reply. That way they don't feel all alone in the world. It didn't kill me. It didn't take my whole life up. I'm not gonna go troll all of this guy's poor. They get thousands and thousands of comments. But that, for some reason, that came up in my bell thingy. I answered it. Says these are the new ones above the line. This is the one. On show number 9. So let's get out of the bell thingy. Go away, bell thingy. And let's go find my vidges. And we're going to go to lives. Engine number 9. That's another one. Take it back. Do. Talk about crazy ladies. Engine number 9. Comments. What does R5T mean? Somebody tell me. Put it down below.
Oh.
And what I really should do is report it, mark it, dislike it, and do all this other stuff. I ain't. Thank you, bot. Thanks for sharing such valuable information. Just a quick off-top question. My something that I have no idea what that is. Hold some US dollars. I don't know what the T stands for. And I have the seed phrase. And my mind went instantly because YouTube sent me that whole message in my email. I guess this is the seed phrase. Alarm, fetch, churn, bridge, exercise, tape, speak, race. See, the other bots know what that means. How should I go about transferring them to? Is that real? Is that a real thing? Is Binance some new Bitcoin trading exchange? Like, is somebody subject? What is Binance? Binance is a global cryptocurrency exchange that allows users to buy, sell, and trade. See, I'm being fwished. How should I go about transferring them to Binance? Let's put a thumb on it, even though I really should. Remove, report, hide, blah, blah, blah. I should do all these things. But I'm being kind to animals today. I had a PETA moment. And without being sarcastic, like saying, duh, my hat upside down next to me playing my dooptar, or my cup next to you thought I was the musician. Ha, I'm the dancing monkey. The music guy with the box cranking the handle, he's the smart guy. My PayPal donations is up above. See, don't say things like that to your, especially not to your fishers. Say, oh, wow. Are you my long lost relative? Are we royalty? I don't Binance, but I do know all the words. That's tongue in cheeky from the Three Stooges. Disorder in the court. The guy asks Curly, "Do you swear?" And he says, "No, but I know what avoids." The free phrase is find the letter, play the spoons. That's also from Disorder in the Court. Three Stooges. He plays the spoons while speaking very jargonese of the old days. There is no spoon, Neo. Or you could click the PayPal donate button at the top of the page. Tape, speak, race, flirt, How did you know about the couch? And then let's be smarmy and say, go, wish, reply. I should have put a heart in there. Engage people that engage you. How did I do, George? Did I do good?
Looks good to me.
When I get busy, when, not if, when we get busy, the
Yes.
moderators will screenshot that crap and they will remove it, report it, hide the user from the channel, and that'll be the end of that. And I'll see it in a report someday on a pie chart. Oh, I got pie on the mind. Got a whole apple pie. Thanksgiving Day is every day. So we dealt with the fish comment. X. Put an X in the box. You've ought to report. That's a definite maybe because it has to do with this appearance of impropriety, smoke and fires, everything else. Let's talk about this. Somebody who has the ear of lovely Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And she does truly do this. When I was in Puerto Rico last year, November 2023. I miss you, Puerto Rico. I love you. I said it to real live islanders who have never been off their little island of the lovely Puerto Rico. Do they know who she is? Of course. She's that New York girl of their island, Puerto Rican heritage. And they even wanted to know, why does she talk like a Los Angeles Valley girl until she's around brown people? And then she says, Alejandra Ocasio Cortez. AOC, stop it. This, and it used to be on my Facebook. I ain't looking at back up and bringing the receipts here. Somebody get old Zuckerberg on the line and get him, send me a backup on my face space. Shift +2 at email. I talked about it in other streams, and I did bring up some. Ligature symbol at. In the good old days, a ligature symbol, one version of it is this Greek style of combining words and letters. That's called ligature. They're tied together. Here we go. Iser or Caesar. Say Esar. Fluidus. You know what those are all about. Anyway, the symbol that indicates a ligature is what we now say means at. So when she became famous from whatever one uses the A symbol, TikTok, Vines, I don't know. Artist formerly known as Twitter. I refuse to say your name. I call her Ligature Ayok because she was lovingly known as at AOC. She is very smart. She has a space rock named after her. Some kind of meteorite or something. I don't remember. AOC. Space rock named after her. People don't believe me. I said, go look it up. It says right there. Has an asteroid named after her. Things you didn't know. She has an asteroid named after her. It's
So we
two,
can say
three.
thick as an AOC?
You can say what?
As thick as an AOC?
Yes. Yes. Or as Doom. Doom. You know that cool video game, but it's spelled DUMB in some countries?
Yeah.
Yes. Because we don't say that. Where I'm from, if you say she's thick as, that means two C's, and that means she's got some booty. We don't talk about those parts of people. Yeah. But she really does. She has a space rocket named after her because she's high IQ. She's a very smart girl. She hides it very well. But she's got to be in character. People don't like smart people. She has to play it off. You go, AOC. Ligature AOC.
Maybe
'Cause
she needs to get an Oscar then.
yeah, because I always giggle. Because, around the mafia types, allegedly, reportedly, in video games and movies like The Godfather, right? A ligature means entirely something else. It's a pathological term when somebody gets a certain kind of ligature strangulated. This whole
They get one of those lines around their neck.
Anyway, somebody get out to her because I don't think anybody else has enough bravery or cojones. That tweenage girl who had to have a note from her mother, she's so young, to go serve in Congress forever, has more spine than all of you so-called, some of you, emasculated, demasculated, sissy, meaning sisters. Because that's what my grandchildren call their sisters. Sissy. Sissy this and sissy that. I don't know that it has an older meaning. Guys, males, maybe born that way, maybe not. In what I will call the Democratic Party in America, especially at our colleges. She has way more hell cojones than you. Because of that, Miss
Probably.
Ocasio Cortez.
It's either huevos. She has more huevos, or gall.
Yeah,
Either
that.
way.
Spine, backbone,
No, I'd say
manliness. She's
gall.
far more manly than them bunch of sissies. All them girly girls. You may not identify as yourself as that yet, but the rest of us have identified you as that. We're just waiting for you to come out of the closet. All right, enough of that. Go ahead, sue me. Because I didn't name any names. I just said, a lot of you. That would be your ultimate admission, wouldn't it? But she's the only one I can think of that's man enough. Elizabeth Warren is not in the House of Representatives. Only a House of Representatives can introduce articles of impeachment. AOC, please. Introduce them. It'll put your name in the history book, even though they're going to vote no. We're not even going to investigate it. It's your name. Down the road, the lefty Democrats that vote the names of space rocks, they'll give you another one because you were the only one. Just like reportedly, allegedly, Barack Obama was the only one who said no, nope to dope, and ugh to, was it Iraq War?
Yeah, but
What
he wasn't
was
even in office for the vote.
the
So
vote that Barack, I don't know how to spell his name, Obama, was the only no? Oh, come on. See, I use too many words. Somebody figure out how to search it. I'm thinking, and I could be wrong. Let me qualify my statements. that there was something important. Well, he was a senator that Barack Obama said no. And everybody else in both chambers said, yep. And he said no. And if I'm wrong, put it in the comment. So anyway, but I remember him for it. I know. He's remembered for everything else, like whatever. Up there, being the boss for 8 years. Doesn't matter to me. I can't remember a single thing. And introduce the articles. Because here's the simple logic test. Everybody keeps saying, this is a test of the Constitution. This is a test. January 6th was a blah, blah, blah. The Constitution, the Constitution. Is it a test of the Constitution or of the imbecilics that are supposed to uphold and defend it? The Constitution is immobile. It is very clearly written and interpretable. It says, if the Congress doesn't want somebody to be in the big office, all they have to do is impeach him.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
No. They can't get to impeaching if somebody doesn't introduce the articles.
Right, but just because someone is impeached doesn't mean you're going to get rid of them get them out of office.
I already said. There's no way. If there was any way in hell, they would have done it back then over January 6th when they still had time. But they did impeach him in the House. And then Pelosi conveniently dragged her feet to walk the impeachment down the hall to the Senate, who put it off till he was out of office. And then that other dude, Mitch McConnell or somebody, said, well, what does it matter? Threw the Hillary Clinton famous line out there. What does that matter anyway? He's out of office. Well, it matters now, don't it? Everybody crying about, oh my God, what do we do? What do we do? Godfather, Godfather, what do we do? Smack that face, AOC, and tell him you can act like a man. Godfather, Godfather, listen to you. Hollywood Pinocchio. There's no way on earth there's a majority in both sides coming in a couple months or a month. There's not a, I don't know what we call it, super majority quorum, 60% or better, to convict him. They would never vote it, even if they, whatever. It's cut and dry. We'll go hunt down the articles. We're not going to spend too much because they're all cowards. They won't do it. I would do it, and maybe she'll do it, because knowing all it's going to do is get your name in the books. If you don't do it, you're just another voter in Congress up there, man. The people are paying you to be up there and be their rock star. File the papers. Because if anything that any of all the newses are saying, never mind all the other stuff, I'd go ask John, what's his name? Smith. Agent Smith. I'm really pissed off at. Well, we're going to wrap those up and put them on hold for 4 years. Go ask for photocopies of all that garbage, and I know that's a boomer thing to say. Get a copy of the discs and submit those criminal cases that are now on hold for eternity as articles of impeachment. And knowing that every dash R and some of those dash D's, and then they're going to say, see, we never liked her anyway. Knowing that they're going to pull that, but you're going to, man, New York Democrats are going to love you forever. It's a lot more complex. Impeach is like traffic ticket. The Senate has to approve. But the SCOTUS is the final word. 3 parts of checks and balances, and it has to be within subjects allowed. See, if I was saying this about Joseph R. Biden, I do believe, just my opinion, I'd be getting a whole heck of a lot more. Yeah, man, it's that easy. The Supreme Court, the founders, go back and read those Federalist Papers. The people who wrote the crap, who still didn't know what a person was. I know I'm a person, and I'm a shallow one. Don't let your biases get in the way. Impeachment is a strictly and uniquely political process. They can impeach him because they don't like him. They think the people's messed up. And it doesn't matter. You introduce the article without tabling or any of that other horse crap, without wasting any more taxpayer money. Look at all the top articles that our favorite Georgia Peach has introduced. How many impeachment articles has MTG put against Biden? 9. So don't tell me how it's more complex than that. She did it 9 times to Joseph R. Biden, and you guys ain't complaining about it. Meaning not you, George, and not you, Mammy. I mean those other people typing in the Discord chat. They're ragging me and nagging me. They're true, fully biased Trump lovers. So don't tell me that AOC or anybody else who wants to be searchable in the Google bar on the Wikipedia forever until the EMP comes from the Chinese and the Russians. I understand it's all nonsense and that they're never going to impeach him. Right now they would say we can impeach him. He's only the president-elect. This is all a test of our Constitution, and never mind the document. Whether us great inbreeder grandchildren of the imbeciles that we were at the founding want to just, well, shit, if this is all about getting our names in the books, let's do it. Nobody cares. 300 more years from now, somebody be reading that book and go, dang, that was smart. Somebody's got to be in that Congress somewhere to be thinking about, especially her. So I got 8 more years before I'm even old enough to think about the White House. You got to do something in them 8 years. Check out. She's old enough to go to the White House. She's banking 9. When it comes time for her to run for office, she's going to say, I have 9 impeaches against Biden. That's political currency. That's about as much as I know about it. Nobody take advice from me about politics. I'm not a successful politician. Hey, you successful politicians, you need a part-time Machiavellian advisor and a bodyguard? Pay me. Hey, Washington, you want somebody that you can chew up and make wake up next to a dead prostitute? It ain't me. I ain't one of you. You ain't gonna put your dirt on me. Anyway, that's all I really had on that. For all of the above. And if this came up, because I keep seeing it, Trump, ethics, law, transition, it still makes me crack up. Warren, check the news. See, there she is. Look how much news there is about her squawking about Donald J. Trump and Musk and everybody else. Well, hey, Senator, go across the aisle and talk to one of your dummy Democrats and say, well, let's impeach him. Yes, we have to let him swear in. If it somehow went through. If it's as simple as you say, Lady Warren, HRMs, whatever your honorables are. Super smart. How super smart are you? Let's all click the NPRs because Trump and Musk and Ramaswamy have promised to kill it. I'll bring up the receipts for that too if we got to. After a significant delay, has signed a key agreement. By this morning, they hadn't signed it. This engagement allows our intended cabinet nominees to begin critical, blah, blah, blah. Memorandum of Understanding was supposed to have been signed by October 1. If that's the law, and I don't trust NPR and I don't trust Elizabeth Warren, I'm just saying. If this is the law that Donald J. Trump signed into law from a bipartisan Congress, and he broke it, he failed to meet the deadline. It's not hard to believe. Look at his case in New York. What's it about? Not understanding that you sign your documents, dude, you got to follow them. When you make agreements, they got to be right. Especially a law you signed into law, dude. Come on. Nonpartisan news. I don't believe you. Senator Warren said the announcement did not address her concerns about the transition, including the Trump team's use of private donors to pay for it. There appear to be serious gaps between the Trump's ethics agreement and the letter of the law. All right, Senator, citizen, Warren, especially someone who's paid by the taxpayers. Do you or do you not have a duty to report? Send yourself a letter to the United States Congress, because they ain't gonna, sure as hell ain't gonna listen to me. This is why I call myself the world's most frustrated inarticulate. Why are you squawking about this BS? This is BS. You know why I know? Because, Elizabeth Warren, you didn't write a letter and send it across the hall to some damn Democrat like Nancy Pelosi and say, well, let's impeach the hell out of him. He did not meet the letter of the law. He's a lawbreaker. Impeach him. Well, he's not the president yet. That's all right. It'll be done. If you had the political mustard to get him all the way through. It does not say anything about when. I think all of them should be impeached. You can come back and you can run for office when you can understand the letter of the law yourself. We absolutely should have qualifications. Public popular vote is out. When was it out? 1780 something. When our homeboy, Federalist 15, said, when was Federalist Paper 15 published, not written? In 1787, he said, all the people and their government, which is our government, by, for, and of, imbecilic. Thanks, Destiny, for reading it. The links to Destiny's channel is down below. That's what I was watching last night. It's soothing to me to listen to someone else read the paper and not really be attention to, oh, how hard the founding fathers and Federalists and framers tried to convince each other that they could just keep adding words. Well, he wrote imbecilic in there. Did no one ever teach Hamilton? You can't speak smart to stupid. It doesn't understand. But he's in the history books. We have the letters. Somebody send a letter. Find the letter. If there was any truth to this statement, then she should be fired from the Senate for failing in her duty to uphold and defend the Constitution. Let it be tested at the other end. If you made every effort, Elizabeth Warren, pay attention to me, ma'am. Somebody get me Donald Trump's ear so he can say it and call her Pocahontas, and then she'll hear it. It is your duty because you swore a ding-danging oath and you get paid by us to help us knowing he's not going to get past the first phase. He won't get past they won't even start an investigation. That's why you're squawking this crap to NPR and not in the House or the chamber or the Senate building. It's all political theater at our expense. We're tired of it. That's why he's there, because we hate you for this. Send the letter across the damn hall and demand that somebody with a -D after their name over there in the House of Representatives introduce some smart political capital chits called articles of impeachment against President-elect Trump, knowing full damn well that there ain't enough IQ up there in all of Washington, D.C., not even volunteer and certainly not hired. Votes don't make you smart. They make you just another one of they. Imbeciles, imbecilics. 250 years have not raised IQs any. And I'm just joking, quoting from the movie Aliens, where she was whatever 56 years later. She says that IQs certainly haven't raised around here since I've been gone. Stop it. Don't go to the news. NPR. Because you keep repeating this crap that we are utterly, totally hopeless. It is more of a black hole of morality than it ever was, more full of Greek orgy rubbing up against each other imbeciles than it was in 1787. I hope Doge says they will cancel NPR. MTG said 6 days ago she vowed to investigate it. All right, maybe it wasn't, because Doge is still not a thing. It's a made up crap that Elon Musk says about everything. Musk. Elon Musk threatens to reassign NPR. That's just their channel crap. That was years ago. Very recently, in the headlines, they're threatening to defund NPR and PBS. NPR and PBS funding Ramaswamy. Let's try from a different search. Here it is. 5 days ago. Elon Musk is planning to defund public media, public broadcasting, all of it. Bring the receipts. Whenever you say this stuff, bring the receipts. There he is. They're going to cut NPR and PBS. Because you guys keep saying this crap and humoring these fools. I hope they do. It's the only way you're going to learn. NPR 2.0, if it ever exists, Don't do this. Be critical thinkers. Go see my previous streamers. If all we have internet now, Elizabeth Warren, we can all sit around and whine. At least they spelled his name out. We can all sit around and whine about President-elect Donald Trump to each other. We don't need to pay you to do it. Go do something, Senate. Really pisses me off. Senate. Censor her or whatever the heck you people do to each other. That means nothing. Except it goes in the permanent record. Because if any of them really had any moral fortitude or righteousness or whatever, even they would be unanimous. All right, yeah, bring us those indictments that idiot Smith just dumped, and bring us the 34 felony verdict vote, and let's impeach him before he ever gets in our office. He's going to stand up there for the 1 minute it takes for him to get sworn in, and then it's all right, take your hand off the book. Check it out, J.D. Vance. Put your hand on the book. It's a lot more complex. Yeah, I read that one. She should have been impeached, which actually should have happened years ago. Yeah, I know. They got her a cushy job. She wasn't even appointment or impeachable when they made her the head of whatever. I don't even know if we have anymore. Consumer protection. On the back end of the great nothing of 08, 9, 10. We used to call it the recession. The housing bubble burst, the blah blah blah, and now we don't call it anything anymore. We don't acknowledge it. We've cancel cultured it. Head of Consumer Protection. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They invented that for her back in the day. The CFPB, independent agency of the U.S. government for consumer protection. Everybody go look it up. I brought the receipts. I remember. I'm cursed with a memory. I wish I didn't remember. You know why? Because I'd be like, uh, where'd that girl in a swimsuit come from? Oh, man, it's from a movie? Let's go watch the movie. Forget all this talking on the internet. Just kidding. Oh, and Bancroft. It's all about your acting. It really was. She was quite the much older. And I think it has no in the title. And Bancroft. I said her name earlier. Fonda movie. Oh, it would figure. No, not Agnes of God. Oh my God, that is the Jane Fonda, isn't it? Sure did. No, the other one. Yeah, it had the word no in it. Point of No Return, 1993. Bridget Fonda. Fantastic movie. Nickname Nina. From Nina Simone. And Bancroft said I never much did mind the little things. I am a shallow person. I mean it. All right, so there we're done. I don't think anyone else has the chaps. Or wears the chaps or the cojones. What was the other one you said, George? Huevos?
Yeah, huevos.
Yeah, no one else up there has the huevos. I just think AOC is the only one. Let's put an X in that box. Is it a bad Doge or a good Doge? Because, see, after all that rant, and here we go, test the Constitution. If everything he's going to do up there is a test of the Constitution or snubbing his nose at it, you guys can too. It's all fun and games and taxpayers' grandchildren's money. Be smart. Can you imagine? Here we are in 2024. Never mind all that other stuff that everybody's reading about. Think how this is what appears to be a true statement. Who understands better their role as both a politician whose whole job in life is to get campaign contributions and get votes, and get your damn name in the history book? That's all we're up here working for. So if we call that savvy or smart, MTG ain't got no damn rock named after her. I'm just saying. She appears to be smarter back here on Earth than AOC. Who could have thunked it? How could this be? You better go be dumping them articles in there, AOC. One of them might stick. You never know. Can't hurt to try. Yeah. Since dude called us 11 years after the document, the racist document about the war-loving, war rule of war, godless heathen savages, and no blacks and no women. We only serve white men here. USA, USA. Copyright 1776. Spooky narrator voice. Only phones have gotten smarter. From imbeciles. Trump and company, per Warren and others, and I wrote Warren and company because a lot of those silly lefties are out squawking loud. Oh my God. They failed to sign the papers, and Elon Musk and them saying that they're going to give it away for free. There's a law. Congress has made a budget. Blah, 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 blah. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Donald Trump is thumbing his nose at you. And so he should. If that's all you ask for, maybe he shouldn't say your name and pick you back up into the limelight. Find someone else's coattails to ride in on. Elizabeth Warren. And again, I don't try to do much with the tribe. They're not, they didn't pull themselves up very high by their own bootstraps out of the 75-acre hellhole swamp that they got pushed into by Public Law 280. And 400 years of Spanish oppression. Spanish. Nobody else. I'll send them an email or two, Warren, and try to get them to honorarily adopt you. We're Indians. We can adopt whoever we want. And it is not for you to say, yeah, but that's just on paper. Define immigration. Difference between unlawful, lawful resident, and citizen. Oh, it's an immigration process. I understand. Our tribe doesn't have one. We don't have any policies. We have nothing written down. I could probably just say, I declare thee. And then someone would have to sue the tribe to make them put in writing, he can't declare for us. Oh my gosh, you can't have fun at it. So anyway, I got to make myself a note because I hadn't thunk it out all the way. Some of this I had to talk out because I was interrupted.
Sorry.
No, not you. The 3.5 hour interruptions I had before while I was still trying to just finish this up for maybe another hour. My outlines and everything. My plans, my scripties. And have all my affairs in order. Have links copied into this text file so I can just pop them back up on the screen. Yin of Bad Doge is good Doge. KIANPR and PBS if they are just going to, if they are going to do nothing but, I want to say something very ugly, repeat the silliness.
I'll do it. Something very ugly. There, it got said.
Thank you, George. Man, you're my hero. I was going to say things like, if all they're going to do is fish in the toilet behind Elizabeth Warren and toss her turds around into our ears and eye spaces, they got to go. We have plumbers for that. And a flush button. I think that's the right way to say it. If all she's going to do is say turd, don't give her a voice. Don't amplify it. So good, good Doge. Kill him. Get him. Get him. KIA him. DOA him. Musk. Hello, Ramaswamy. I hope I said your name right. Everything else, I'm very mad at you about. Those two, I'll let you have them. Executive action. Emergency, emergency. They're megaphones for filthy liars. And us taxpayers want out. And see, if somebody had sent the damn letter across the hall, I would have been cut off at the pass, right? I wouldn't be up here saying, this has what appears to me to be the appearance of impropriety. It is improper, m'lady Warren, for you to be up there doing fun and games at the expense of my grandchildren's great. Remember the D computer thing I said earlier? Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. 1,000 times great grandchildren of my great grandchildren are paying the bill for you wasting our money with your crap up there at the taxpayer expense. Here's another one, Donald Trump. Because the legislature in our country has never understood it's part of the imbecilicness. I don't know the right word. Imbecile. They always sit around saying, well, we need the president to pass a bill. It's your job, a-hole. Would you please go
the other
take
one
a
I like,
sixth grade, what
the
do
other
they
one I
call
like
it?
is we got to, I was going to say, the other one I like is we have to pass it to read it.
Yeah. Yeah. Long live Pelosi Feinstein. One of them's living, the other one's allegedly not. They're both 600-year-old vampires from my neck of the woods. Change the offending governance to constitutional again. Lizzie is my favorite. She is the one who said she was going to deal with University of Phoenix instead. They are open again, and all good for them. I and many others do not have the pay for you degrees, and she is not native. And I want her picture out of Smithsonian and your aunt there instead. Yeah, me too. Both she and C, the cat yowling singer, admitted they are not Native American, but are both honored on that wall in the Smithsonian. I've said it is how I got kicked out of FB some years back. Congress, you are not Parliament. Be a Congress. Exactly. Going back to, I don't even remember what we called it. Civics. We didn't call it politics. Social studies. That's what we called it. Like 6th, 7th, 8th grade. I don't remember. before we grew up and had to go to high school and college and take government classes. And they call it social studies. There's 3 branches of the government. I'd linked up and talked about sometime before on one of my live streams. I'm only a bill on Capitol Hill. United States Congress is a thing on the world. It's called the internet. Because I'm platforming on YouTube, I'm only searching on Google who owns it YouTube. It's called Schoolhouse Rock. There it is. Second one. Can't play it because I don't have $75 to pay for a YouTube premium that I did study last night. I'm working on my stuff. I got notes. If you pay for YouTube Premium in 2024, they will not show ads at the beginning or the in process of viewing videos. You may see them as the video ends. So reactor, nobody, if you're going to go click somebody's video and let it play, then do it. Talk about it like I'm talking about it. Don't do it. Don't steal people's work. Have some honor and integrity. Let's go. Go, Schoolhouse Rock. And I really should have paused. Dismiss. I don't have their permission, to stream this and talk about it. I'm going to get a share link. I'm going to copy a share link. I'll put it in the pinned description later. Without timestamp or with timestamp. 03/31. Schoolhouse Rock. Only a bill here and in chat. There, I shared the link. Don't bogart people's work. Don't harsh their buzz. It's here. It's 3 minutes, 2 seconds long. I want Congress assembled. Vance, personally, you disgust me. You quit. Don't be our vice president. Go to school for these 3 minutes. Now that we're done. Mr. Vice President-elect Vance, glad to have you. Welcome aboard. You ain't no Kamala Harris, that's for sure. You, on January 21st, will be the boss. It says it's ceremonial and a tie-breaking vote. Read the document carefully. You're El Presidente, not of the United States. You're the vice president of that. You're the president of the Senate. Declare a Senate emergency. Make them all come from wherever they're out begging money and doing horrible things to underage people. Just saying, my opinion. Make them all go sit for 30 hours and watch this 3 minutes for 30 hours straight. Over and over and over. Call it the J.D. Vance Great Filibuster of Education of 2025. And if they don't like it, they can just damn resign from the Senate. Because they have to figure out. I remember where I started. See how I can go. Blow hard. That's me. And not only an imbecile, but a non-people war-loving blah, blah, blah. Remember that. You guys herald those documents and hold them up often. So please, Mr. Vance, because all these people sitting around imbecilically, or in the imbecilic nature, like George said, saying, well, how can we know what's in it if we don't pass it? We can't read it till we pass it.
Like it's in
Everybody.
a special invisible ink that you have to have a pass button in order to read it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, see, that's good. We're working with each other and having good timing today. Because he just made me think about them old you write on a paper with a lemon and it's an invisible ink letter, and then you put it over your toaster and the ink turns brown. And then your paper lights on fire because that's a dangerous thing to do. For a mandatory meeting, the Congress itself can say, stay, or learn, or be gone forever. Yep. And who cares? Give it a try, JD Vance. What are they going to do? Impeach you? You got the majority on both sides. They can't impeach you independently either. Have fun, dude. I mean, Mr. Vice President elect, sir, yes, sir. Honorifics and honorables and all the others. And how does your whammons identify? I mean, your wife. Is she Indian? Am I Indian? Who's the Indian? Mm. So back to where we were starting. When George returns, I'll have to go tinkle. It is not the president's job. Please go see just a bill. Not a bill hugs. A piece of paper. It's set to music. It's a singy songy. It's not his job. It is your job. Both houses of
Back.
Congress. Very good. Welcome back. I was just saying, it's not the president's job. His is like guys. It's not gender specific. One day we'll have a woman up there, or identifies as. Last time, off on the tangent, I begged on my Facebook, including tagging him, for Donald Trump to show up in a kilt. He's got that kind of heritage, I think, George. Same as you.
Eh,
I could be
I
wrong.
wouldn't say exactly same, but yeah, I get what you're saying. He has
It doesn't matter.
genealogy that goes back to Scotland.
It doesn't matter. He's him, and at the time, he was in office as President of the United States. And I wasn't asking him to wear a dress. Me, myself, I'd have wore a damn tutu up there and said, today, and today only, for the next few minutes, I identify as Madam Trump and steal being the first woman president away from all the real natural born women of planet Earth. And he respects women more than I do. So he wouldn't do such a thing. But I sure as hell would. Because
I'd like to
his
see you in a tutu. I think it'd be humorous.
his side doesn't agree with that nomenclature and philosophy. The right that you
You either
cannot
are or
just
you aren't.
identify as a woman. So it would just
You
be
either are.
throwing their own words back in their own face. Why is it
Yeah.
good for you and Caitlyn Jenner? I notice I don't call her the original B word name. I'm that respectful. Why is it okay for you gals, but not okay for DJT? And then he can untrans 15 seconds later. Just steal it away from him, sir. If we're going to make a mockery of our whole country anyway, please, please. You can beat him to the punch, Joe Biden. Resign. Whammon of multiple colors. Just saying. Said it before. History books. The Constitution says when both houses are mandated to appear for a mandatory meeting, the Congress itself can say and learn his wife is India, not that bad word for Native people. She is also a lawyer. I love this steal the first woman president. We could do that with AI easily. Only you, not him. Just for a laugh. How about a bit of Nutcracker music to honor your auntie as well? Exactly. I have no dollars, and I don't agree that so many widows give up their mites to Mr. Trump, but that's not his fault. That's their fault. I would scrounge together some quarters and turn them into e-blips in some way to contribute $1 from RoboCop movie. I'd buy that for $1. And probably me and a couple hundred other million people, potentially a billion. It could be the biggest fundraiser he's ever had. Just to pay off all those lawsuits against him. It's his money. He can do with what he wants with it. If people choose to, and it wouldn't be considered bribery, I guess. I don't know. Tough. He's got a lot of smart people around him. Elon must figure out how we can all pay $1. And Donald Trump don't want the money. He flipped the because you can, and we're getting back to it. It's another thing that we have to get back to. So what started all this? The appearance of impropriety. No working off the clock. Donald Trump was not allowed because no one is allowed that works for the government at any level unless you are ascribed into the legislation that created that position as a volunteer. You must account for your time and take the check. Donald Trump, there's no way for us to donate to the United States government unless you want to falsify your tax returns and pay too much tax. But that's a freaking felony to falsify your tax return. Hey, United States, Congress, here's another one. Pass yourself a little legislation somewhere so that if someone wants to donate to the government, they can. But right now, it is illegal. Somebody go get lawyers to stop Elon Musk and Swami from begging people to commit law breaking. And risk getting, which I don't, you guys have better faith in these scumbag politicians than I do. And by you guys, I mean George, Mom. I truly believe that all the, he calls them rhinos, and they're the real Republicans, and Lindsey Graham is going to be the first one. If somebody gives them the chance to impeach him and they get to play senatus to him being the Caesar, oh, they're coming. They're gonna impeach him. I believe they're that cowardly and scumbaggerly that they would stab him in the back, all of them. Figuratively, internet. Especially Lindsey Graham. He's such a crybaby, snivelly nose butt kisser. Afraid of his own shadow. He would never say, like he said when Donald Trump was running for president, he's going to destroy this country. In his primary, when he wanted to be the president, oh, I believe they all hate that they have to kiss the butt. And all the lefties say kiss the ring. Because lefties still believe in that. I had a headline screenshot somewhere. The lefties are out there begging on one of their lefty medias for Joe Biden to ask Donald Trump for permission to pardon Hunter. Are you guys really that knee bended that you believe that your president is not your president because the other guy got elected? The change of power doesn't happen until January 20th or 21st. And who in this earth would think for a second that the sitting current POTUS has to ask anybody for permission to sign a pardon? You see how abdicated people's minds are? That's not a tangent I didn't want to get off on, but I landed on it. The entire Senate, the entire House, all of them assembled for thousands of times over. Figure out. You legislator people write, edit, and pass the bills, the justa bills. The president signs it or vetoes it. He does not introduce legislation. If he has to tell you what to introduce into bills so that he can sign it, then we don't need you. You just abdicated the office. Which go back and read the Federalist Papers or listen to the good guy Destiny. I really enjoy reading him, listening to him read the Federalist Papers. He researches the hard words in line. Oh, what a bunch of morons. Be careful, Donald Trump. You need better advisors around you. We'll get back to don't work off the clock. I love the steal the first woman president. Oh, yeah, we already read that one. I really wish he would. I really. I love both of my versions. I wanted him to do it back in 2020 before he got out of office. Just so forever and ever, amen. And I apologize if my tags bothered you on Facebook, Trump. I never called you names or anything else. And I don't think he or any of his people care enough, especially when I said Ivanka is an angel and I want her to be his pick for Supreme Court, the last seat he filled. And lots of people learn from it. Many people were like, dude, you're a dumbass. You have to be a lawyer or a judge to be a Supreme Court. And I said, show me in your Constitution. Constitution or it didn't happen. And I got hundreds of responses. Holy cow, who knew? No, you don't have to be anything. You have to get nominated by a president and approved by the Senate. Abraham Lincoln was not a educated bar. They invented all that crap after him, so there would never be another smart guy who plays in lawyerdom.
Well, actually, at that point, you didn't go to law. You didn't necessarily go to law school to become a lawyer. Okay, you did what they call you read for the law, which means you went to another law, someone who practiced law or licensed to practice law, and you were acted as their clerk and read his law books till you could pass a bar, and you could read for and you could go to law school, but you still had to read for the law, which is that we now call an internship. You didn't have to go to college to become a lawyer. You had to read to the law to the point the person who you were apprenticed to said, "Okay, I think you know enough to be a lawyer," and he'd write a piece of paper saying, "You're a lawyer."
We'll go back and fine tune that later. And it's a yin yang thing. Revisionist histories and what the little pieces
Well,
of edited histories we get. Abraham Lincoln was a lawyer to poor people because everybody else who had been through any whatever processes were required charged way too much money.
yeah, but he worked in a lawyer's office and read what we call read for the law. He was bent to become a lawyer. Where
We shall see.
one of our presidents technically was a store clerk after he was a general, and that well, before and after somewhat. Ulysses S. Grant, he left the military for a while after the Mexican-American War, and he was a store clerk. Not a very good one, but he was a store clerk. Worked for his father-in-law.
And this is the next thing. This leads to this and this leads to that. It's a social distortion song. I'm not looking it up again. It's called Another State of Mind. Working off the clock. It's highly offensive. Number one. Which is another reason that Warren is on and on about. The appearance of. What does it appear like? Why is all. And unfortunately, you guys got to get more people that we can't all just listen to you and say, God knows, that's just nonsense. OAN, One News Network, Fox News, The Rejects, Hannity, Tucker Carlson. Everything you say, we can all just, we don't even have to Google bar it. We just know that's nonsense. Fake news. Fake
Well, you also got to
news.
remember Hannity and the other joker you mentioned were fired off of Fox.
No, I think Hannity took Tucker Carlson's place. He got elevated, and
Well,
they're both there. Just like, why do you think nobody loves to hate them more than they don't have as many lovers as they have hate viewers is The View. They get paid to get up there and say the things that they get paid to get up there and say. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. Look, part of the settlement is, oh, well, we kick Tucker to the curb. Elon Musk will hire him and put him on Twitter. And we pay 700 million of other people's dollars for it. So what? Over the fact that we ruined a company and a country repeating those lies about a certain company's voting machines and a dead Venezuelan or wherever the hell he's from. The ghost of a dictator or a rebel. I don't know what he is. Hugo Chavez or something. Yeah, that's what all the big newsies are all there about. They're there, and I heard Donald Trump say it once after he was out of the office the first time, before he got really busy, clocked back in running a candidacy. He had a couple of years off in there. Thankfully, God knows, from 12 to 16, and he didn't step in until 15. That was the most eternal election cycle on both sides, because it started the minute Obama was out. The 2016 election campaigning, holy cow, that lasted forever. Started in 2012. And then, and I still love it, in 2015, he came down the escalator and burst all of their bubbles. But I heard him say in 2022 or 2021, sometime before he got all back into the, all right, now we got to do the campaign, get into character. Like, somebody was asking him about, like, why do you just repeat the things at the speeches? Why do you keep saying these things? And he says, when I go up there, they're paying me to put on a show. I have to go up there and put on a show. And if Donald Trump said it, it must be true. So no one's going to go up. No one's going to come to my rallies if I go up there and say, you know what? I've been pulling you guys' leg all along. He didn't say that. That's my words. He half believes the stuff he yaps, and he knows that that's the nature of the beast. He has to say these things. Intermittent movies. Mental and real. Mark Robinson. Bill H. B. Hugs. Another Elizabeth. Not saying who. Not Warren. Just another one, and not my mammy. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Bad Doge. Off the clock. I keep putting that up here. Do not work off the clock. I think I've had this discussion in proximity to George and someone he knows really good. Two someones he knows really good. Have
you
we not?
actually addressed it to me because I did it.
No, I've long before you. And at least we got that. If we got nothing else, even though it ended severely bad for both of us, right?
Yep.
For a time, we were able to both of us get a little bit productive for a teeny little paycheck, right?
Yep.
For a brief moment in time. We'll just leave it at that. But all of the people we were working with, and one that you know very closely, two that you know very closely, especially because both of them were, I guess, a charge of someone else I know very closely, or a subordinate or something when he was the regional guy for the state of North Carolina for a certain security company, had written them both up, SP and JH, for working off the clock. Don't do it. Everybody in America, stop it. Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and it was Elon Musk who said it. I think he Twittered it. Elon Musk. Do they still call them tweets? Tweet.
Sometimes.
80 hours no pay. He said it. I don't know. Is this tech support or casino? Identify yourself, please. I know, that was racist and rude. It's a joke I heard somewhere. It helps us differentiate between the tribes, the North American continental Indians and the India subcontinental Indians. People are very imbecilic. Yes, Elon Musk, back in November, as much as 2 weeks ago, he wants people to work 80 hours at zero pay. High IQ revolutionaries. Tedious, unglamorous, for zero pay. I'm not making this up. He really said it. There's videos. Here's the Reddit. It's about lunatics. Listen, any of you, especially if you purport yourself to be high IQ. Oh no, my chat box disappeared. Did it crash? Mimi, are you chatting? Docs.
It hadn't disappeared at this end.
It's not responding. Just his ring as he was led down a jail aisle in the big jail. Said it was creepy. What? Hello, it's still the first woman. Who got their ring kissed? Hurting the nation. Sorry, I got behind because my chat window disappeared. I got an email from the Dems Wednesday to start the next election. Oh my God. What the kids always say these days.
I don't know.
Oh, I was trying to think, and I'm not going to say it. What the kids say. I'm not a kid. I can't say stuff that other streamers and live tubers and everybody says to try to cover up for saying something very ugly. I just won't say something ugly. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Tell them to go eat a big bucket of shaving cream. Shave every day and you'll always look clean. No ads, no whatever. I thought it was an eternity, like back in 1984, in late summer, July, maybe end of June, possibly July, when that wonderful, wonderful American, there his name was, and there it went, R, the guy who was in the vicinity of Martin Luther King when he got KIA'd unalived. Uh, Reggie Jackson. No, Reggie Jackson's a baseball player. Who's the other? Reverend Jesse Jackson, is that him?
There is a Jesse Jackson.
Shadow U.S. Senator. What the hell is a shadow U.S. Senator? Didn't he run against other Democrats but lost the primary in 84 against presidential run? Yes. Oh, it says it was in 88. No, 84. 1984. The big year. I was 14. I didn't really care about politics. Oh, wait, I still don't. I know this might seem like I do. I don't. I don't vote. I don't care. This was very loud, the Jesse Jackson 1984 campaign. They were still primarying or just started, like in June and July of 84. And everybody in the LA Times and the Star News, the little local Pasadena place, newspaper, were all complaining about how we're starting these daggone elections too early. Oh my gosh. And I agreed because everything he said bugged me then and bugs me now, except when him and the other supposed reverend good guy got caught on that hot mic calling Barack Obama some bad words. How do you spell Barack Obama? Okay.
BRABAR.
Google will fix it for me. Thank you, Google Bar. Oh, not only I remember some other bad words that they said on a hot mic. I didn't even know in back in '08. He called them the N word. Hard ER, hard R, or AH, bruh. Making a crude comment about Barack Obama. He called him a CS and maybe even a MFer. Him or Sharpton or both. The Reverend Al Sharpton called it. But they were both sitting there yapping on a hot mic. They thought someone had closed to shut off the mic. Nope. Yep, that happened. That's the one thing. Hey, I don't mind. He should have took a lesson from Donald Trump and said, we were just joshing. We were just funning. We were just playing. We were just joking. Come on, man. Working off the clock. Swami. Elon Musk. Shut up. That is utterly classist and elitist for you to say as long as you can buy in or work for free. Do you know how many people, probably millions, would give up their barely making it job right now to try to claim their a high IQ so that they could get anywhere near you or Donald Trump and hope that he's just the president. He is their God man, Caesar King Emperor. I'll tell you how many. For a fact, would give up their everything, their families. I'll name you one that will give their damn life hoping to get just somebody will say that I did something for him. And who gives a damn if he occasionally uses her name for his own vain purposes? Silly, spelled with an I, Ashley Babbitt got herself killed trying to do something because of her misguided, not all the way upstairs. I'm not going to call her imbecilic. I'm going to call her not well adjusted to reality. Our whole country is full of this on both sides. See the screaming faces in the streets. Gonna leave. Gonna unalive myself because Donald Trump. There's just as many on the other side. And it's very sad, Elon Musk, you elitist scumbag. If you're so uncapitalist, then give it all away. Step down. Take 2 or 3 billion for yourself and turn it over to someone else. But when you say things like, well, you got to work 80 hours a week for free to get rid of a couple 40-hour work government workers who spend their government jobs, some of them, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are up there trying to do something for the American people. You know, that's what they pay me for. Why you must not work off the clock. And don't call for things like that. 77 point something million. Hey, all 76.917 comma 219 voters of Trump, go to Washington, D.C. and sink the damn place because it can't hold that many people. And offer to volunteer. All of you send it, since they don't have an address and he's doing what he's doing is illegal. Mr. Elon Musk. And no, I'm not calling for doxing and a denial of service. I'm saying he called for it. Everybody send in their resume to him. Care of X, formerly Twitter. SpaceX. I don't know. He didn't put an address out on his Twitter tweeters. Go get on his Twitter, please. 76.917219 million of you. And tell him how you have the super high IQ and really bust his balls for saying something as stupid as you could really help your government if you weren't situated, born, and your birth and circumstance was not such that you're not a gazillionaire like Elon Musk or Swammy. It's utterly assholey. Both of you need to apologize to all of us. And I don't care, because I don't believe you're going to do any good. I believe you're going to get this dude kicked out of that office. Sued civilly by thousands of employees of the government. Nope, they can't do nothing to him until he steps out in 2029. He's out of there. Do you think Elon Musk cares if this 84 or 83, however old Mr. Trump gets, when he gets out of there? Do you think Elon Musk gives one thought or concern to the fact that 150,000 or more federal employees might sue that joker because they have a valid civil case and the statute of limitations does not begin until he gets out of office? Please, somebody get somebody, as ridiculous as that sounds, somebody high IQ, somebody convince low IQ Mr. Trump. Yep, I'm making that assertion. To stop wondering what it is you don't like about certain people so you won't have them near you. They don't kiss your ass, but call it a ring. And they might be smarter than you, sir. And because they weren't born, blessings might be curses. When you never have to have consequences, real ones for your actions, like go hungry, you don't ever have to get better upon yourself. It's a fact of life. Yin and yang, blessing and curse. But if you won't allow somebody who doesn't have a whole bunch of money, who has a whole bunch of smart near you, dude, because they make you feel inferior, then mark my words. You think it's lawfare and you make up all these bullshit terms. Now, wait till you're 80 something years old. What are you going to do? So I'm old, I don't care. Blah, blah, blah. They really, really do want to see you die in jail, Mr. Trump. You've really offended their feelings. And they don't have a good reason. They don't have a high IQ reason. Somebody get these people's ear and let them know. Almost 77 million Americans have been disqualified from helping our country by Elon Musk because what you have to give ain't enough. Thanks. And you guys aren't the elitist scumbag elitists, riches. Email. I thought another text popped in. Another chat popped in. So Elon Musk, number one, it's immoral. It's unethical. See the ethical law that Warren is running her yaps at you. And then go back and take a class. Elon Musk, I'm giving you garbage for free except this. Take it as a scolding or take it as a class, Mr. Musk Smarty Pants. My mother said it's in every law school in this country. I spoke with a lawyer earlier this year and told her that I have been paid. I give them the free, especially the government monkeys. North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. I was thinking earlier about getting all of the emails I have offering you people a free ethics class. Lasts 2 to 4 hours depending on number of attendees and how pissed off you make me. True story. That's what it says in the flyer. But you have to pay me for it. I'll give it to you free if at the end of it you say in writing what was wrong with my class and why you don't feel that the government should pay me for it. I'll just refund the money. Otherwise, I'm getting paid for it. Everybody else gets paid for everything else, and you, government, at every level and political subdivision, get paid to mess it up. You sure as hell don't deserve for free the fix. Not even the appearance of. Go get yourself a written plan that includes a budget, Mr. Musk, and present it to the United States Congress. Otherwise, everything you're doing is doing exactly why we don't have a constitution, so that corporate kings don't rule our society and beg peasants to sacrifice their everything. And that's what's on you, Mr. Trump. Just it's you and Ashley Babbitt and her snot-nosed crying husband. All you had to do was say, hey, all of you, take a knee. Absolutely, you are not responsible for the actions of others. There's no criminal liability. The rest of you, calm down. Relax, relax, relax. So not even the appearance. If you want to show how you can possibly make a better thing for our federal government, start with nobody works off the clock. If you work 80 hours a week, 40 hours of it is overtime, time and a half money. And this is all very important. And I've said 2 or 3 times in these live streams. And I hope if you're not listening live, B-hugs, I hope you're going back and listening to this because you brought it up again. And you said you were busy, and I guarantee you you're over there doing stuff on your time without any writing or promises or accounting for your hours or anything else because we keep living this. And another one interrupted my life with it yesterday. Now they are there. What I got hit with today from the other ones that I've been telling for 2 years. Stop doing stuff off the clock. Stop doing things without writing it down. Stop doing things without budgets and pre-authorization. Stop doing things without the appearance of impropriety or anything being able to be questioned later. Because what came up this morning is that what almost was a polite and kind separation between a private employer and a private employee is now an accusation of misuse of company funds, which is in smaller but bigger in terms of legal liability terms, embezzling, stealing, theft, fraud, which are felonies because they don't have documentation. Because they might have worked off the clock and got told by some middle management punkster, hey, some other day, you go home, but stay on the clock and I'll clock you out. This is exactly what I did, write and send to those two. I got my confirmed app to fill out. I am working on my proposals. Only need to have it done by January 1. Well, send them a link to this video and let's have speech to text. Transcribe it into text, or the CCs will be done in a couple days. It takes the machine a couple days to grind through it and decide whether or not, number one, most importantly, it needs to block my video and put me in trouble. I'm more than willing to help. I just don't have time to sit down and write a thing, which takes us all back. This is the appearance of, and I'm pretty much done. Where there's any Doge poop, there is many Doge poop that rolls downhill. Do you remember that line? And I don't remember the movie, George.
I don't either.
Let's say James Garner. I think it's the same one of the tank movie. I tried to say movie quote.
Tank.
Shit rolls.
The
I'm
name of the movie's
quoting
Tank.
a movie. I can say it. Downhill. Yeah, the movie Tank. Also in the movie Tank. Remember the other day I told you the tank joke of James Garner, but I couldn't
Nope.
remember what movie it was. Well, good. I get to tell it again. Not only did he tell the S word rolls downhill. Everybody go watch Tank. Not Tank Girl. Go watch that too. Tank Girl rocks. I'll pull that one up on the screen in a minute. It's in the movie Tank where he tells the story. Bulls on the Hill. They told it in, they said arse in a movie. So here it is in 2011. Someone else was talking about the two bulls on a hill. I heard it, James Garner say it in a movie. Maybe he said it in Maverick. Maverick was a movie. Anyway, old bull and a young bull. It's up here. The young bull, the young bull says, "Let's run down the hill and cuddle a cow." The old bull, old and wise, says, "Let's walk down the whole hill and cuddle them all." If someone remembers which James Garner, maybe he just said it standing up somewhere, like a stand-up routine or an awards show. Garbage rolls downhill. Where there's little fire, there's giant fire potential. I'm trying to reread my own notes and understand why did I write it. No third fire. Oh yeah, I do. I understand. Because I said, where there's a little fire, there's a giant fire. And then I said, ha, I didn't say fire 3 times. Because like Beetlejuice 3 times or whatever, whenever I hear fire 3 times, I throw my arms up in the air and say, in a kind of square surrender, they got to be out from your sides at 90 degrees from your standing up body and 90 degrees at the elbows because it's a Beavis and Butthead thing. He says, "Fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me?" Put a link down below in the description. Somewhere. Oh, I scrolled past the description. And man, I haven't been keeping up with my timestamps. Are you threatening me? It's in the description. From the Hugh Jitsu channel. Not related, not affiliated. Thanks for having it. Sorry, my ear was sweaty. It's icky feeling. So we dealt with a fish. We dealt with something. We dealt with this. We dealt with that. It's really important not working off the clock, because what working off the clock leads to in private world, people trying to work it out themselves. People trying to sort it out. You man, you remember that time? Boss called me up and it took us like an hour, blah, blah, blah. It causes disgruntled and inequality, a feeling of being used and mistreated. And that's all it takes for anybody. I've already been through it over and over. Stop threatening the federal employees, except NPR, because they keep repeating the lies and amplifying them. You guys better just quit. Go on strike right now. Because Joe Biden still hasn't come out and said, hey, some BS. It ain't going to happen. I already signed them that if they get terminated in the first year of Trump's presidency, they're going to get 2 years of severance pay. You're the executive dude. Solve it. Oh, wait. Somebody wake Joe up. I'm being very rude, very derogatory. Thank goodness he took that debate with Trump, right? We might still have him for a second term. Yay, Mr. Trump. Good job. He had me when he headbutted the Pope. I was like, oh no, you're going to H words. Not let alone not being the president. You don't headbutt the Pope and not even apologize. Pretend it didn't happen. Don't be working off the clock. Government employees, I hear it from government employees all the time that your a-hole boss is threatening your whole career. Who I hear this from the most is cops. And why cops bully the hell out of and mistreat and abuse, and they claim they had to work all that overtime and they don't get paid for it and blah blah blah, and it's comp time, and it's, well, I'm supposed to get an extra week of vacation at the end of my career in 22 years. So there's always some BS screwing around with workers' money, especially in government. Stop it. Time clocks. If you ain't clocked in, don't be working. Don't think about work. Go home and listen to your babies cry because their iPhone 17 isn't as new as the 18. I know. I don't know what the version is currently. You can buy a prototype. I'm sure of it. American problems. But especially down at the bottom level where I live, at the entry wage level. We all want to be seen. We all want to think we're getting the note, the boss is going to appreciate it, and they say it. Be hugs. Are you listening? I appreciate you. Because the last boss said that all the time, even in a really long letter, just basically calling me useless, mentally insufficient, everything. Everything wrong with Earth is wrong with you, my employee. But I appreciate you. Why can't we all just be open and honest and don't do this? And it's, now I'm calling you out, peasant people like me. Bottom barrels. Stop allowing your bosses to mistreat you. If they'll do it to you, what are they doing to lesser than you? Especially in the police and security business. Your boss in the police and security business is supposed to know that they're the one who paid to put a gun on your side, and look, they're willing to do that to you. What are they doing to the other people who, if they weren't imbeciles, wouldn't be talking to people that they put the gun on their hip that way? They're hurting them. They're abusing them. Oh. J, period. The kind of people that make beer and ale. If you're out there, I love you, brother. But look how bad you did yourself and wrecked yourself trying to keep the boss from having to be responsible for himself. World, please stop doing it. Gonna try to stick to government stuff. If you want to hear more of that, if you want to talk more about don't work off the clock, and Elon Musk, Donald Trump, shut him up. You're the elected. He's some guy that gave money to you and your campaign. And don't think for a minute that they're not going to concoct and invent 9 million other things, like how much money is he kicking to your grandchildren in secret trust funds and stock bonds and preferred secret squirrel shares in the now private X. The appearance of impropriety. And he's going to leave you and your not so high IQ sons and your lovely daughter, her royal goddessness, Ivanka. She's an angel. Should have been the Supreme Court, not that other lady. Because it's not supposed to be government as usual. They're all the ones that are going to take the heat when this is all done. And you're an old man. Old man. You ain't going to last forever. Don't leave a legacy of people hating your family name and your grandchildren. Especially over the likes of Elon Musk and Swami Swami. It sure does sound good, don't it? Good enough to get you impeached. Did he break the law? Yes or no? Warren, impeach him. If the right won't do it because of politics, then take all of my government money and take them to court and let the third check and balance it. I don't care if he's a sitting president. I don't care what somebody wrote. It's never been tested this way before, is why we're saying, well, shouldn't we use the old pomp and circumstance policies of, it's sort of a written, unwritten, but pip pip and cheerio. Once upon a 1814, we wrote us the Department of Justice that we won't arrest each other for doing really rotten, immoral, and maybe possibly criminal things in the government offices. Of course, they made it a policy not to don't gendarmerie ourselves. Duh. It ain't 1814 anymore. Back then, we could invite each other out into the street with sabers or the other thing that we can't talk about on the internet. Why are you going to tell me that the DOJ has a policy that was invented back when they never had somebody that would test it, the likes of Donald J. Trump? It's a new time. Throw out the old page. It should be a disability. When somebody is convicted, that's a disability. See the Constitution. Vice president has to take over. Sure, you can get elected, but you can't hold the office because you going to jail. Jail is a disability. Just like if you fell down and broke your leg. Can't walk around Washington because I'm in jail in New York. And that's another long one. That's a whole nother, I have to dedicate a day and a half to dealing with that Supreme Court ruling and what it really says to just a numbskull like me. An empty head. It ain't what the left thinks it says. And it's a good theory, But with only imbeciles and the 200 and something years passing since the original imbeciles and nobody getting smarter but the phones, we don't need to worry about it. No, the president's not going to have SEAL Team 6 do any bad thing to anybody. Shut up with that. The fact that you
Yeah,
were
it's because
paid.
they forget that they also forget the oath that the military personnel take on. The key word in that oath is lawful orders. You must obey all lawful orders from your superiors, not all orders from your superiors.
And I believe it in the final writing. I don't remember who brought it up first, but in the final writing, it is attributed, I think, and I don't want to mangle her first name. I don't mean any disrespect, Her Royal Majesty, my honor, the Queen of the Court Goddess of the SCOTUS. And do I appear disrespectful? Because you are not above us. If you don't like it, quit. We can address and redress our government any way we please. We have that freedom of speech affirmed by many SCOTUS sacks of skin. Whatever got you there does not put you above me. I'm sorry if I don't accept my birth and circumstance. Go back and read my heritage. I showed it earlier in the stream. I'm a war-loving, godless heathen savage. All I know is brutality, the devastation of all time and continuums. I know who, from whence I came. I cannot say her name. I don't want to mangle it. I am utterly disrespectful about everybody with their, oh, I wear the powdery wig. Well, pip, pip, you. If I wasn't cursed with the era I was born in, if you and I were well met, we just figured out about 120 years ago, Ketanji Brown, I could beat you. Just saying. Because you were not people for two reasons. You had no rights as long as no man owned you. See, messieurs, that's another long conversation. It's French. Why do you think we have to file marriage papers at the clerk of the court where we file our house papers? Because you whammons is our properties. What does MRS stand for? MRS, it's possessive. You are now the property of the man. Go back and read your freaking declaration and your constitution. Define people. It wasn't you. Her Royal Majesty, Her Honor, the Supreme Court Justice. I don't think she's an oh no, she is her Associate Justice-ness. I'll say all those other things as mushy-mouthed and stupid as I say them. Semi-apologetically. Offer you up a fist bump. Let's see if it brings it up this way. It is in the ruling. It is there online. I have read the heck out of it myself several times. Look how many pages it is. 119 pages. I'm not pulling it up on this screen. She wrote it in there. It is the most schoolgirly histrionics garbage and I wrote a face space about it. I may have even put it on somewhere on the internet else. Professionally written. That if you're that histrionic and fearful and crazy, get out of my Supreme Court. You have no business there. Come to your senses, madame. In the movie I really, really don't like. And it wasn't until on accident, destiny of things. One time I walked into my mother-in-law, second one, house, and there was a movie on TV. And a fine-looking man pulled a woman up and said, "What you need is kissed, and often by someone who knows what they're doing." And I said, "Man, that was cool. What movie is this?" And she said, "Gone with the Wind." I said, "Oh God, I hate it." Somehow in my
Frankly,
bias,
dear, I don't give up.
yeah, somehow in my biases and my overexposure, some things I kind of like the song the first 1,000 times I heard it on the radio, but after that, it's been played too much. It's just overexposure to Gone with the Wind. It's everybody's favorite. One I absolutely hate 1,000 times more than that, and here's Destiny. Be careful, is The Wizard of Oz. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to think about it. And in 2015, I was the technical assistant and all this other stuff and volunteer for my friend's children's, and the friend was in it too. Video rendering. We didn't mind George doing and we made some digital movie magic to mix with real life play acting for the local theater that mostly involves local kids of The Wizard of Oz. Be careful what you ask for. One time, 30 years ago as well, close to 30 years ago, maybe 27 years ago, I met over the phone, never met in person, my first real life Scarlet. And I remember where I left off. Scarlet and the computer wholesale supply company was in Charlotte. So, of course, Scarlet from Charlotte. It rhymes. Have to be moronic about it. And I would beg her, and she said, "I know what you're trying to get at." I would beg her to do things like, "Tell me you have a sale on something I don't want." She'd say, "No." We played this game for a while, and then one day she said, "Hey, ask me that thing you always ask me." We were several years. She was my rep at a big distribution company. They don't exist anymore, so I'm not going to name them, and I'm not going to have to say not a sponsor. And so she said, "Whatever." I said, "Oh, tell me that if I'll just buy 1,000 units of something, I can have them for $9.99 each instead of $1,000 each." And she said, "Okay, this or that or whatever." I said, "Oh, I get to say it." And I was so happy. And this goes back to somebody get out there in the world and convince Sweet Anita to give me the permission so I can say this thing about heartmake and heartbreak and happy and sad and juxtaposed all at the same time. Because she said whatever she said, and I finally got to say it. "Frankly, my dear Scarlett, I don't give a damn." And she said, "Okay, and now I'm going to let you know that I just put in my 2-week notice, and they told me to take the 2 weeks off and hand me a severance check." No. I wonder how much of this you learn while sitting in law school. Those judges and lawyers were there to say this is not working. CA Bar Pilot Research Project. I don't know about anything in the courts. And I don't want to go too deep into this, Mammy. It's a bad time. There's another bad time happened. Not as far distant past. That I have always said in my whole life. When I can sit around and talk about it and laugh about it, laugh it off when I'm over it, I'll talk about certain things. But until that day, I'll just keep it inside to go see the angst scene in Al Pacino's Heat. I learned much of this hypothetically, allegedly. There were lawsuits around some people we knew. Yeah, let me say it that way. The lawsuits had to do with some people we know. Someone in the family had some serious health issues, which caused a little bit of some growing up might have had to happen. And lawsuits moving much faster than human healing. Remember, that's a joke. Everybody that knows me or we'll go off on that topic another day. I'm from California. There's 2 lawyers for every criminal, 4 civil attorneys for every human, not attorney. We live in a very litigious society. Because of health issues, blah, 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 I got a special driver's license, not permit, not something else. I had a license when I was 13.5 years old. Oh no, hypothetical. Our fictional family. In this fictional family, the younger son and the older son, I don't know if he was already of age to have learner's permits or special provisional licenses and stuff. I was the younger son was 13 and a half years old because the mother was fully disabled. Involved with recovery from this full disability was lots of medical, and now, oh, that would be 3.5, 4 years after onset of lawsuits, which you can't be mad or sad or anything else. It just is what it is, hypothetically, in this fiction romance. The reason the younger son was able to get a special California driver's license was not only to take the mother to the myriad brand new baby University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, go Bruins, if you're still there. Neuroplasticity Center, I think it was called, or that might be the Texas one. Anyway, special brain healing and stuff. And physical therapy and all these places that it doesn't matter that something's 3 miles away. Any of you who have never lived in Los Angeles, visiting doesn't count. You can neither sympathize or empathize that you don't understand. I still don't know, and we're catching up. We got 10 lanes, 5 on each side, freeways. I still call them, they call them interstate highways. Was every place, any driving you do in Los Angeles County, miles, kilometers, none of that crap matters. Travel is measured in time. And usually the questions start with hours. Oh, it's over there and wherever. Huh. How many hours is that for me? Oh, it's less than 1. See, it's not, well, it couldn't possibly be 8 minutes away. There's no such thing as minutes. You get on the roads in Los Angeles County, plan to spend 1 hour minimum. That's how it was. A lot of travel time. A lot of times in cars with our fiction characters, fictional mother screaming, "What are you doing?" Because fictional 13, 14-year-old was sleeping behind the wheel. And it always came that way. What are you? And then yelled really loud, doing? Nothing. Nothing. Driving you home. Because he had cancer. Yes. In a fiction story. It's still a fiction romance. We'll say that. Happily ever after. Always ends with happily ever after. And I remember where we started. I'll get back off this tangent soon enough. But just for the clarity, debated where I learned it, and I really learned to hate lawyers and thought about throwing some of them silk suit sons of biatches out the way up windows that you couldn't open them windows in those twin towers in Century City. That was back in the 1980s. What everybody wanted to be was in one of the firms, one of the super lawyer firms that worked out of the Twin Towers or the Century City Towers. And to do so, you had to go to work every day wearing a silk suit. Century City Towers, California. Century Plaza Towers. They're big buildings. The Century Towers, well, that's a residence. 28-story condominium is the Century Towers. Let's look for lawyer. Jenner and Block is in Century City. I don't see any in the towers anymore. Anyway, Century City. And they used to call them, much like the ones that got KIA in New York in 01. Note in these photos, there's two of every damn building. It was a thing back in the 80s. They were, oh, Twin Towers, Twin Towers, Twin Towers. This is where all the lawyers wanted to be. End of the 70s, early to mid 80s. Century City in these giant glass spires. And I learned that I really wanted to our fictional character, 13 or 14 years old, special driver's license, full driver's license. I could even drive on my own. It, fictional character allegedly in a video game, really wanted to break these windows with the heads of attorneys. Somebody write this down. It's the script. Exterior, Century City. Window flies out of the Century Tower. And then lawyers start flying out the window. And luckily, they sprout little lawyer wings and fly for safety right before they hit this road. The end, happily ever after, was in what's called interrogatory format depositions. See, interrogation. Interrogation. Interrogatory. It's the same word. Lawyers just can't say, oh, we're going to tip you upside down on this table and put a towel over your face and see how many gallons of water the towel can hold. Not a saying. They think they're smart. You have to wear silk suits. You have to have 250 names on your letterhead. I hate lawyers. Really do. I'm trying to cure myself of it, especially because some of my good people in my family, the really good ones that make up for me, having this weird fantasies, ideas of movies and video games where flying lawyers feel some fear before they fly away to safety because they're secret angels. They have angels' wings under those silk suits. And they're something Italian patent leather shoes. Driving their BMWs and their Mercedes Benzes. All right, back on target. Stay on target. And we will come back to it someday on another stream when we all have far more energy and more concern. If you're this kind of histrionic, silly lady, if you have that much fear in this life, get the hell out. Go home, retire. Go watch happy television shows about Christmas year round.
Happy joy, joy.
Exactly that one. A story, even with his tooth rotting out of his head. The little dog one was having miserable, and the big round cat one said, "Let me read you a story." And the little doggy one said, "A story." It's the only piece I ever saw, and I loved it, and I remember it. If this is what you have to do in the Supreme Court of the United States of America, get out. Let that seat open to somebody who isn't full of passionate fantasies. Go away. Just saying. My theory. The Trump immunity ruling doesn't say what you think it says. It didn't name him. Yeah, they threw his name in there every now and then because John Roberts is kind of tongue-in-cheeky. Got him. Got him. It says the president and the office of the president. And is it an office or not an office? We'll never know. It's an executive. So let's all stop calling it an office. It's an executive. What room? Don't know. But this all other stuff, just like George said, you find me the one. Somebody find me the one who works in any team. Just an airborne ranger. I know there's a couple of them out there. But out of the however many, somewhere between 800,000 and 2 million people who represent our sworn personnel, I don't think, and I know a lot of them. I've done a lot of training with militaries, current, active duty, former, veterans, retireds, got kicked out for good reasoning, quit because they couldn't handle the politics. I don't know any that because the POTUS said so would go do harm to an American citizen or a
Well,
lawful resident,
all I
especially
know,
not a high profile one.
yeah,
They would
there's,
belay that order and tell
yes,
whoever told them that order. I talked about earlier, people do a lot of stuff for a boss. I don't know. Some of them guys might kiss a wiener to get a promotion. Could happen. Because otherwise you ain't getting it. Well, babies at home, got to feed them. But when it comes down to especially the USMCs, yeah, I know I'm being sexist. All you military guys, you know what I'm saying. I know very few Marine Corps people that would dare that for you to say it is such an offense to their integrity. And this reminds me, SEAL teams. I worked with many SEAL and other veteran special ops over 50-something years. None of them would do what this scared woman suggests. I agree. She, and I mean no disrespect, and that's why I won't try to say her name. Her honor, Brown Jackson, K. First name starts with a K. I'm not going to ask Google for pronunciation. When you write things like that in your powdered wig, powdery papers, you offend beyond any offense you can understand people who are willing to die for this weird honor thing of theirs. They do die for it. They step into the line of fire for the person next to them, who they wouldn't be next to them if they weren't, just because that's how their mind works. Willing to die for each other for this vague and esoteric thing known as the American experiment. And these oddball concepts, they're willing to die for it. They're willing to make others unalived to protect it until you can not sympathize, because sympathy is unnecessary. I've been off on those tangents before. We'll discuss that another day. Somebody put it on their list. I'm tired of trying to update mine and then remember where I was at. Empathy. Use your words. Sympathy and empathy do not mean the same thing. Don't use them interchangeably. Until you can empathize with a SEAL Team 6, a soldier. I don't believe Brown Jackson. If I'm talking out my arse, I'm about to correct myself, and I am going to have to apologize loud and proud. Maybe I'll put it in writing and send it on up there to the court. I know where to find her. I apologize. Sign me. Directed to her. And it won't say why or what or however. That's it. Anonymously. It would appear not. Or did she? Who's this? Who served in there? Oh no, that says he. She doesn't identify as he, him. That's not her. No, she did not serve in the military. Ooh. I almost spoke without knowing. Bring the receipts. Brown Jackson. Do not ever let your clerks, you, the AI bot, or anybody else have an opine in a permanent document in our SCOTUS about something you can't empathize with forevermore, no matter what else 23-939 Trump v. United States 0701-2024. And for our military guys, for our SEAL Team 6s, that's 1 joule. If you don't get it, and I didn't serve either, not in the uniform, not running up and down the sandy beaches, guys. I don't try to steal your valor. But I have had much experience with very close proximity, enough to know. How dare you? Let's go back and look at yesterday's thumbnail. Where's yesterday's thumbnail? How dare you? Her honorable, venerable, best lawyer, best judge ever made a mistake. You need to apologize for it. You owe it to our fighting soldiers and their support people and everybody else that's that crazy brave. And even if they're imbeciles, the fine line. It's another ancient Chinese saying I just made up when I was too young to be making up sayings. There is an almost imperceptible line that gets crossed between stupid and brave. And some of us, it really means something, and we don't feel stupid for being brave and honorable and full of integrity. And I can't speak with empathy of how, look at how I'm talking about it. I didn't jump out of the back of a perfectly good airplane into a foreign country that's been at civil war for 9,000 years for the guy next to me. That's a military guy's motto. You won't hear me saying it. And guys is non-gender specific. We all call each other guys. Hey guys. We discussed that a day ago or 2 days ago. My mammy typed it in the chat. SEAL teams. I work with many SEAL teams. So anyway, that's my horse crap on that. I have never met one who would not even, especially not to a politician, to and you need to take this into consideration. Advisors, ears, people anywhere near. Stop talking crap about General Mattis. Isn't he the famous one?
Famous one what? Dean, famous one what?
Jim Mattis. Retired Marine Corps 4-star general, commanded forces in the Persian Gulf, the war in Afghanistan, and the Iraq War. He is very respected among the rank and file, which is rare for any general, especially this many stars of a general. People who bone spurred their way out of service need to shut the F up. I say it on behalf of you, Marine Corps. Shut the foolishness up about one of they. They have no respect for you. And the more you talk trash about their guy, the more pissed off they get. But they will always defer to your office. Show them a little respect. I don't blame him so much because, it's, if I was born in the era of the draft and I could just use daddy's money to get out of it, I sure as hell would have too. I'm not faulting, but I'm saying, because you got bought out.
Well, you were born in the era of draft. You just weren't old enough to be drafted when it ended. You were 9 or thereabout. I know I was 10, almost 9. Well, actually, technically I was 9 because I didn't turn 10 till October.
But the anyway of it is, if you didn't put on the uniform, then just don't talk about people that did. Consult with the Joint Chiefs or the DOD or the rank and file or the command or the whatever. Just shut up about it, all of you. This guy, the T word that we can't say anymore. And I'll keep on saying it. Trump, 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 Trump. That's another reason I probably got myself kicked off of Facebook because I said I was glad in 2015 when he ran. Because even though it says jump, there's a British punk rock band that has a song about a circus elephant that escaped the circus. And it says off she went with a jumpity jump, but they're very cockney. So it sounds like they're saying off she went with a trumpety trump. Trump, 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 ta-da. And I said, yay! Famous building guy and Cocaina and Studio 57. Dude, yay for running for president, because now I can really put that song back on my Facebook. I'm really shallow. But I not as much demand for anything. That's the rules. That's the way it's written. Amongst the several states, there's a popular vote. Amongst the several states, representative counting creates an electoral college. So pretty much the most popular wins. It's a popularity contest, individually by state. He won. There's no qualifiers or disqualifiers. I just wish he'd do better. We should all want to do better. who held themselves out for and wrote that crap in the tomes of our country, Ms. Brown, Mrs. Brown, whatever you go by, her honorable, most venerable, JD, comma, lawyer at large, whatever you are. How dare you? Let's go back to, I need a 16-year-old high IQ, bad social skills girl to tell you, how dare you? Don't talk about our soldiers that way, especially not the super deluxe elites like the SEAL teams of any number or letter, that they don't exist anyway. Oh, someone I sort of know from old research days was meeting with FB owner guy. Asked him to review and open FB for those thrown out. Well, the fraud people are still there daily. Yep. He's done so much letting go, making separated. Got to keep them separated. Boom, boom, boom. Another song. I promise you, the silly, his silly AIs one day are gonna start with little digital skull faces laughing at him. Like that. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Hey, you guys can pay me to edit these things before you publish them, SCOTUS. It appears improper. But we will one day. Because I think Phil will try to get Mammy's microphone, headsets, earphones working. Get something going so that everybody, and I'll get on the chat. So I'll shut up once in a while. But it's my channel. I get to overrun everybody. So let's get past being inappropriate. All of you, government employees, private employees, stop it. That's everybody who's been in my class knows the 3 types of liability. Civil, that means money. Criminal, that means jail. And real world liability, because that's your ass. I've heard said. First off, it's your job. If you don't understand the liability of doing these things will get you fired. You might need to go back to grammar school or elementary school or some other than workplace in America. Go turn in all your participation trophies and hope that they'll trade them in at the school for books and start to learn how to read them. Because if you don't understand real world liability in terms of just, somewhere in a dusty old tome, probably in a file cabinet at every fast food place you work at, says you may not eat free here. We offer an employee discount program. But the night manager has got you accustomed to, well, if those fries have been sitting there a while, you better eat them because, they're going to have to go in the trash in 30 minutes anyway, or 15 seconds, or whatever. So you've gotten the habit of cooking a little bit of extra fries every order. Because then they sit there and they almost meet the time limit and you get to eat some fries. When the day manager, who's the actual owner of the company, has reviewed some tapes and your ass is out of there. You're fired for stealing cold, old fries. There's another reason this stuff all has to be accounted for, private and public. Because without it, how can we budget the operations of the business? Elon Musk. You can't tell people to bring daddy money to back them up and run our government. Somebody put a cease and desist order. Congress, both sides, get that dude away from our future president. Because it don't matter what he says. He's just some guy. He owns his own free speech platform. Here's one for you, Elon Musk. Please, Democrats, somebody get me in the ear of destiny over there. Especially you Democrats, squawking and crying and dying. Well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh, Elon Musk bought Twitter and we can't ban and blacklist people anymore. All of you 74 million, however many, I'm not going back and looking it up again. All you 65, let's round down. 65 million of you left Democrats whose world is not ending on January 20th. It didn't end on the 5th of November, did it? You woke up the next day. All, let's just say 65 million of you send the same letter to your senators and your representative. Yep, it's going to cost you $1.50 in stamps and envelopes and paper. And flood that place with 150 million of the same letter that says this. See, maybe if you feel like writing something down, helping out a brother, and sending it up to someone that has an ear, or repeating it, send a link to all the activists and all the college. We need everybody that voted Democrat, send them the paper so that they have to open it. And if Elon Musk fires the postal workers at the government, then I guess he's going to have to go with his high IQ people and work 120 hours a week opening the damn mail. Because there's a time limit set in law for opening the mail from us people to our government. Mr. Musk, would you please go back and read the Constitution? Oh, wait, you're not from here. Get out. Kick him out. Make him first on your deportation list, Donald Trump, Mr. President, twice.
He can't be deported. He is now a U.S. citizen.
Donald Trump's threatened to revoke other people's. Threatened to revoke
No, he's not.
his.
He has not. He hasn't threatened to revoke citizenship.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Yes, he did. Don't defend your guy against himself. He's proud of it. So anyway, all of this has to be accounted for. All of it is legally required. What Elon Musk is trying to convince the administration to do is make it so that people like me could eventually go out and find enough people to get their snotty nose crybaby pill requiring faces out of their pillows long enough to put some of their efforts into, all right, let's get him out of there. This is impeachable. You cannot. So anyway, everybody who's so worried that Donald Trump's going to be the dictator, left, Democrat, left of center, you have to write it and you have to send it in an envelope with a super expensive stamp on it. All your postal employee socialist people, they need work. They need somebody to fund their government operations. So you got to go buy these stamps. Sign it, send it in to the United States Congress. One copy to your senator from your state and one copy to your representative from your district in your state, and no more. Don't denial of service. Don't bomb them. 130 million letters showing up at the Capitol on the same time is plenty. to remind them of who they are. Remember the Boston Tea Party? Well, don't throw your stuff in the ocean. They don't care. Throw your work into their lap. You pay them, America. And this is what it needs to say. My senator, my representative from my state. I demand this of you, or I will recall you or remove you or have you impeached, whatever we have in our state. Take the NPR and the PBS money and open up the United States social media platform. I understand the name Twitter is now available, and truly have government funded free speech that puts Elon Musk out of business. And I know all you rights don't want to hear it. I'm speaking specifically to the left. What could you do if 130 letters went to Congress demanding that we have true free speech in a public forum that many business models have come and gone in the history of the United States, let alone the world? Then kill social medias that allows one private monster or all of his underlings that he's pissed off to just delete all of your posts forever and require the government to, I guess every day they'll have to print this crap out and put it into the archives. And no, they're not allowed to moderate without documenting. If someone says something, why could you go up to Congress and say, why can you stand in either one? The senators don't listen to us people so much. It ain't Rome. Send them across the hall and let them yap at Pelosi. Or be yapped at by Johnson or that other guy that I think should quit too. Well, I think they all should quit. But anyhow, why could I go up there and say something as heinous? And sir, because you're tough, you can take it, is the only reason I'm saying this, Mr. President twice and right now elect, soon to be in office again. I'm saying this as an extreme hypothetical because it has been said by many of they. And you're tough, you can take it. You don't get all bent out of shape about it. See, George, see, Mom, I can find the good in him. He's like, what else they got to say? Why can they stand in the supposed seat or heart or whatever the hell they call that big fancy building of our democracy and say something as disgusting as, he's a pedophile? And it's okay, because free speech, and you're allowed to address or redress your government, blah, blah, blah. But if you said that about their guy on one of their privately funded, backed up, and they use their campaigns and our government money to run ads on these promoted private platforms, you get perma-banned instantly if you said that about current President Biden. So, to be fair, we need to have a very open, call it freespeech.gov, where we get to go up and have social media. And nobody gets to moderate us. All the standard rules apply. You can't distribute child prawns anywhere in America on public or private. So all that's covered by existing law. And since we're going to cut one, and it's already been appropriated, it's in the budget and signed by the president, that money can't be used for something else, Elon Musk. Shut up. You know not what you speak. Well, since we can't use NPR and we can't use PBS, Then let's have a government free speech social media platform so we can all stop messing around with all these other private companies and we won't have to look at ads ever. It's government funded. There, done. You want efficiency, Elon Musk, or do you want to pat yourself on the back and throw money at a guy who's fooled by your money and ruin him? And no one's going to hate Elon Musk in 20 years. They're going to hate Donald Trump's grandchildren. See the amount of protection that has to be wrapped around the youngest son right now for good cause. Because the haters in our country on both sides are stupid. They're extra special imbecilic. So I'm going to get back on this, on the clock, working on the clock. To be legally accounted for, impeach or the F up, write it, send it with expensive stamping, fund the PO employees. So rep and center each, remind them who they are. You pay. Exactly. And put an or else behind it. All you got to say is if you won't do this for us, for our, with this, and this is no grassroots, and I'm not calling for doxing or denial of servicing. It's our rights. You have the right to communicate and express your wants to your government. Especially you government employees and their families who are about to be out of work. Wrap your head around this. Maybe you should write your congressman. Say, hey, you know what? Okay. Because it doesn't matter what that dude says. If Congress passes a law and says, oh yeah, we're allocating this much money and somebody's going to go build a server, and the sad of it is, those with the experience, FaceSpace, Zuckerberg, Musk didn't know how to build a social media network. He bought it like everything else. Oh, I just buy those things. Me being able to buy a really expensive car doesn't mean I could build one. So that's the reality of just working off the clock and threatening people's jobs. Everything must be documented, because if it's by, for, and of us tax-paying people, we got to make sure where that money's going and what's going on with it. Go back and see the Warren thing. And we got to make sure that this easily gone awry, and it's especially in government. If somebody's going to come in and volunteer to do all this stuff, so we get rid of all the employees. Well, dumbass, then ask anybody in government, why do you always spend your budget as allocated, every cent of it, and hopefully run over budget? Because if you're smart and you run your government office right, and this is since the old country, this is part of why we tried to break away, but by 1780, whatever that was, when they were writing Federalist number 15, they said imbeciles. Imbecilic is the exact word he wrote in there. And they address in the federal papers, because they were reestablishing the bureaucracies. They were all the things they fought a damn revolutionary war to get away from, the people didn't want away from. Now in the end, damn, it was easy when we were the welfare state, even though you'd bitched the whole time that you were so oppressed and you didn't have the fruits of your labors. Not even the appearance of. If you allow for the fudging of the numbers and you tell somebody that, well, this is how it works in every government office I've ever seen, including since early childhood. My mother can confirm this. Aunt Eva worked in many a government office and many a campaign. Everybody's squawking and crying. Oh my God, the Kamala Harris campaign is out of money and they still owe these or that's or 20 millions. Go look back to 2020. Look how much that Donald Trump and the Republicans owe in tens of millions. You can't carry your campaign money over. You have to spend it. It's a time-limited, not-for-profit corporation thing in campaigning. I don't understand all that stuff. I don't deal with it. I know that that's how it works. Government budgets. If you don't use it, just like your health and your body, you lose it. If you did really, really good and all your people did really, really good and you didn't use your practice ammunition at a certain government agency, you're allotted this XYZ number of rounds. They carried it over to private sector. They're supposed to have 150 practice rounds and then 150 chances at for real qualifying at a certain percent. Well, if all your people doing this qualification with 150 allocated for practice only said, oh no, man, I do this as a hobby and it's a small department. You only got 5 of them. And they all hang out together and that's how they pass their time and blow off stress is at the certain kind of range, driving range, So then the mayor walks in one day and talks to the police chief. He says, wow, that whole cabinet's full of those little qualifying things, ammunitions. What happened? Oh man, we just got a good crop. They didn't use any of that qualifying. Next year, your budget says you have 3 real qualifying attempts, ammo, budgeted, and 0 practice. If you didn't use it, you lose it. Because the managers of everything money in government see the national debt, which does not include each individual of the several states' debt, or the cities, or the municipalities. It's got to be over 200 or 300 trillion dollars cumulative government debt. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Somebody correct me in a comment. Every bit of this must be accounted for. Time, as in people's labor time, costs money. At the top, Musk, Swami, you cannot, unless those are very highly paid, something, X, it's an EX word, positions, which no government position is. You cannot say that they are not entitled to their regular time and their overtime money. Just because you're here today, Musk, what if Kamala had won, would you be willing to do this for our government? Or are you buying favor? Because it has the appearance of, to me, that you're full of crud and you don't know anything about government. Because our Congress, even though they do not do it, see that we are under another one of those, whatever they call their band-aids, to keep our government funded and limping along without proper budgets and funding and all the rest of that stuff. They don't take it seriously because no one holds their feet to the fire. Congress, everybody. Maybe you can't put too many demands on your one letter and your one stamp. Get us free, publicly funded, permanent social media. That even if you did get yourself perma-banned because you were peddling child prawn, anything not child prawn that you'd put up there, they'd send you a backup that you could go find your own private server and host it if you want to. Anything non-criminal, go ahead, go for it. There, that was simple. I hate to muddy up, especially because I'm the one who complains all the time that my emails are too long. They contain 2 sentences because no one's reading past the first sentence. They might not get past the subject. No one reads anymore. Everybody lazy. I mean, they got my ADDHD adult onset. All this stuff has to be accounted for, budgeted in advance, executed. The Congress issues those orders. All the president is to do is do. The president doesn't get to make decisions after the fact. Make sure the workers are working. If they're not working, fire them. You don't get to close the damn department unless it was opened using government money, so it has government oversight. It all must be accounted for. Nobody works off the clock. Nobody clocks in and doesn't do work. So that we know what it costs when I'm dealing with this with a 3-officer security company. I keep having to yell at the boss about, if you won't acknowledge the reality of the cost of doing business, how do you bill your clients? How are you to make money when you just lie to yourself? Well, the business of the federal government of the United States of America has to know the costs. If super efficiency expert consultants, which is what the big companies call the guys that come in and tell everybody, we'll just lay off half and tell the other half they have to do double. That's what always works out. Until all the employees then get pissed off and leave. And now you ain't got no employees. Now you ain't got no company. Well, we can't have that in government. Every minute of everybody's time is money. We've all heard the things. Has to be accounted for, and the real cost of it. If it requires overtime, then it must be being counted. Holy cow. Just to fix a couple of divisions and try to make better efficiencies and make better use of the money. Can we close something? Should we open something else? Should we move the people laterally? And then somebody get someone in there, not me, because I'm a bean counter. I'm a logistician. I don't care that they're people. I'm a true believer in now, oh well, sucks to be you. I can see the other side where like Elon Musk is coming from. I chose, as part of my choosing to land in North Carolina, we ain't no California. I don't need 72 lawyers and 35 insurance companies to get rid of a bad apple, a bad employee in North Carolina. North Carolina is an at-will state. Employees can go, and employers can get rid of them without a reason. Some of us understand, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. When you're picking the state you're going to live in, you might want to read their doctrines. And I know I'm spending too long on this, but I cannot stress the importance of this enough. And it's at the high level, and it's loud in the news these days. Bad Doge. Bad Musk and Swammy. And I will stop mocking your name, sir. I apologize. Ramaswamy. No working off the clock. No accounting for stuff, because what I'm getting back to, and here we go again. Somebody get me the ear of that lovely couple in Georgia. All these things tie together for me. I have a mind full of stuff. Doing this helps me get it out of my mind. Hey, George. Radio check. George, are you still with me? Did I run you off? Oh, I hope George's internet didn't break. George, did you fall asleep? If you fall asleep on stream, you have to snore cute in the microphone. See an EFAP long ago. Okay. Radio check to George. Did not get a response.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Just had my mic muted because I was dealing with some stuff.
Okay. Are you available for a couple more minutes?
Yes.
Do you feel like, without proper notice, I probably should have typed you in the Discord 5 minutes ago, you could entertain for a couple minutes so I can first go get rid of some old beverage and then grab a new one?
I guess. I feel like I'm a commercial.
No. This is their, what do you call it? Their try before you buy part.
Yeah.
They
Anywho.
they get a little taste here, and then when we got them hooked, we move them over to your channel. I'll be right back.
All right. I and Dean do not see eye to eye on many things. Well, I would say on a few things. This happens to be one of them. But he's right. North Carolina is the at-will state. We're also one of the few states in our glorious union that, according to its state constitution, must have a balanced budget. We had a governor, which I will not mention her real name. I just call her Governor Chicken, that was waiting on a balanced budget. The state employees got together and their organizations and came up with a balanced budget. It would not allow for any new programs, but it would pay, their budget would pay for all existing budgets and paychecks. She rejected it on the grounds that she did not come up with it. She is one of the few one-term governors we've ever had, other than a Republican. Republicans in this state, regrettably, only last one term since gubernatorial elections were reopened after the rebuilding of the Union after the Civil War. While we were under Reconstruction, all our governors were Republican. That is probably one reason that most Republicans only last one cycle. When we do get a halfway decent Republican, the problem is they don't bother to pay attention to laws that are written. They allow for some person in the state legislation to propose a new law when an old law would already cover what they're trying to make a new law for. Don't make new laws unless there's absolutely no other choice. Read the laws that are in place, enforce said laws until they are removed. Our present governor, soon to be ex-governor, made it legal to wear masks in public due to COVID. He undid a law that was put into place in order to reduce bank robberies and other armed robberies, because it used to be illegal to wear a mask in public or in a public building. Medical masks tend to be the exception to the rule. To this day, you see perfectly looks to be, I cannot say, I don't know their medical history, looks to be perfectly healthy people wearing masks outside 25 feet from anybody, or they're wearing a mask, but it's more like a chin bib, because they're not wearing it over their mouth, they're not wearing it over their face. They're too busy puffing on a cigarette
I
or
want to call
whatever.
that, I call it a chin bra.
That too. But luckily, And I do mean luckily. That's also one reason we got a flat income tax. So some people don't like the flat income tax in this state, is because the state is required to have a balanced budget. Over to you, Dean.
Okay. If we said anything offensive, Roy Cooper, we apologize. I think. Maybe.
I did
Sorry.
not mention any names.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Yeah, but everybody could look up. Who was the governor then?
Oh, the
His
chicken governor
his
in 2008.
his royalty, a lady that was very against him last election. That's another one of those. Funk, I could add a V8. She called him Royal Cooper. He knows.
That's
Him and
probably the
his,
reason he
him and his
won.
him and his people acknowledge that it's better than some nicknames he's heard or been called. Some things he's been called. So the importance of keeping things on the clock, keeping the accounting accounted for. And please remember the other case, not the silliness about signing checks. The, I've said before on my things, I think, and I know I said it on the Facebook. How many reasons to get the little flower out? How many reasons did I give face space to banner me? Let me counteth up the ways and pick the little flower petals off. 1, 2, 900, 9,000. Oh my gosh. The other case, the civil case. Thanks for giving us the examples. See how four-dimensional chess this dude is? Mr. Donald Trump, Donald J. He did this so I would see it and I'd voice about it. I can't do all that. Alex Jones, QAnon. My brain don't work that well. I'm not that good of a fiction writer. But what I'm trying to say is Donald Trump did this on purpose. Was it the business fraud documents deals with the bank? Was that in New York? The civil case. Or was that criminal? I think it was civil. New York case. Civil. Donald, I'm surprised Google didn't just say yeah and answer for me. Donald Trump, business records. Isn't that what it was? They said he frauded business records. $354.8 million, and the interest is running on it. Here's the citation number. Financial fraud. And what this came down to, this, and these are carefully crafted. I don't remember, is this the one that's under New York statute that has a 12 in it? I told you, Internet George, my mammy, I'm sorry. I had many hours earmarked to get these I's dotted and T's crossed before I did this, and the hours got used elsewhere. This is the one, I believe, New York v. Trump et al. Is this the one with the everybody hates him, but I don't care. The judge that's always making movie quotes and music references. Imagine why I love him. New York v. Trump org. Civil litigation, AG, with the Trump organization, financial fraud by presenting Vastly disparate property values to potential lenders. Yeah, this is the one. Executive Law 6312. See, I remembered there was a 12 in it. That's amazing. What a memory. But I also remember that even from the Wikipedia, you can get a seed of truth or whatever. I know everybody's against this. This is the one I went at length either yesterday or the day before about. I wish he, with all of his power and money and everything else, could get a good lawyer and get law, executive law, 63, paragraph 63, parenthetical 12, stricken. Get it erased from now on, just like Roe v. Wade got overturned, right? And any laws that any states had affiliated with it, making statutes out of the common law or the court ruling. All it would take is the New York Superior or Supreme Court. I don't know what New York has. The top court of New York or a federal court, especially if they could prove first jurisdiction or jurisdiction belongs in the Supreme Court, other than the histrionic lady tell her that, this has nothing to do with SEAL Team 6, lady. Take it easy. This law must be removed. That's my opinion. If I could get the ear of someone in power, I would seek for the good of the people of New York. See, the target of all of the Federalist Papers? To the people of New York. This has got to go. Yes, because it's there, they were able to crunch Trump and company into it. If they're willing to do that and they started this when he was the president of the United States. If they're willing to do this to the president, what are they doing with this against the little people? It's got to go. See down at the bottom of this pop-up, I'm going to leave it up for a couple minutes so everyone on screen and the screen readers can read it. Blah, 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 blah. Civil fraud. Due to its broad definitions, Section 6312 provides the AG with far, and I promise you the next word is reaching. We do not need our AGs to have anything. Go back and see the other Supreme Court ruling that everybody's so upset about this year. I think this year. That other guy, Destiny. Go see the young guy, Destiny. He's young and much smarter than me. And I don't remember. It's one of the big gas companies, maybe Chevron, where the Supreme Court said, you damn... And George, you sent me something on it the other day and we discussed it about the Department of Education trying to take a dump on the schools for the bows and arrows. Because the Supreme Court of our country, of our land, without precedent and against previous sin, they keep talking about, well, it's not even a doctrine, it's not a law, it's not an ordinance, or it's not codified. We don't prosecute presidents, and we don't allow them to be sued civilly. Well, they're president. Well, he's not the president now. But think about what the Supreme Court said. I think it might have been Chevron. They said that the EPA cannot, and no administrative section of the executive can interpret. They must follow the letters of the laws. If there's a dispute, take it to court. Well, then 6312 is dated, and somebody should quote Chevron SCOTUS ruling. Yeah, July 8th, 2024. a couple days before a really important thing happened in our country. This lost some of its thunder because of the attempt on candidate and former President Donald J. Trump. I'm going to keep saying his name. And that's why, if we ever get banned, if I ever get this channel blocked, I'm going to say it's just because I kept saying his name. Yes, July 8th, 2024. It's another good Supreme Court read. And people say, man, dude, you're just a security guard trainer. Ain't you just the G word trainer? Yeah, that's me. I've done computers and horses too. See how fast I pulled open that computer-aided design tool to do three-dimensional discussions of horse feet? It's called Microsoft Paint. It's built into every Windows since forever. That's the poor guy. He'll tell you how to get it done with the tools you have. I read these things because I deal with business. I have two of my own. I deal with government. I train a government program in security in North Carolina. I train cops of every brand and flavor in the states that aren't a special cliquey club like North Carolina under a federal law enforcement instructor's certification. I keep up with stuff because that is what I profess myself to be competent at. And one day when I get back to dishwashing for a living, I'm going to study bubbles. And I won't read these things anymore. But as long as my life and my calling is involved in things like, how can you enforce the law if you don't damn know it? How can you run your business if you don't keep up with business stuff? And all you elected people, I will never run for an office. But all of you elected people, and I'm also just happen to be well read. You know what? Go ask Abraham Lincoln. You know what's good about being poor? You got a lot of time to sit around, not being out dancing and drinking and hooting and hollering. You just sit at home. What do you do when you're sitting at home? Well, you watch TV and you read some books. For a time when you're really poor, you ain't got no TV because you ain't got no electricity. Read a book. You'd be amazed how many books you can learn to read by candlelight. You might learn something. Can't hurt. So that's how that happens. And used to, I could read fast. Not as fast as my mom. Just like I can't type as fast as her. She took one of them speed reading things one day and we used to flip her fingers over the page as seen on TV. Remember that, Mammy? Anyway, it takes a while for the lag. We'll see what she says in chat. Okay. This Chevron discussing administrative stuff, and it's a little bit different. The AG, the Attorney General of certain states, this is an executive law, which means even though the Attorney General is elected, not an appointed or a hired help, it works under the executive branch. So the courts do have say if this needs checked and balanced. Such as Chevron, and I know it's not called Chevron, that's just what all of us people that don't remember the name of the case, just like I don't remember the name of the case that got Roe v. Wade overturned. Nobody does.
It
Supreme
was Roe
Court.
v. Wade.
No, it's
Roe
a
versus
name.
Wade.
No, that's what was the opinions and rulings of Roe v. Wade were overturned in a different case a couple years ago. See, this one is Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo. If I said that wrong, I apologize to all of you. See, no one's going to ever remember Loper Bright. or LBEs or whatever. Everybody remembers Chevron. That case, that ruling this year, in my humble ignorant, I haven't been to law school. I don't know what I'm talking about. All of you lawyers, man, hit up some of them lawyers you know and see, is he right? And we're getting to something. Seriously. All of this has to accumulate together. You have to be able to take the totality of the circumstance. But back to Chevron, the ruling, this Loper, whatever it's called, provides the AG with far reaching. That Supreme Court of the United States of America said no executive can have far reaching interpretations. Oh, no. Shut up. Okay, sorry. You'll see it in a minute. The screen glitched and told me I could buy something or do something or whatever. So I think somebody, some lawyer, especially this guy and any of his overpriced attorneys and firms and friends and families, and I don't care, wait till January 22nd and sick the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division on this.
And the case you were looking for the overturn was Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health
Yep, that's the one.
Organization.
Dobbs. I remember everybody saying Dobbs, but that lasted for a couple cycles of the news, and now everyone's back to saying overturn Roe. And go back and see from yesterday where I was talking about, or yesterday or the day before, whenever I was talking about. That's what one online influencer, I don't know what to call the super popular people other than influencer. One influencer said Roe and the CCs said Rome. That's closed
Yeah.
captions, subtitles. And Candace Owens, another famous super influencer, well deserving. They're all very smart people. And her whole team said, what the F word? What are you talking about when Rome fell? The fall of Rome? This lady's nuts. And then the other lady made a 25 answer drama reaction video, and they all lost all their hours over a bad interpretation of a word from a robot. Don't trust the AI. Don't trust it, if that's what you call it. So, anyway, somebody go find some attorneys. Mr. President elect, former, and future. This guy, please, somebody with his ear. I'm not going to do it. I never get the time. I wanted to write a letter to 2 lawyers that even though I was going to, if I got my time to write my letter how I wanted it, I wanted to see if I could get them to get their clients out of the case and leave him on the hook in Georgia. I'm true. If him being the president and him with all his money and him with all 77 million supporters of his who are willing to crap on the other half of our country over him can't figure it out, why should I figure it out for him? I'm cold-blooded. I'm a bastard. Not the other bad word. I said TID, bastard. That's the way the old Italian guy said something around me. I don't know what it means. I should look it up before I keep quoting it. I do believe this guy, somebody who can get to him, even if you have to pawn it off. You better be careful with that DOJ. Don't let Musk gut it, dude. If they take the Chevron letters, reword them however the hell you convince New York Finocchio lawyers courts to listen to them, get this gone. If they strike this law, they have to cancel your case in process. Or the appellate court that's listening to the appeal right now and probably going to dump it and let you pay your hundred and something $500 billion, whatever it is, plus interest by this time, dude, because you don't have any civil liability protection. This is a civil case. Do it for your own $500 million. How stupid are all of you people? And the good of it is, everybody else in New York benefits. They don't have to sweat. What is the AG doing now? How far-reaching is the AG's interpretations? You could alleviate fear. Some of us might look at, because the answer right now, and this is one of the reasons, when I've been offered by big companies 6+ figure jobs, and it's really hard for a broke ass like me to say our destinies lie down a different road to $350,000 a year. But if they do this to Donald Trump because of supposedly a misunderstanding or not signing on the correct line, which is what's called fraud, according to the far-flung or far-reaching definition of some AG or baby lawyer. AGs don't do crap, they're politicians. Sorry, got distracted by a couple texts. Do it for the people of New York, Donald Trump. Or somebody else go do it for Donald Trump. Because he refuses to get a competent attorney or hire an attorney who has a competent law clerk, because we all know who does all the real work in a law office. The paralegals, the legal secretaries, and the law clerks. The lawyers are just the people who went to college and hang their names on the door. And get to go stand up in court and say stupid. Like most of his have been fined $1 million or got disbarred or got something, and now he don't use them anymore. Get this law gone. He benefits, but so does everyone else from New York. And it takes us back to go read the Federalist Papers. Why do we allow something like that in New York, but North Carolina doesn't have to have it? Well, now you've discouraged the commerce. That's the whole reason we're supposed to have a federal government, is so we can have fair and free commerce. New York cannot have the better, smarter, gooder business people, or maybe just security guards, maybe just bodyguards who know enough about the bodyguarding business to, hey, if you're going to do it in North Carolina, you better read this crap. Because you know, if you sign your timesheet wrong, they can bust you under this just like they did him for signing a paper wrong. That's it. The judge found him in contempt of court. He was fined $110,000. And every time he got a fine for being contemptuous of these people. This is the reduction that we live in. Not only is it imbecilic, it's childish. Under $10,000 every single time they find him something. He went on his brand new Truth or Social or his emails for his campaign and said, "Oh my gosh, they're going to lawfare me to death. Look at these fines." And he made 10 or 20 or $50 million. One widow's mite at a time. It's because we want, in general, all of you government people, no, New York laws, AG, If you cared so much about justice as you claim to get elected, as I know it's a lie you have to tell, then you would have canceled this law yourself and said, "Oh, I know it's there, but it's not just. It's not good law. So, in the name of justice, I'm never bringing a case against anybody under that law." See, the fact that Donald Trump was able to say, and his lawyer is able to say truthfully, it's almost never used. Yep, true story. Get rid of it. Because until you get rid of stupid little laws like if you don't X the box where the box needs X'd, if you make a mistake or you were tired at the end of that shift, or the hundreds of people you hired to work for you and take care of your stuff couldn't keep up with the ever changing, not the law or the ordinance itself, the damn administrative code that anybody can vote anything and make up anything and shove underneath it. You have to suffer a regulated industry anywhere in America to understand what the hell does that mean. The law is 2 pages long. The administrative code is thousands of pages long. Trying to tell us in security in North Carolina how the hell we can wear our clothes. But what this whole thing comes down to, submitted blatantly false financial data. Okay. I'm leaving it paused there, leaving it highlighted. I'm going to zoom it some more. And my mother said someone else could hear me nearby to her. Again, and before I throw myself off a cliff of, I might have to stop this. Maybe I'm off on a bad tangent. George, Elizabeth,
Yes.
the person that was there near Elizabeth. We're going to do a Democratic poll. We're going to vote, not if I'm an idiot or not, it's how big of an idiot I am. I'm trying to be funny about this. The three of you, and think about this in terms of government employees or direct government contractors, right?
Yeah.
Would you consider compensation submissions, such as either invoices or timesheets, that resulted in compensation, important financial data?
Yeah.
Even if it was just time clocks on a pay sheet somewhere.
Yep.
Mammy, you and the other person. So me and George both think that that would qualify as a kind of financial data. If you submit a timesheet, is that what could be considered that if you submitted it blatantly false, you might be subject to law breaking? Yes. We got a yes. So it doesn't matter how the fourth person voted. We have 3 votes that say yes.
But here's okay, for instance, but whatever you want to say, I know you don't like the word but.
No, I
But
do. In this case,
you also have to look at the level of legality. Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a felony?
okay, I'm about to get really complicated. And remember, this is not criminal in the case of Donald Trump. This is civil, and all it costing him is money. There's no
Right.
crime attached to this false information?
The problem with the false information is, with this particular case, is they had absolutely no complainants
But
other
see,
than
you're twisting
this.
now. And
No, I'm
remember,
not.
I just went over and over and over. Yes, you are. Your mind is reeling, saying, wait, that's not right. It is right. That's why I said I just went
Okay.
over for a long, long time. Please, please, please write a
Traffic
letter.
court. In
Write.
traffic court, is a traffic violation a civil or criminal statute that you broke that now you're paying a fine?
It's an infraction. And it can
Right.
become a criminal matter depending on what
On
the traffic thing was.
the severity, in other words, the severity and or the number of misdemeanors, which is what a traffic violation is.
No, a
Most traffic.
traffic violation misdemeanor is crime. There's two
Yeah, I
types
didn't
of
say it's
crimes,
not.
misdemeanors and
I did.
felonies. The reason
I
they
know.
call traffic tickets infractions because it's breaking a rule, not a law. And it only incurs civil penalty, which means money. It can become a crime, like reckless endangerment is a crime. What reckless endangerment at its basest level is speeding over a certain amount over the speed limit or unsafe for conditions. But if you're going 1 mile
Or
over the speed limit and they write you a ticket, they're not ever going to put you in jail for it unless you fail to appear in the court. You're just going to have to come up with some money. That's it. That's
or
exactly what
or
this is.
littering.
So when you
Littering is
say,
in the.
yeah, it's an infraction, they won't ever put you in jail for it. It's not
Unless you've done it
misdemeanant.
100 times, or
Right.
the volume of litter you put on the street.
So
So technically, it's a crime. It's just the
this,
severity of the crime. Some crimes we deem more severe than others. If this is strictly a civil liability, you have to have a complainant,
the state
someone
can
who's
be the
complained.
complainant. If the state witnesses something, neither of the two parties have to be a complainant. If somebody's beating up another guy on the street and a cop comes up and he arrests one for battering the other, it doesn't matter whether the other one called the cops or not. That's why we have
If
cops.
I sell a plastic whistle for $10, and the other person knows it's a plastic whistle, unless he complains, there is no crime committed.
Yes,
There is no case.
if a government
That
agent witnessed it. But again, I'm saying, sir, I know what
there's no
you're.
crime.
This is not a crime. This is a civil matter.
That's saying
There's no
the
guilty. There's no not guilty. This is not crime we're talking about. I'm getting to where it could be considered. And I already said, I'll go back. I want to repeat this because I want to get this clear. I'm not picking on you, sir. I hear what you're saying. New York executive law. It says it's a law, so shouldn't breaking it be considered crime? No. It's a civil matter. There is no jail, no potential, no record, nothing involved. This has to do with money. Can the state take money from people for what the state can prove they either did or didn't do a thing? And we just went
then who
over
is the state who is the state suing on the behalf of? The
the
state?
people, yes.
The
For
people weren't injured. The people weren't injured.
they you have to go back and you have to read the charter, the foundation, the summary, all the way
I
back,
get
not at
that,
6312,
but
but
there's no
remember,
injured party. There is no injured party.
it doesn't matter.
then New York
Apparently it
needs to be
was.
abolished their statehood and become its own country because it does matter. In civil case, there's a complainant,
That's
which
exactly no, not in civil matters. This is very complicated. And now you're starting to sing my song. Remember what I said? I won't travel there, not just because of this. You and me have a G word bias against the state of New York, right?
G word. Oh, that's one of them. Yeah, I just don't like. There's nothing in New York other than a couple of museums
At,
I'd ever want to go see.
do you believe in destiny? Without them running this racket on this one particular guy, right? Would I even know about it? Would you know about it? No, because we'd be like anybody too stupid to live in New York. Heck with them. They get live in stupid places, win stupid prizes, right? I mean imbecilic. We're not allowed to say stupid. Only imbecilic. The framers and the founders said so. So exactly what you said. You said, well, why don't we kick them out? Why don't we just cut them the heck out of our union and say, you know what? You guys have laws on your books that don't meet the. That's because we're supposed to have SCOTUS. See what I said a minute ago? Or presidents who don't have their head in the clouds or wherever his is, trying to sell watches. Get back in our country, dude, and get a lawyer to file a case to get this stricken because it is bad law. We have been given a chance. What do we learn from this? And is everything in life a test? Yes. If I was rich and famous, and I don't care, I wish New York and California would crack off and fall into the sea. I believe that little in socio-democratic, atheistic, nanny state lovers. Sorry, New York and California. True story.
Massachusetts. They are trying to be a communist nation where the government has all the power, including paying the people.
We
And
got plenty here. Go back and watch my first video.
I have. You remember I was there with you?
I know. And you've been in many. We've just chatting.
Yep.
But what you came
Chit chat.
around is that there's no way New York's getting out, and no way we're gonna kick them out. Why can't we vote the island off our island? Is this a
Exactly.
democracy or not? I don't give a damn.
No,
Fine them.
actually, not.
Now I got it. Instead of apportionment, let's go to votingment of anybody with laws that Dean can find that he doesn't like, and Donald Trump won't get kicked out because he's the president and he's the victim of this bad law, of nanny state law. That's crap, and it's about money. Then let's just say New York has to pay 100% of its state tax collections into the federal coffers, where the rest of
Yeah,
us
I think
don't pay any of our state. And until you get rid of your laws, New York, that's what you got to pay. Let's make an amendment to
personally,
the
I
Constitution.
I think state and California should lose their statehood and go back to a territory.
States need to be
Yeah.
legal, or they need to be suspended as a state. These rackets should be stopped. This is what the Gov of Illinois said before he got sent to prison on a second trial. After found innocent for what was not a crime to begin with, California would be suspended for hundreds of those nasty antics. Yes, I agree. 100%. But dealing in the
Because
reality of it. This is the
I
reality.
know. Because
You have to
the two
get out
states,
of your vocabulary victim or crime. The victim or the affected party is the state, which consists of we the people of the state of New York. And it's go read their whole constitution, go reread ours, go read all the Federalist Papers and understand that that is even allowed or considered so that hopefully The people don't have to take care of themselves. They can have their socialist or communist hired thugs, the government. That's what liberal
Because
Democrats really want, is they want an attorney general never to come look at them for their real crimes, like their underage erotic enjoyment stuff, all of their drugs, all of their everything else, all of their dancing. You know, Donald Trump's famous for hanging out with a lot of white powder at Studio 54 or whatever those famous places were back in the day where rich people had to be seen in New York. Well, he was a Democrat all through those times. He believed in all this as long as you're lawfaring the dash R's, but then he forgot and jumped on the dash R side. Uh-oh, silly nanner. He's been doing business there his entire and his father's entire lives. Why now is he bitching about NY Executive Law 6312? And I can pick it apart just as fast. I've been picking it apart since they filed the case and picking on him and calling his lawyers incompetent and him worse. How many times? How do you define insanity? Keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. If every time your lawyers say or write anything to a court, you get fined and your motions and everything else get thrown out and you get held in contempt of court, who's insane? Except it works for him, not the lawyers. He gets hundredfold that back from the little mammies and pappies who think he's going to save this world when he won't hire a competent lawyer to get rid of New York Executive Law 63. But the thing we have to understand is it doesn't matter. Don't let your cognitive dissonance and don't let your mind telling you it shouldn't be that way. I agree with you 100%. But don't mince the words. These are now government words. That's the powdery wig stuff that maybe you haven't heard it. George has heard it many times in my classes. I say, don't go into their house unless you are one of they, courts, lawyers, attorneys, and you've paid your dues like they did, like maybe kissing some pee-pee parts to get yourself passed through law school. Or, I don't know, unbutton your shirt and bounce up and down on the desk. I don't believe for a second that these people aren't disgusting, like at every level of everything. Go see Ally McBeal. The judge wanted to see everybody's teeth. If their teeth were no good, he held them in contempt of court. Life imitates art. Art imitates life. It's all psychotic. If you ain't the powdered wig set, bitch on your YouTube like Dean does. Calling it a
Dean,
law doesn't make it a criminal thing. This is a vague, ambiguous, we can dig this up and use it against people and impoverish them and break them.
it's
Feet.
5:28 your mother's time. You can figure out how late it is here. You need to eat, sir.
No, I'm good. Fear tools. Tyrants. Imbecilic tyrants. I call them the tyrants of stupidity. They kept this thing in their back pocket until they could use it against him. But they've used it against a couple others. When he said, you only ever dug that crap up to use it against me, they said, oh no, here's all the other people we use it against. So I went and looked at those cases, and it's just as damn. Well, fight for them then, dude. You're their president. God, it pisses me off. There does not have to be a victim. There does not have to be, don't call it a crime. No one's going to jail. They're just stealing his money. You got to be careful with that language when we get up to that level. And you notice I haven't sent papers in on this stuff. I'm not going to send an amicus brief to anybody. And this isn't the one I'm worried about. And I hate this guy. I want them to take all his money away. Personally, truly, I want him to go to jail. No one else in America would have all these chances. Go to jail. But it is his destiny to prove As long as you're born rich and don't squander all of daddy's money, you're good. You're golden. Go on. Do whatever you want to in life. The rest of you peons, peasants, go to hell. It is a parliamentary, like my mom keeps saying. This is some of that, the bad King George that we wrote that super racist, bigoted trash document in 1776 about secret laws that are only brought to bear when somebody needs put in their place. It's just a damn bummer that the real imbeciles that empower the imbecilic government will gift this dude tenfold whatever you find him. It's the nature of the beast. Trump, go get rid of it. He ain't never gonna pay that $400 million. If Elon Musk is so damn rich, richest man in the world, why don't he just tell Trump to stop fighting it and I'll pay it for you, Don? I got this. If I was Elon Musk, or never mind, if I had Elon Musk money, I'd pay it for Donald Trump, and I hate him. He did this. He got guilty. Why? Because he fudged a number. He didn't make damn sure that the number was right. And him and all his sophisticated bankers and everybody else should have said, Don, man, you know, that old 6312. Why don't they teach this bitch in New York business schools? Oh, wait, Donald Trump didn't go to one. He did not pay it. He's got it on appeal. He's liable, and it's earning interest every day. The poor 80-year-old guy, Donald Trump didn't do shit for him. He's back in the jail for it. The criminal side of this, 80-year-old dude sitting in a New York jail. Or maybe he's sitting in federal jail. I don't know. Over the same thing. False statements. The first time around was these false statements. Second time around was called perjury because he made false statements to a court of law. So now that we understand, this could see Alan Weisselberg have criminal liability associated with it. But on the other side, however you want, and it could be nothing more than money or civil liability. So knowing that providing false financial data is, at least in New York, and I don't remember what monitor the organization. I don't remember all the details if one of these was a federal or they're all New York cases. Poor old Alan Weisselberg. Once again, the boss didn't take care of his people. And here we go. All of this ties around to I want him to win appeals, Trump. I want him to find a lawyer who will take this. And like I said, even use the taxpayers' lawyers. I guess if we make it as far and they don't get him all the way to January, I'll send a useless letter if I can get the time to write it, but I won't write it right. What is this crazy dude? What does this even mean? Go after New York. See the Trump case. Supreme Court. Can't remember the thing. You care about Donald Trump, you write him a letter, George. Make a phone call. I don't know. I think he needs to get off, and that law 6312 needs to go dumpster. If grown-ups want to do business with each other and one feels hurt by the other, then they can sue each other in civil court. And then if the state has an interest at it later, like if big giant companies changing, and where they say the victim becomes the state of New York in this deal, is because if hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't remember how much they made up a number. They say he made $354 million worth of ill-gotten gains, not including the interest. What that accounts for is whatever corporate tax is and payroll tax and tax money to New York is on that 354. They say that's how all of the people of New York were victimized by Mr. Trump. Because he submitted blatantly false financial information or data. And he doesn't deny it. He just keeps saying, there's no victim. All right. Well, then, and I think I have ranted this out to you, George. I don't mean to rant it out to you again, but you're here. And I'm ranting it out for the rest of the world, for my posterity. Then we need to get rid of speeding tickets. Because if a cop didn't see it, or maybe if a cop did see it, if no one was made unsafe and there was no accident and no one was injured or their property injured, then why do we have to have citations for how we drive our traffics? If I'm driving down the road in the middle of the night at whatever, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the roads are totally empty and everybody's in their bed asleep, and I roll the stop sign, should I have to fight that fine or not? I used my good judgment and made sure the area appeared safe. Because I'm a proponent of if we don't want unwarranted government intervention and there has to be a victim, then yes, then get rid of this law. And then you've got to follow inequity with every other, like you mentioned earlier, traffic infractions and all these others. Anything that does not have a victim is no longer courtable. Since if some private party wants to seek me down with their security camera and I get me identified and sue me in civil court, good. Otherwise, I'll do what I want to do. I'm free. I'm American. But I'll stick to the point. It is a law. He could get rid of it. He could have got rid of it long ago. Can't get anyone competent, and they won't hear competence because that means they were wrong. And they were wrong. They went to Harvard. And I'll accept first of all. So what we have to worry about is submitting blatantly false. Obviously, it's something. Got Weisselberg and whatever. We all agreed. We all voted. Yep, 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 yes. Especially if you take the man, they actually did, and he's fighting it on appeal over a number because they say if your property was worth that much, then we should have bumped your property tax on it to that value, not the value you actually paid taxes on. It's so much BS. Which takes us back to we talked about the Trump. Let me get my checklist. Where's my checklist? I'm never going to make it to Mark Robinson. We talked about the bad Doge working off the clock. You know what working off the clock is? Submitting fraudulent records. No records is fraud records or false records. Well, how much did it cost in man labor hours to get that task accomplished so that we can budget it for the Congress? None. I'm not going to make it to the Uvalde report. I'm sure not going to make it to that. George said, you're on a time limit. If I wear you out, George, piece me out. Check it out later. I'm getting to the point. And again, and I guess I need my mammy. I need my mom more for this. Somebody go get. And I really wish I could have got with the lawyers and make sure that everybody else in the case, including the ones that pled guilty, maybe go back and can you unplead guilty if you did it under duress, incapability, no financial wherewithal to fight what was going to end up, because it involves Donald Trump. It's going to end up costing every one of those people $10 million to try to defend themselves. 20, I don't know. They can't afford to fight it. It was why they pled guilty in Georgia.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to research it. If there's some way for them to unguilty, and I think they deserve it, they wouldn't have pled guilty other than this system of ours is psychotic. They geared it towards knocking down giants like Donald Trump and kicking all their towers of money out from under them, and the rest of us just suck it. Wasn't designed for us. It's totally elitist and classist and separate. They don't consider us people. Working class. Poor. Well, let them go collect the welfare check. Let them eat cakes. I do need to get another drink. Fannie Willis and Company is where this is all getting to. It's very important. We'll finish on that and leave all these others undone today, even though I got to get Mrs. Robinson taken care of. Mark Robinson. Yep, and I mean that as derogatory as it sounds. It's your destiny, Luke. Let me get Mark Robinson's short version out of the way. I have never said anything nice about you, sir. Every connection I have, and I was working for as a slave. Talk about it with me one day, Mark Robinson. Because the color of your skin, you know something about forced labor. You are a human piece of garbage. And as is the way of our world, you black mark on our permanent record. This one could run a long time, so I'm going to keep it short. Through very powerful political connections, I explained my spiel. We'll have it on another stream another day. The story of Machiavelli's The Prince isn't about the prince. That's the guy that was born into power. The story is of the advisor. Just because the world will throw in your path the lieutenant governor's office of a state. You're the one who professes super Christianity. You better go back and read that Bible and see what happens with the worldly system. What does it gain a man? Or what does it profit a man to gain the whole world? Sometimes it ain't your immortal soul that's at stake, Mark Robinson. You get, like the other Indians, your karma or your comeuppance right here in this world, and you get knocked down off that pedestal and high place they put you up on. Because you are an employee, elected or not, is an employee of the state of North Carolina. You are an employee of the taxpayers of the state of North Carolina. I am your boss. Do you hear me, you idiot? One of these days, when you are on the clock, You get in front of somebody to witnesseth, and you swear yet another oath. Because none of you're not special, Mark Robinson. Donald J. Trump doesn't understand what the oath of office is. When you swear that oath of office 24 hours a day, you're under it. Till you get out of office. If you don't like it, stop running for politics, politicians. But you take an extra oath. Whatever the hell oath they take during the course of this interview. Do you agree that you swear to tell the whole truth? Nothing but the truth. So help you your professed God, Mark Robinson. Then put your filthy paw on a Bible and hope your hand doesn't light on fire. And raise it up to your deity. And swear an oath to your deity. And I hope you get struck by lightning like the fool at the end of that movie who said, "Gee, did." No, 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 no. The old dancing badger, Bill Murray movie. Caddyshack.
Gopher. He was a gopher, not a badger.
Oh, yeah, gopher. It's all right. Swear to your deity, Mark, and I hope he strikes you with lightning. On your immortal soul, in whatever your deity and you have worked out for your immortal souls. That you will speak only truth, all capital letters, and answer this question. Did you write those things on those dirty pages, yes or no? That's it. Then you're done. Clock out. Go home. Take a paid month vacation. Because nothing in the chair or a dead body in the chair is better than you being up there effing up my governor office any more than you already have. And all the rest of the state of North Carolina and everybody. And all your Republican people who have now ditched you. Because they're like, oh yeah. No, I don't believe for a second that they didn't have all that stuff. They waited till it was close to the time because they hate you, Mark Robinson. Because you got the popular of some idiot people. Oh, that's a long one. We're going to put a backward slash. I'm done with Mark Robinson for today. But he don't get an X because I ain't done with Mark Robinson. Before you leave the public employ, the public is demanding that you thrice oath yourself and answer that one question. Don't worry. They'll all have forgotten you. They've already have. And son of a B word, son of a biscuit, they say down here in North Carolina. I'm sorry. Listeners, George, my mammy, I'm sorry. You go pay those people, contractors, and one of the contractors is out of New York. I just told you how much I hate New York. Mark Robinson's campaign, some poor New York company is having to drag their butt all the way down here to sue his campaign for a god-awful lot of money. Pay your bills, Mark Robinson. Pay their lawyers, get it done. Go over there and lick clean the shoes of Roy Cooper and tell him to take it out of North Carolina's emergency money. And hey, you, Josh Stein, then charge this son of a bitch with fraud, making false promises, business contracts, everything else. But don't. You are destroying our state forevermore. How will any one of us get one of those out-of-state companies to do service work for us when they have to lose, and so they get a judgment against your dumb broke ass because you don't know how to manage money. You killed it for the entire state. See why we have a constitution. Donald Trump, pay his bills. He's your boy. till he got caught calling himself a black Nazi and being into the tranny porn. And then you had to turn your back on him. Use some of that little old lady money of yours Donald Trump left over in the Republican Party campaign. Tell your daughter-in-law to cut a check. Bail out your boy. Yeah, I know. I know how rude and offensive it is to call somebody of a certain skin tan boy. I promise you, everybody in North Carolina government that ain't tan as you, Mark Robinson, calls you that. All your Republican friends that don't know you anymore. SOB, scumbag, idiot, imbecile, moron, it says in the Bible. Your Bible. Fool. Are you just the fool, Mark Robinson? Donut eater. Next one of you, whether you're born a prince or elevated a prince, the dumbest of them all, elevated by the dumber, less. If you find yourself in the seat of the prince, go read. It's a short pamphlet. It translated Machiavelli's The Prince, and find out you better hire yourself a damn urbane and sophisticated advisor, especially if you're going to play politics in America. And now let's go to this other one. Except George or my mother.
What?
Do you want to feel some dead air while I go grab one more glass of water? Oh, never mind. I have some.
Child.
I got two last time. Hang on. Let me take a
Okay.
sip. Tell a story while I take a sip.
There are two bulls on a hill.
Don't, don't make me laugh hard when I have a sip in my nose.
Sorry.
Good job. Well played. See? Everything got right again. The scales balanced. I didn't I was very rambunctious, my aunt used to say this morning. See all these things I had? Maybe. Put that one on the list. Uvalde. Let's talk about Uvalde. Good one. Well played, sir. Well played. All this understanding. And what got Mark Robinson into power? Let me give a little backstory for those that don't know and don't care, especially about North Carolina stuff. Because we're not as important as Illinois and New York and California. I know, whatever. We got Dell and Apple and now Microsoft. You can kiss our butts. Mark Robinson went up in front of some city council. And the city council was trying to vote stupid. Trying to say that they could have special G-word laws in their city, of which Mark Robinson was purportedly or allegedly a resident of. So, as certain people are wont to do when they feel they are being abused by their local tyrants. And yep, I call all of you that. You held yourself out for office. Go back and read the founding documents. You are the bad guys. You are the King George. You are the he in the Declaration. At every level. The one-man show in an 800-person township. You went there because you want to have power over people, not because you think you can do something for your community. I haven't found a good guy in my whole life anywhere in America in government. If someone good gets in, they do nasty things and turn them bad or evil or erase them. Yeah, cancel culture. Mark Robinson being a standard, average, probably below average in what we would call intellect or intelligence. But perfectly fine. Semi-working, only bankrupted a few times. Poor couple. Can't pay them bills either. He's not a money manager, that's for sure. But that's allowed. It's fine. Being an average, normal, everyday American who apparently has a really good thing for porn sites without the control to not type comments on the porn sites under your own name. He goes to city council meeting. And as 99% of Americans are, I shouldn't give a statistic. That's very rude and bigoted and biased of me. As many Americans are, in my experience, in my humble opinion, loud is right, and loud stupid is right-er. So because city council was being loud about how they were going to do this and do that in a state that has statewide uniformity, no, you're not. City council. He got up there and yelled loud, stupid. But because it included the G word repeatedly, rhymes with fun, starts with G. Pause. Next, your cousin should be able to call Berkeley and online all few 2 to 5 day residences should be able to use old credits and go to law school free. Give them a call and find out. It's part of the lawsuit agreement I worked out for compensation in part. Our millions of acres and gun G-word point to a state paid genocide, and it is written, if nothing else, taking the classes, graduating, no exam. You can work in projects and your cousin created and help others in your deal with it is destinies lie along different paths. Wild horse and free roaming donkey preservation on our lands and other. Yep. All right. So he yelled at the city council because he was yelling G word rhymes with fun. All the other G word men in North Carolina are like, whoa, he's singing our song. Let's make him electable in office. Because G words, G words, G words, and all the G men's got together, the G word men, and elevated him and held them up on their shoulders. And then the true political sophisticates got around and said, dude's got a lot of dirt in his past. They're like, yeah, but if we let someone else run against him, then someone else is going to run against Stein when Cooper expires, and we can't let him go, let him have it. No one expects anything out of the lieutenant governor anyway. Just let him have his fun. Let him think he's one of us. And someone's got to lose to Stein, and we don't want it to be one of our real Republicans. And that's how it worked out. But he made false or wrong statements, is what propelled him to the heights to which they let him fall. Fawny Willis and Company, and I understand that's the correct way to say her name, Fawny. I try not to be whatever. I have started several times to try to write a short, sweet, succinct letter. See, this is a lot to explain. I've been at this for 6 hours, 53 minutes. We've hopped on to other things, but this is a great deal of stuff that all ties together. And is it lawfare against Donald J. Trump in America that we're against, or in general? If it's bad for the president or former president, then it should be bad for all the rest of us, and it's got to go. And if people got to follow the rules, like submit perfect financial statements, especially in relation to government, then there is a flaw And I don't know, this is one of them terms. Is it in the workers? Does it affect what they call the work product? And I'm honestly asking because I don't know. And I don't care. Security guards and cops and emergency medical services or technicians, we all have our own jargons. You really want to get an invented jargon of acronyms, I'll introduce you to some military guys. And the lawyers and everybody else, like in the courts, they all like to have their own special language so they can speak in code. No one understands us. And somebody consult with some lawyers and get some lawyers thinking about this, with all the previous 6 hours included. This ain't about them holding hands or skipping to the loo, my darling. This has to do with daring her, and she asked for it. Fanny, damn it, I did it. I apologize, Miss Willis. Fawny Willis got on that stand of her own accord. I was not deeply involved. I missed it the first time. Watching some Dr. Phil guys that my better, 90% better of me. If there's any good of me, she's 90% of it. YouTube. Her watching her Dr. Phil guy, and he brought some other guys. I think they're called the Behavior Panel. Fine guys. Go like them. Subscribe them. See Dr. Phil turn them into a thing. The first one I ever saw that she told me to watch, I didn't like I think he's British. He might be Scottish. I don't know. Maybe he's Irish and I'm a freaking offensive American. Wow, they've got 990K subscribers. First time I looked at them, I think they had 120. Doing good. Behavior Panel. Like them. Subscribe them. I hope, dang it. Stop having autoplays. Everybody, take these off your page. I don't have one on my page. Stop it. I hate it. I hated it. And then we search. And we say, you got to do the little hourglass, not the one way up top. This search is within their content. Very good videos. No, these are their shorts. Where's the long? They have a very long one. Here it is. 3 hours, 20 minutes. It goes by like nothing. This guy at the bottom right. The first one, my first impression was I don't like that guy. By the end of it, I was like, hey, I kind of like him the best. See? Try everything twice before you get rid of it. I watched the Willis thing on C-SPAN, which she revealed is exactly what you are talking about. She did a lot of good things, but somehow got herself involved with something really appearing inept, which again goes to the theme. And I've been harping on this, and I started to say earlier this year, I said that exact thing to an attorney sitting at a table talking about building business, doing business, dealing with the fact that in certain businesses in North Carolina, the bad guys are on the board that regulates the bad guys' own business, so they get away with everything. Imagine that. True story. And I said something about not even the appearance of impropriety is something I've been saying my whole life, which I never finished that story either, other than scumbag lawyers and doing depositions in interrogatory format. No, Mom, I would not go anywhere near a law school. I'd remind them of a joke Eva told me that came from another movie that I don't know what it came from, but my sainted Aunt Eva told me when her husband decided that besides being a CPA, he wanted to be a lawyer and announced he was going to law school. She said, oh, let me tell you a joke about lawyers. What do you call 1,000 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean? A good start. Showed her, ha ha. Both of her babies are. Be careful what you mock. But it might have been her. They might be the exception to the horrifying rule. Where was I at? Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis. Yeah, I said it right the first time and then corrected myself. I will forever apologize. Fannie Willis. This one down here, 3 hours, 20 minutes. Yes, I watched her thing the first night. I watched it twice. But there was so much impassioned and high speed. I'm not calling it like the word. It does take a certain level of hyper intelligence to play the word games that lawyers play. It's highly complicated. Makes my ears ring. Makes me think about, man, we used to say something like that. A dummy doesn't understand. He just punch you in the guts. Meaning my grandfather punching me in the guts. I would never think of such a thing about any other person in the whole world. Or back in some older black and white movies, when someone appeared not to be within their senses, you could give them a good smack 'em. Give them a shake, a smack and a shake. Come to your senses. There was always some dude telling some woman that. I think we've established there may be some systemic problems culturally and in the government. All that, and Fannie Willis is another one. When just watching it, you have to turn off the bias. That loud winds that got Mark Robinson elevated and then dashed against the rocks or dropped from amazing heights, the higher you are, the harder the fall. Never mind the bigger. This is a recurrent theme. It's a recurrent lesson. Everybody's hung up on account for the money, account for the money. What do you mean? You have $20,000 in your refrigerator. I don't remember where she said she hides money. And what do you mean you don't keep your ATM receipts? And what do you mean you don't know where your money comes and your money goes? And they all had all these loud arguments, and loud and proud. And louder wins. The judge even admonished her to stop being so something. And again, it's lawyer words. The judge wouldn't say, hey, like my aunt would always say, simmer down. Judge says, I believe we need to come to an understanding and an agreement on the terms of a blah, blah, blah. Dude, stop it. Tell her shut up. Tell her I'm going to hold you in contempt. Yell one more time in my court. You're out. I wonder from time to time if she blames old Pop or me for the kids being both lawyers. I just blame. She did a good job raising her kids. They're good lawyers. They're good people. Aunt Debbie called Berkeley was, and Steve too. Uncle did a good job. They did all right. Their kids ain't out being loud and wrong on the stand, defending their pride. Aunt Debbie called. Berkeley was going to do it for her. But then she adopted T and had to raise him. Now she thinks she has left it behind. She just does not want to be a lawyer anymore. She is the one who won our case and got rid of the law firm. Yep. Once upon a time in America, you could, and you still can. I still could, but I don't have the time. It's destiny wants me not to help Mr. Trump. And who am I to fight that destiny? Because I don't want to do anything that would assist him. I want life to teach him lessons like it taught me. Not really. I just wish he'd learn them on his own, that it would fall out of the sky and miracle on him. Yes, I'm not sure if it was this one. They've done quite a few. Here's another one. 2 hours long. 1 hour 43. One of these two, or both of them. None of these behavior guys got it. But it is from them doing like every frame on pause. It's not every single frame. Like me watching Tokyo Drift Fast and Furious. It's every so often they stop, they review. What do we pick up from this little millisecond and this little 2 minutes and this 25 seconds? These behavior guys, like how did her eye move or where did she put her hand? Stuff that's why they have a very successful channel and they already had a success at it in overseas interrogations business, the real ones for our United States government, uniformed and non-existent and contractors. Some of them. Very smart guys. They understand reading the body and what's going on here. Are they lying or telling the truth? But they're worried about that. That's their focus. So it was during one of the parts that they stopped. Play it again. See how it said replay? Let's look at that again. Let's look at that again. It was during her. He did better. Nathan Wade did better in his time on the stand in that Georgia court because he is a dispassionate lawyer. And he realized he was going up there as a witness against himself. She got passionate. I'm sorry. Did you just cough or were you trying to get something in there?
Cough.
Okay. It was watching one of these or both during the guys replay. Let's look at that again, where I realized. And this is how long I've been sitting on this. 7 months, it says. Let me open in a new tab so it won't autoplay and show an ad. Because 7 months might not be accurate. Scroll. Get off my screen. April 21, 2024. So it is accurate. 7 months and 1 week. Don't ever trust these months and years things, folks on YouTube. They're not exactly accurate. They're AI mathed. Oftentimes you'll see one that says 1 year and it's 1 year and 11 months and 3 weeks old. So since April, I've been stewing and brewing on and I don't even remember Congress, if they called it an interview. They subpoenaed him. Interview Nathan Wade. And I already had this downloaded, but when I got in a rush, I could not sort through 11,000 files in this folder. I said, this folder got to get empty. I need hard drive space to start online streaming. So I dumped it all. And see, this was committee. This is just last month, a month ago. Redacted errata. House Judiciary Committee on October 15th ish. They published they invited him, then they uninvited him, then they sent a subpoena that they didn't serve on him and didn't notify him. Anyway, they finally got him up to Washington, which is another long rant I'm not going to go into. Another day. Put a pin in it. I'll remember. Government can't order private citizens to do stuff without compensating us for it. Stop it. Good morning. This is the deposition of Nathan Wade. Chairman guy, I don't remember who it is. Another one of those guys that I really don't have good, happiest. I don't love him. One of them Republicans thinks they're all this and all that, and I don't love him. He's not a home run. See, I know all the soft ways. What's the phrase I'm looking for? If I type worked in there, it's working off the clock. Remember I've said that a whole bunch and pointed it out and told Elon Musk, you can't, you must not, you must account for every second. Falsifying time clocks, time sheets, billing information. And it goes to character, integrity. I don't know all the court and the law things. Somebody go get a law school classroom. Get them to go right where I'm at. Get them to listen to this whole 6-hour thing and turn it in as their let's get out of law school thesis. Can we get the case against Donald Trump thrown out by sending in a law school amicus brief, tying all these things together all the way back since April? I'm trying to think, and I have a note somewhere, and this is how life goes. Life will trick you and frustrate you. How do I find? Because they probably mentioned this 100 times. 14 matches. We'll talk about the invoices in the next round. Let's try hours. Only 27. The invoices where you weren't reimbursed for all the hours noted on the minutes. When I say sometimes, I mean sometimes the invoice. No, that's not it. He billed all these hours. They have, because they're all lawyers. All these buffooneries are lawyers. They can't ask a yes/no question. They don't know how. Go back and see that silly PPSB training the cops and the guards book. It says never ask a yes/no question. And then use deflection techniques in your answers. No. Teach people how to be unisyllabic. The 8 hours would have been split among those. It has all the hours, 8 hours. Somebody go search this thing and find where he says this. And I can't go, I have notes. I was getting myself well prepared to try to write a short, sweet, with some links attached to it, to just those two lawyers, the husband and wife. Eight hours. 8 hours. Here's the important part. I'm not going to keep clicking this because I'm not seeing it. You were limited to, I don't recall. Yes, that was awful. Here it is. I found it. Somebody marked the thing. Third of 27 matches, page 48 of 132. Sorry, hang on. I know, you've been very patient, George and my mother. Nathan Wade. False billing confession slash admission. No, it is not a signed piece of paper. Under oath. Herein lies the thing. At Congress Committee. We all agreed that anything that goes government must be accounted for. We all agreed, with one in abstention or, we dropped his vote out there on the highway. Don't know what he voted. Making false statements and especially blatantly falsifying financial records is either a civil problem or a crime problem. And this financial information, this is false billing. And here it is. And you know, I believe D.A. Willis and you have both publicly said, she didn't just publicly say it. Hang on, I'm getting there. That you worked more hours than you billed for. Is that correct? Absolutely. And they don't stop there. They don't say, wait, what? You're claiming that you worked. So the county has no way, and the district attorney's office has no way at all, because you submitted falsified billing and accounting papers to a county, to know what does it cost to prosecute the former president of the United States of America. You get what I'm saying, George?
Yeah, I hear. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Help me figure out how to word this better and get it to the ear of somebody that needs to understand this. I know. See, it took me 6 hours, but it involves so many others. These all are the same damn thing. Nobody writes anything down. Nobody keeps up with their time. Nobody gives a damn. And I really don't. I really don't want to give this away for free, but here I am, giving it away for free. It's not my fault that I don't have a following and somebody to listen to me on the internet. I wasn't born rich and famous. I didn't squander that. Page. What page are we on again? 48. 48 of copy, paste. And see, this came out a month ago. Nathan Wade's transcript. And I read this whole thing. And because they're lawyers, I had to stop. When you, so you supervised a team of 5 to 10 people. Did those people reach out to you for guidance? What's meant by guidance? See, this is why I can't communicate with lawyers. This is worse than the damn press room at the White House with those 30-minute questions. These people ask a 30-word paragraph of questions and nobody understands anything. We're all lawyers. We understand each other. The one who won our case got rid of Wade, Nathan, deposition, page line, task about his not keeping records or writing it down properly. No, it's not about a failure or a mistake. Go back now and either watch, you can watch her whole, the judge uploaded it to YouTube uncut, unthought about. And don't get hung up in her yelling. This is the problem. Even the behavior guys, all they're worried about is the behavior. They're not listening to the specific words that people are saying. Because one of the other lawyers, that the judge got caught laughing at the other guy lawyer, because he's not Donald Trump's, but he's one of the other. Remember, there's 19 total defendants in this case. A couple of them have since been excused, or those particular charges were removed by the judge for whatever reason. That's all too much court detail. I know this is a pile of crap, and I don't care what the peanuts and the gum is in that pile of crap. What these two should have taken utterly seriously, and they did not. And they're going to, I think she did try to say at one point how sad and lonely she is and was. And at the time, he had suffered a cancer and he needed a friend. And they started out as just kind of friends. And he was actually a mentor of hers, someone she looked up to in the industry. And I'm the one who always plays the old romance. That "Do you believe in destiny" comes from Dracula, which is a long, broken-hearted, made heart, broke heart, like I talked about with Sweeter and Neater. I'm a true romantic. It's sad to me if this poor lady, being top law in her county, and with all that comes with political power, she's just desperately lonely, and she just had a friend, but they couldn't be adult enough to say, let's not go play tickles and take each other on vacations with the people's money and F the people. Nobody asked you, lady, no one held a gun to your head and said, if you don't prosecute him, we're going to, whatever the hell you do to get rid of an elected official in Georgia, impeach or recall. She chose that. She chose to climb the Donald Trump mountain, which she apparently didn't learn, mother, and no one else in any law school, including Harvard, anywhere, is that used to be you might talk for 2 hours about this exact saying. You better make sure that it does not even have the appearance of impropriety and what they are saying, but everybody can't get past the did they sext? When did they sext? Does he put his face between her woman chest and go blah, 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 blah? Everybody's so worried about all this crap and the moist seats in the room with the whammons with Adolf H word guy from Germany, 30s to 44. Everybody missed somewhere in this behavior panel thing, and they stop, and I laugh, from the JFK movie back into the left, back into one of these angry, like I'm letting it sit on a frame, where she's laying back, she's chill, and then bam, she's in angry, loud woman mode, and don't respect her. And that's a good ploy. It works for her. But it's in one of those where she's hot and angry about it, that she said all the way to heck back in at least April. I don't remember when they did this. It took them a while to review it. The body language guys, go watch the behavior panel, where somebody said something and she said, very angry and defensive, sticking up for him. He works a lot more than he even billed for. And then they said something about it, and she reiterated it. Remember, this whole thing of her at the body behavior panel. Sorry, guys, I keep calling you that other channel, that other group, the behavior panel. She volunteered for this. I mean, she demanded that she be allowed to speak on that stand during this hearing. This was not a piece of the trial. This was a side hearing about the inappropriateness of their relationship or the appearance thereof. Way back then. Now, I've been boiling on this forever. Hold the line, please.
What do you want us to hold the line about? Oh,
Had somebody knock the door and ask me a question. So now I really have to wrap this up. Wrap it up.
yes.
Wrap it up.
Yes,
We'll
you
take
do.
it for Christmas. And maybe we'll continue again tomorrow, maybe not. Mama, you got connections. Someone else out there on the internet. Somebody, anybody, George, find a local somebody in F town where you live. Not that can carry this up. It's very important. She admitted under oath as a representative of law enforcement of the entire county, that she knowingly and willingly accepted falsified billing documents from some guy. Take all the other everything out. You've got to stop looking at the big bright shiny light and look at the hole they fell in. She knowingly and willingly accepted blatantly false financial data as a representative of the government involved in a first in history criminal prosecution of a former president of the United States of America. I feel like in my guts, and have since April, and it was hard reiterated when he said it again under oath. This entire deposition is under oath in front of several many lawyers and the advice of counsel, in the presence of counsel. His counsel didn't force him to do not answer that question. That he did knowingly and willingly. So he admits this. No one asked the immediate follow-up question that I have. And when I missed it, I watched her twice. Not live, but I watched the first time live, and then I watched the same video from the courthouse later, about 2 days later. And it wasn't until the guys on the behavior panel that I said, wait, what did she just say? Because my next question is, and it should be everybody's, and somebody should just write a letter to the judge, because the judge is hearing one motion to dismiss, and there's an appeal court listening to one of them interlocutory appeals on behalf of Donald Trump and some others, all relating to their personal relationship. Well, this is the professional relationship. And you know, I believe D.A. Willis and you have both publicly said that you worked more hours than you billed for. Is that correct? Absolutely. So when you were working, you also had your private practices. Oh, God, see how quick the lawyers run away from the truth in their minds and everything? The next question should be, based on your previous answer, so did you ever submit bills for hours that you did not work? Yes or no? Because if we can't trust your paperwork reporting to a government agencies, we can't trust you. You and all of your work, and now you have confessed. Confession means they signed it. He signed the bottom of this deposition that it truly represents what he said, that it's not skewed in any way. So it is also, yeah, I already wrote it in my notes, Mom. It's on page 49 of 132. And I'm going to put this whole entire link in the thing. Let me go to here and direct messages, direct message to Liz. I'm putting it in your Discord page. What did I say? Page 48. So what he has done here is confessed, because he signed at the bottom. It's a very crazy distinction, at least in North Carolina. An admission is kind of almost exactly word for word verbatim admitting you did something. I mean, like if they said, this, I guess this would be an admission. It turns into a confession once he signs off on it because he can never account for those hours. And when you start, if you follow the distraction, like the lawyers did, so you also spent some hours somewhere else. Whenever they put 2 dashes from the court reporters or recorders or stenographers or whatever they call them these days, that means there was a long pause. When you paused, so you see what happened? They were thinking something started, then they paused. So you supervised a team of 5 to 10 people. They totally missed it. That's why you need bigger teams, less fatigued, more stress. Go back, read it again. Someone needs to get this to somebody who has authority. Because what this is an admission that he falsified financial or billing data, which is in itself either a civil matter or a criminal matter, but involved in a criminal prosecution of historic proportions, that it really should be taken a harder look at. Because if they can't account for what hours he worked, they can't consider his work valid. How do we know that he even did it? He didn't leave his buddy who drinks a lot of beer and types a lot of legal papers sitting at home. And he says, well, I have files, but I turn them over to the county in this deposition with the federal government. She admitted previously in her testimony, see, this smarmy guy, some Congress guy, says, I believe you have both publicly said. No, they didn't. I don't know what he said publicly. She said it publicly and under oath and on the stand. Why should we believe that? And then we shouldn't believe that you worked less hours than you billed for, or no hours at all, or that what you claim you worked in hours, you did anything in. The whole thing is kaput in my book. And we need to stop talking about whether they were smooching. What was the date that you first smooched? What was the date that you first got horizontal? Don't worry about that. Let's worry about the falsified billing. Falsified or fraudulent billing. That's all you have to talk about. And this case has to go. It must go. That's how morons like me read the law. It's unreliable. It's criminal. These are bills submitted to a county government. Some of the billing that went into that county government is reimbursed or funded back from the federal government. You see how this at every level. And I guess we have to thank Donald Trump. Because if he hadn't tried this, would we know that they falsify all? If they falsify any, they falsify all. If there's a little fire, it's on fire. So she should be removed. The case should be dumped. She should be harshly reprimanded and not allowed into management. She knowingly and willingly accepted, never mind that they had a relationship, even if they didn't, from anybody. Knowingly and willingly, Miss Willis, I apologize because you should have known better. I don't apologize for being the messenger or being the one who, oh, never mind. Not even the appearance of impropriety. In every case, but especially a case involving anybody of high stature of this is religious proportions to 77 million people in this country. When you're going to go after, it doesn't matter how many little people you ate, that poor Colorado lawyer who fell off the Catholic truck or Christian wagon and pled guilty and got disbarred and paid millions of dollars of fines trying to do some kind of Christian woman podcasting, probably doesn't have too many followers. You should take that serious. That, hey dude, I want videos of you working. This is epic. This is major. This is giant. I don't care. And you and me can go bump the nasties, but let's video that too. Clock in and clock out. Keep written records. And talk about, well, I don't know, I threw some cash at him, he threw some cash at me. We just hanging out? No. Now you're talking away from the truth of, for whatever reason, for some reason, and you're loud and proud about it. He falsifies his billing records. Well, what other records did he falsify? Any of that evidence he supposedly collected, is that false too? When you impeach his total character as an investigator and a prosecutor and an administrator of billing systems, then it is because of his impeached character. And this is the one I would definitely need. I don't mean to speak into your lawyers' spaces, lawyers. I'm just a guy out here on the internet who seems to point out all you millions of lawyers in America have all probably, if you haven't seen this stuff, what the hell kind of law are you practicing? The United States Department of Justice, the United States Congress, these are all lawyers, including two of the congressmen involved are lawyers before they realized they were crappy lawyers, so they went and got elected to office. Somebody swoop in here on behalf of, not Donald Trump, the office of the president, who it happens that he had it then, and he's going to have it again next month. And then some of you, state of Georgia, your special pardons committee, the governor can't pardon people. Tear it apart. They said that if that judge, and they won't accept an appellate court, I don't know all the details, I gotta go. What I know is, if that judge, and I don't remember his name, says the one that offered, one of the two of you can leave the case, and within a minute, Nathan Wade left the case. That judge needs to be amicused, briefed, not 6 hours of Dean, but hey, send him a link. He might listen to it. 7 hours, 37 minutes. I watched your whole YouTube's Judgy Wudgy. Mayana. Disorder in the court. Three Stooges. Watch all this, judge. Put a judge mind on it. Seek the defense counsels. Get them informed. I know I don't use the right words, but if we can't trust his work or his work product, I'm probably stepping out of my get back in your lane. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're saying. Billing is an administrative part of lawyer work. I understand what the term work product is. I should have my own private investigator's license because of politics and bull crap in the state of North Carolina, because none of you government people will do right. None of you at any level. anywhere. I haven't found one yet. Because we tolerate it at every level. Why do you think poor Miss Lonely Fawny Willis couldn't convince herself, wait a year, wait a year, Wade, will you wait a year for me? Please? I'll wait. Let's get this case done right. Why is she so petulant and impatient that she let this whole thing go without even enough sense and guidance in a office full of law enforcement attorneys? That's what district attorneys do. And her and no one in that office has had a lesson in ethics. And hey, what would that look like to that nutcase dude in North Carolina, let alone the rest of the world? And let alone, is
Sir,
that
you were going to wrap it up?
yeah, I know. Is that going to cost you the case? And are you any less lonely now? That's how it ties back together to Mark Robinson. The world would lift you up and slam you back down. And it hurts when you've been lifted up more than if you've just been kicked down on the ground your whole life and people are still just throwing trash on you and spitting on you. The world is tricky, it is mean, it is cruel, but you guys did it. In an office full of supposed to be law enforcement attorneys and no one else. You guys couldn't get together, have a meeting, and say, hey, this one has got to be perfect. And the reason that is like it is, I said in several other streams now, and I'm going to say it again now. When the top, when the highest, when the governors, the lieutenant governors, the presidents of the United States, and I've picked on the current guy enough, and my mother and George put up with me talking a lot of trash about him. Let me throw it back to, even when they deserve it, William Jefferson Clinton was rubbing his wiener in and on an intern in the White House and left his juice on her in my White House. Donald Trump didn't do anything that disgusting. If you guys ever want a whataboutism, and let's play whataboutism with a totally apolitical, let's talk the facts, ma'am. Only the facts. And what really boils Dean's guts worse? Who's the worser? Who's the more evil? Bill Clinton set the bar real low. And I understand there's only rumors and innuendos that JFK wasn't too much good of a fidelity guy towards, the family guy kind of thing. Well, that's another Democrat. But because that's how it is at the highest offices, and go back and watch The Silence of the Lambs. I can always tie us back to movies. One of the least paid attention to scenes is when the local yokel cops treat poor Miss Clarice a little shitty, crappy, poor. And when she's riding away and talking to her FBI supervisor guy, she says she doesn't appreciate how, whatever. And he says something about, well, you gotta act up like the local guys do. And she says, no, they look up to you because you're the FBI and they're just the local dudes. So they're gonna learn how to act from this way up high FBI guy. The lesson is, if the President of the United States can be an immoral, questionable, totally scumbaggerly, what does the local DA office have to worry about it? See, nobody, if Elon Musk can just work off the clock, Well, maybe I didn't work, but I did clock in. But it all balances out in the end because it doesn't really matter. If it doesn't matter at the White House, then it doesn't matter at the courthouse. And that is the kind of wrap up of it, George, is for if that's how we're going to do at any level. And maybe everything's good. Maybe Trump's reformed and everything's cool. Except it has the appearance of impropriety when these total private super rich dudes who bought their way into proximity with him are saying all these horrifying things about our government employees. And the only one who's going to pay for it in the end is us. And it is a huge, huge thing. That's why it takes me, 8 hours. I planned to start earlier. It's ending later, but I had really, and remember, I had thought there was more I could get to. Mwahaha.
There
The end
was, but
result.
we need to do it. We need to do it in shorter episodes.
No, I got to do it when I can do it. I'm almost convinced every day that that's it, done. I tried. I'm belly aching. I got other things I got to do. I got the link for that. Everybody go check it all out. This is the internet. We don't live in the horse and carriage days anymore. Somebody get the ear of somebody blatantly false, knowingly and willingly. What else have they falsified in terms of documentation? Evidence? Because it can be questioned because of the appearance of impropriety, not about the hanging out together, about the important stuff of the billing, the hours worked. It's questionable now. So when you go back to that, I know that's for a jury instruction in certain cases. Beyond doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, all those other things. I don't understand all lawyer codes. It's not like you can go, what are you going to do? Go to the district attorney? Well, that's her. So who investigates that? State's attorneys? It's weird stuff in Georgia. So the feds should probably step in. Not the Congress. That's a law. Congress is a law making and budgeting body. That should go over to the DOJ. It looks like crime. Is this crime? Lady that charged Donald Trump with crime based on his false statements? There too. They're saying that he's falsely claiming that there was fraud and whatever in the election, and he falsely states that he won. Okay, well you don't get to bust him about it by filing false documents. Oh yeah, that's it. The elector, the slate of electors are false. They're false electors. They're fake electors. So is your lawyer paperwork and your court paperwork. It's false. You fired. Ha! Donald Trump gets to walk. Go see the movie Heat. I kept bringing that up. I heard when the SWAT guy leaned up against the wall and his SWAT guy G word that we can't say bumped the wall and the bad guys heard the noise and he said, "We walk." Pass it around. Talk to your political operatives, especially if you're for Trump, but especially if you're for everybody else or just for justice in America. George, other listeners,
Yes.
Elizabeth Wiley, thank you so much for helping, listening, typing in chats, talking on spots, following along with me. Maybe something in it will ring a bell to you later and you'll say, oh, what you should have said was, I am entirely open to constructive criticism. How do I get this across better so that someone will go, if not for the other 19, 18, including him, 19 total, I don't know. Get Donald Trump out of this Georgia mess on this technicality. It's over. It's done. In my humble opinion, probably wrong. I don't see how they can get away with falsifying documents. Just like cops can't falsify their stuff about gathering evidence. It's a violation of the process, of the amendments, whatever. And there is a special thing in Georgia that should the whatever, but they all said it'll never happen. There's other cases in Georgia where the district attorney was removed from the case, or the case was removed from the county, and they never get picked back up. They just go away and die. I believe with this much visible, confessed, and admitted to false statements, false billing, false payments, mismanagement of money, malfeasance, those are big, tough terms, all having to do with this one thing, the Trump et al. Case, Georgia, state of Georgia versus. And I really want to see Giuliani and Meadows go deep under a jail for it. But if you're going to go for the President of the United States, you better go correct. And everybody around him. And we'll talk about all those everybody's around him next time. It's 8, 9, something. I am 7 hours, 50 minutes, 40 something seconds. I am closing the windows. I gotta leave that one up. I gotta check something on it afterwards. Again, George, Elizabeth Wiley, anybody who hopped in, I didn't have a active views counter running. Thank you ever so much. Please listen to the whole thing over again. Pick out the pieces that are real important. This could get Donald Trump off in both states, I believe. I think. I hope. I hope. Because then our system will be better. And the rest of us won't suffer in New York. And the next one, whoever goes after anybody as important as the elected president of the United States, current, former, or future, will keep their I's dotted, their T's crossed, and their pants on. I think that's the right way to say it. Because I've said before, I'm a stupid patriot.
As my grandfather gave a young lady advice about how to not get pregnant. Put an aspirin between your knees.
All right, let's find the button. The stop streaming button. In 3, 2, 1, blast off.